Claudius Tocca and Lucius Varius have come from Rome just to greet you. They would like to see you before they are called before Caesar." The light hurt. Slanting from southward, the rays of the September sun cut sharply through the corner alcove, filling it with warmth, the light and warmth of a September morning, and the room, although beyond reach of the sun rays, was affected by them, having become sober-looking in the light, ugly in the heat. The dark floor of relucent mosaic was soiled. The tall candelabrum with its faded flowers and its burnt-down candles looked shoddy. Over there in the corner of the room stood the commode, a necessity and a temptation. Everything that could hurt began to hurt. The friends would have to wait. "First of all, I must cleanse myself. Help me." Dragging his legs over the edge of the bed, he sat there, his crooked back quite bent over, struggling with the urge to cough, the painful impulse having again assaulted him. Likewise the mawkish lassitude of fever made itself felt again, firstly in the drooping legs, thence creeping upwards streakily. It spread in soft, wave-like thuds over the whole body, finally invading his head, and seized by weariness, his glance fastened itself with slow, tired, long-lasting concentration on his naked toes, unable to bring their mechanical, half-gripping movements to a standstill, peering as if something important might be discovered there, perhaps even the origin of the fever. Need the engrossing life of organs and senses begin again? And though one could not ask any intimate question of a slave, his glance involuntarily, almost against his will, in its questioning only to be immediately disappointed, because in the oriental, slightly thick-nosed, impenetrable mask-like and ageless servant's face, nothing but a stern subjection and a subjected sternness, that although unapproachable, was prepared to take orders, waiting without impatience for the guest to make them known, and to decide to rise. But just this seemed impossible, because a discord was everywhere observable, and not only in his body, it was a universal discord, and until it had been resolved, not a limb could be moved. He who wished to arise, to hasten to the sacrificial deed on the shore, might not do so in discord and division. The officiant must needs be faultless to the offering. If the dignity of complete validity were to be attained for the sacrifice, and it could not even be ascertained whether all the rolls were in his chest, so that the work in its entirety could be offered for destruction, or whether some of the rolls had gone astray in the course of the night. Who could answer? To be sure, the top of the chest was so neatly and stoutly fastened that one might actually think it had never been opened. But who would dare touch the offering and loosen the straps? Discordant the body and its limbs, discordant the world. Could integration again be hoped for? He waited, and the slave waited with him, both without impatience. But in the midst of all this the door was opened, rather unceremoniously, and Claudius Tocca, as well as Lucius Varius, irritated by the waiting, doubtless having heard from outside that he was awake, entered the room in short order. He withdrew his legs into bed again, and Claudius was scarcely inside the room before he broke out, as usual, into an expansive, noisy heartiness. "We were told that you were lying here sick, and we spent the whole long night rattling out here, and now one catches you trying secretly to slip out of bed. But it is just as well that we have caught you. This is the way you always behave. But how do you really feel? The gods be thanked. You look all right, no different than 10 years ago. You are a tough bit of leather, naturally. You are again the prey of your cough and your fever. We know all about that. If you had consulted your friends, they certainly wouldn't have allowed you to go on this crazy of all journeys. We were told of it afterwards by Horace. You could tell him because you knew he would not try to hinder you. All that's important to him are his own verses. What in Hades did you have to do in Athens? Naturally, you had to keep it a secret. And it was just your luck that Caesar dragged you out and brought you back in time. Augustus, wise as usual, and you, yes, you just as inconsiderate as ever. For we, your friends, are now put to it to get you well again. He let his heavy body drop, creaking into the armchair. Elbows bent, fists doubled up. He sat there now like a rower or a coachman, and his ruddy, fleshy, liver-spotted, double-chinned face shone with cheerfulness. Lucius Varius, on the other hand, who took care never to sit down at all, because he had to be mindful of the elegant, well-pressed folds of his toga, remained standing, dignified, and spare in his usual posture, one arm resting on his hip, the other raised admonishingly at right angles. We have been much troubled on your account, Virgilius. Despite all the preparation for death, the anxiety of the sick, which nobody can escape, was being aroused. What have they been telling you about me? And as if to anticipate the answer, the expected and feared fit of coughing shook him suddenly. Just let yourself cough, said Plautius, soothing him, and wiped his own eyes inflamed by a night's travel. People are bound to cough in the morning. The reassurance that Lucius tendered and sounded more correct. The last news that we had of you is more than a week old. Augustus wrote to Maecenas that he had found you ill, and had insisted that you return. And the Senate being in session today because of the birthday, Maecenas was able to come on to receive you, so we gladly took over his commissions for Augustus in order to have the opportunity of seeing you at the same time, that is all. It sounded correct and plausible, yet the let yourself cough of Plautius had been more of a comfort. Ugh, said Plautius at this point, rumbling along the whole night, that's no way to sleep, being waked up with every change of horses. In our procession there were at least 40 carriages. And at that, we were not the only ones. I guess that more than 100 had arrived here since yesterday. Had Plautius come on one of the peasant carts? He had the good strong face of an old peasant, and that was just how one how one must imagine him, sitting on a peasant's cart, with his head nodding, his chin sunk onto his breast, resting there, snoring merrily. Yes, I heard you driving. And now we are here, said Plautius, again resembling a rower. Many were driving, very many. Don't speak while you are coughing, observed Lucius, busy with the folds of his toga, wrinkled from night's journey. You mustn't speak. Don't you remember that this has always been forbidden by the doctors? Ah, yes, he remembered, and this was certainly well meant of Lucius, despite his elegant posture, but it was this that, as always, roused him to contradiction. It is nothing. Had not Caesar taken me along to Megara, I wouldn't have been sick at all. This is only the after effect of the sun's heat during the festival. A fresh coughing spell rewarded this longish statement, and he tasted blood in his mouth. Keep still, said Plautius. But he did not want to keep still, less than ever now that he perceived that Plautius was sitting in the very chair in which the boy had slept, and immediately he was compelled to ask, Where is Lysanias? A Greek name, said Lucius thoughtfully. Who is that? Do you mean him? And he pointed toward the slave, who had retired to the doorway, and was waiting there now with the same unmoved expression on his face as before. No, not him, the boy. Plautius became attentive. So you have brought a Greek boy back with you. Then you are not in such a bad way after all. Just think of him with a Grecian boy. The boy had disappeared, but the beaker was still standing there on the table, a carved ivory bowl with silver mountings, and even a sip of wine remained in it. The boy, he was here. Then let him return. Call him in. Show him to us. How could he call him in when he had vanished? And besides, he had no wish to exhibit him. I must go down to the beach with him. Lying down on the dry sea sand, wearily we care for the body, and sleep trickles through our members, recited Lucius freely, only to add, But you will not do that today, my Virgil. You will postpone those indulgences until you have recovered. Quite so, agreed Plautius from the alcove. What were these two speaking of? It was all incongruous. He hardly heard them. Where's Lysanias? Turning to the slave, Plautius ordered, Fetch the boy. Sir, there is no boy anywhere about here. Yonder from the door the boy's voice had spoken to him, had whispered to him by night. Now the slave stood there, and in gratitude for his having helped to deny the far near voice, he beckoned him nearer. Come, I want to get up. Let that wait, advised Plautius. The doctor may now be on his way to you, and he will treat you in bed. You only ruin your health with such trifling. It is senseless for you to trump up some business just to withhold your boy from us. Was the slave perhaps a substitute for the boy? Had the latter sent here a stronger comrade who would convey the sacrificial gift to the shore? Take the chest, he heard himself say, startled at the same moment to have heard it, simultaneously blinking in the direction of his friends to ascertain whether or not this made an impression on them. And sure enough, Plautius, for all his ponderousness, was on his feet at once, while Lucius, nearer to the bed, moved over to it, searching for the invalid's pulse like a doctor. You have fever, Virgil. Be quiet. Plautius, however, was dispatching the slave. Inquire about the doctor. Hurry. I need no doctor. This, too, was said against his will. That is not for you to decide. I am dying. There was a pause. He knew he had spoken the truth, and he was curiously little affected by it. He knew he would hardly live out the evening, and yet even this was a respite to him, offering no end of time. He felt relieved that it had been uttered. It seemed as if the other two were aware how grave things were that was to be sensed, and for that reason it took quite a while for Plautius to find words. Do not blaspheme, Virgil. You are as far from death as we two. What should I say when 10 years older than you, and apoplectic besides? Lucius said nothing. He had let himself down on the chair next to the bed, and was silent, and it was touching that he had omitted to put the folds of his toga to rights as he sat down. I'm going to die, perhaps even today, but before that I'm going to burn the Aeneid. What iniquity! It was a real outcry, and it was Lucius who had uttered it. Again silence followed. The room was Septemberishly still and clear. Outside a rider trotted past on his horse, most likely one of the imperial messengers. The hoof-beats clattered sharply on the pavement. Then the 4/4 rhythm ebbed off into the distant city noises. A woman called something from somewhere. It sounded like the name of a child. Suddenly, with long and measured steps, Plautius began to pace the room backward and forward, trailing a lap of his toga behind him, and suddenly he shouted, If you want to die, well, that's your own affair. We will not prevent you from doing it. But for a long time now, the Aeneid has not been your affair. So get that out of your head. And something savage gleamed in his small, fat, sunken eyes. It was significant that Plautius bore himself so wildly, for there had existed with him for years a silent conviction, even though mutually not quite accredited, that their hour-long conversations on the harvest and the cattle were far more important than all the discourses on artistic and scientific themes that had been carried on in the presence of Lucius and Maecenas and the many others comprising their circle, and it was a refutation of that convention for Plautius to attach so much importance to the existence or non-existence of the Aeneid. It was a refutation of that bit of good conscience embodied for him in the person of the country nobleman Plautius Tuca, and was therefore not to be tolerated. The world is neither richer nor poorer for a few verses. On that we were always agreed, Plautius. Lucius shook his head earnestly. You must not call the Aeneid a few verses. What else is it? At that Plautius laughed. Actually, it was a forced laughter, but nonetheless it was laughter. Obtaining praise through modesty is an old vice of poets, Virgil, and as long as a person pursues old vices, there is nothing to fear for him. And Lucius added, Do you really want to hear it again? Do you not know better than any other that the greatness of Rome and the greatness of your poem can no longer be divorced from each other? A kind of dismay arose in him and became apparent. These two did not want to understand what a boy had grasped, but the finality of his decision once taken was not to be disturbed, and this had to be brought home to them. Nothing unreal is allowed to survive. It had been formally, firmly, and sententiously said, and now Lucius seemed to comprehend what it was leading to. So in your opinion, both the Iliad and the Odyssey should also be called unreal? O divine Homer! And how does it stand with Aeschylus and Euripides? Are these not reality? How many names, how many works shall I still quote you, all of them immortal reality? For instance, Thyestes, or the Caesar epic of a certain Lucius Varius, Plotius could not refrain from adding, and his laughter was again that of a kind, fat man. Lucius, touched on his most sensitive spot, smiled a little sourly. The 17 performances of the Thyestes are certainly no proof of its eternal validity, but it will outlive the Trojan women. Don't you think so too, Virgil? Now you are laughing. I am glad that you can laugh again. Yes, he was laughing, but he was not able to laugh properly. His chest gave him too much pain, and he was even ashamed of this laughter that fed itself on Lucius's embarrassment, unconcerned that it was really he who had wanted to defend the immortal worth of the Aeneid, and so for this reason it was imperative to return to seriousness. Homer was the proclaimer of the gods. He lives on in their reality. Without bitterness for the laughter directed against him, Lucius answered, and you are the proclaimer of Rome. You survive in Rome's reality. You will live as long as Rome endures, forever. Forever? He felt the ring on his finger. He felt his body. He felt the past. No, he said, nothing earthly is eternal, nor Rome either. You yourself have exalted Rome into the divine. This was true and not true. What was Lucius talking about? Was this not like the table talk at Maecenas'? Gliding over the surface, scarcely touching on reality, darkness was about him, as he said, within the earth-bound, nothing becomes divine. I have adorned Rome, and what I have done has no more worth than the statues in the gardens of Maecenas. Rome does not live by the grace of the artists. The statuary will be torn down. The Aeneid will be burnt. Plotius, who would gladly have gone on laughing, stopped in his tracks. When one considers what these master artists have patched together recently, you have reserved a nice bit of sanitation for the years to come. What a lot there will be to be burned and cast down. A life work for a Hercules. That's what you've been planning for yourself. The conception of this great work of disposal reacted on Lucius with surprising exhilaration. His dignified author's face started to fold into merry wrinkles, and he was unable even to continue with the conversation. So much did the picture of a general book burning amuse him. The two Saucy have acquired the publishing rights for the Carmen Seculare from Horace, and they will lose a good bit of money on that if you intend to burn his writings as well. And of course Horace may not be excluded. Horace sent me some farewell verses to the boat when I left for Athens. That's the sort of thing, Plotius supported Lucius so boisterously that one might think they wanted in this way to drown out the sound of death. That's just it, and just that is his sin, and that is why his iambics and his odes, in fact everything that he has perpetrated, must perish. Actually, why had Horace sent these lovely verses of congratulation to the boat? Had he wished in this way to soothe his own jealousy of the Aeneid, a jealous friend, but still a friend? But Lucius considered, one ought to leave the choice to me. Horace I would spare, he is really gifted, but I would clear out all the mediocrity, all this mediocrity that has come up and is constantly on the increase. What decay, what degeneration, no more eloquence, no more theatre, no more art. In truth, we are the last, and nothing will come after us. That is why there must be a clean sweep, and it is going to be terrific. Again he was possessed by laughter. Laughing in the dome of death as, turned into stone, he descended into the shimmering sea. Lucius stopped short. A wonderful verse, Virgil. Say on, or better still, write it down. From what unfathomable depth had this line of verse emerged? Whence had it come? Yet now it pleased him too, and the appreciation of Lucius did him good. Although it was not the beauty of the verses that should be praised. No, beauty in itself was never the important thing. but something of a different nature, something greater, something in truth was deserving of praise, and of praise desirous. Oh, now he knew it. Now, for the first time, he knew what it was. True esteem could only be acknowledgment of the verse's meaning, an acknowledgment of that which rose beyond it, the unachievable full reality which disclosed its preciousness when a word penetrated to it without rebounding from its stony, smooth surface. He who praised a verse as such, without troubling about the reality of its meaning, confused the thing created with that which creates, became consciously or unconsciously guilty of the perjury which denies or destroys reality, became the accomplice of all perjurers. Oh, the enormous mountain crag of reality, impervious and opposed to all invasion, permitting at most the outward touch. Oh, the enormous crags of reality, over their pathless surface man could only creep along, clinging to the surface, constantly falling, constantly in threat of the fall. Lucius knew nothing of falling. To him surface and reality were one. Oh, craggy mountains of reality, rearing enormous, although rooted in the very depths, impenetrable with sheer smooth sides, yet creatively opened, and the stumbler dashes into the opened shaft. Plautius shifted his arms like a rower, resting himself. Agreed, so let Horace be spared and go on writing, and you will do the same, even if you should burn everything, for of course you would continue to write. Horace, yes, he had fought as a soldier for Rome. He had offered himself as a sacrifice that Rome might exist, and that was also the reason for the surprising and repeated outbreaks of reality in his poetry. Not even Plautius realized it. Not even he realized how irreplaceable the poet was, the serving deed. Irreplaceable to the poet was the serving deed. O Plautius, the serving deed in its reality, without it there is no poetry. Aeneas, affirmed Lucius, while Plautius only nodded. Aeschylus fought as an infantryman at Marathon, and Salamis, Publius Virgilius Maro, had never fought for anything, yet warmly encouraging him, Plautius spun out his musing. Besides, you have to keep on writing, because before you burn it, the Aeneid must be finished. One does not burn something unfinished. And in a few months, even weeks, you will have got this little piece of work behind you, so even though you may be in haste to die, you must still hold out that little bit longer. To finish? To have finished? Verily, he had finished nothing. What significance had the Aeneid in comparison with a truthful history of Rome like the one Sallustus had written, or even in comparison with the grand scale of that work on which Livy was now engaged? What were the Georgics compared to the real knowledge which that most learned of all scholars, that the most honourable Terentius Varro, had dedicated to Roman agriculture? Compared to such achievements, there was nothing that could be finished. Whatever he may have written, whatever was left to be written, all this had to remain as unfinished. For, of a surety, Terentius Varro, like Gaius Sallustus, had actually served the Roman state in sober reality, whereas Publius Virgilius Maro had never served anyone. And as if to settle the question, Plautius affirmed, O Virgil, you have only been able to write the Aeneid, just so far have your faculties sufficed. But don't flatter yourself that you are able to comprehend it, nor do you know anything of its reality or that of the man Virgil. You know them both only from hearsay. And folding his hands over his abdomen, he seated himself again in the easy chair near the window. The man Virgil, certainly, he lay here, and this was his reality, nothing else. And the reality was that he had been endowed, fed, and kept by Asinius Pollio, and by Augustus, they who had fought for Rome, who served Rome, they who had established and maintained the existence of Rome by what they were and what they did. They were the ones who paid him for the shallow enhancement of their works, and they did not even realize what trash they had paid for. That is what the reality of Publius Virgilius Maro looked like. And he said, I shall not finish the Aeneid. Then Lucius smiled. Do you want someone else to finish it for you? No, he burst forth, full of apprehension that Lucius would offer himself for the job. Lucius smiled now quite broadly. That's what I thought, and so you must really know that you are still in arrears to us, and to art. In arrears? To be sure. He had been in arrears. He was still in arrears. Already there below in Misery Street they had known of his arrears. Aye, in himself he was in arrears to existence. However, nothing more could be collected from him. Beyond reach of the glance, he saw the sea before him, spread out to the horizon like liquid quartz, carrying the sun in its azure shimmer, seeming in its luminous gigantic depths like a yawning mountain summit which, ready to take on and to bear, swallowed all reality in itself and gave it forth again day and night in a brazen booming. And as this brazen surf rose up and subsided, he heard the symbol of the voice issue from it, the voice swelling and fading, the symbol of all reality. What I have written must be consumed by the fire of reality, he said. Since when do you draw a line between reality and truth? Interposed Lucius, ready as always for a discussion, moving up a little pretentiously to begin new arguments. Epicurus says that... Plautius cut short his words. Epicurus may say what he wants. We too will see to it that the Aeneid is not consumed by any touch of reality. But Lucius was not so easily halted. Beauty and truth are one with reality. Even so, admitted Plautius peacefully. Sharper grew the morning light, more azure the sky in the window frame, blacker the root-like branching of the candelabrum in front of it. Without rising, Plautius, with a few shoves, pushed himself with his chair out of the sunny region of the alcove into the cooler shadows of the room. Why were these two determined not to grasp the true reality? Why did they, who for 30 long years had been his devout familiars, need to come here only to become unfamiliar and strange to him? It was as if a sharper light were penetrating the spheres of existence ever more acutely, as if the surfaces of existence and the reality of existence took on more perceptible distinctness, and it was incomprehensible that everyone should not crave the veritable reality. Plautius should have had an answer. Plautius, whose worldly trained, worldly efficient, worldly important maturity had always emanated so much of good intimidation that it gave one courage to recover, a never-ending courage beginning in childhood. That was like a refuge in its earthly, irresistibly gentle warmth, which held one unhesitatingly on this side and brooked no resistance. Indeed, Plautius should have given an answer, but this seemed not to have struck him. A little troubled, he sat there heavily, thumb joined to thumb, sometimes sending over worried glances, and as always it was almost impossible to discover the once youthful features in his good, maturity-padded countenance. Lucius, however, was in fine form. Lucretius, whom you, O Virgil, do not honour less than all of us, Lucretius, no less great than you, Virgil, although no greater, he was granted the comprehension of the law of reality, and the song into which he composed it came to be one of truth and beauty. No longer is beauty shattered on reality, no longer consumed by it, but the reverse takes place. That which perishes at the touch of reality falls away from it as soon as its laws perceived and demonstrated in beauty, only the beautiful remaining as the one and only reality. Alas, he knew this language, this twilight speech of literature and philosophy, the language of the benumbed, unborn word. Dead before it was born, it had once been familiar to him also, and certainly he had believed then in what it expressed, believed or thought that he believed now. However, it sounded alien, almost incomprehensible. Law? There was only one law, the law of the heart. Reality? There was only one reality, the reality of love. Should he not, must he not shout this aloud? Should he not, and must he not tell this to them so that they could comprehend it, should comprehend it? Alas, they could not comprehend it. They had no wish to comprehend it, and so he said simply, beauty cannot live without approval. Truth locks itself off from applause. The approval of centuries and millenniums is not the approval of the present. It is not the shoddy applause of the cheaply charmed masses. In becoming immortal, the immortalized work of art comes to be a recognition of truth. Thus ran the agile answers of Lucius, and he wound up with, in immortality, truth and beauty are united, and this holds good for you too, Virgilius. This immortality which Lucius was erecting was an earthly one, and therefore not timeless, being at most of eternal duration on earth, and not even that, for only the Saturnian meadows endure eternally, stretched out in the divine forgetfulness of their infinite renewals, while here the concern was only for glory. Did not this imply the ghastly possibility that the immortals were unable to die? Did not this portend damnation? He who equates truth with everlasting beauty abolishes the life-giving timelessness, abolishes salvation and the grace of the voice. Then Homer and Aeschylus, Sophocles and Euripides, these sovereign elders, as well as Lucretius, gone early to his rest, would live on in the ghastliness of their eternal earthly death, a death that must endure until the last line of their writings be tilled out of human memory, until there was no human mouth to recite their verses, until there was no stage that would show their works. 1,000-fold death would be their portion, called ever and again from the underworld, evoked into the ghostly, absurd interrealm of earthly immortality. If this were so, and it was not impossible that it was so, should not these immortals, they before, and like all others, should not they also have destroyed their creations for the sake of more blessed fields in which to abide? O Eurydice! O Platia! Aye, so it was. Deadly the wound of Apollo's arrow, even though it fails to kill. How true, said Plautius. If I did not have my monthly bleedings, I would long since have been under the ground with my forefathers. Lucius nodded assent. By Apollo eternally wounded, and the fastidious dignity of his attitude is the only choice left to him wounded by immortality, if he wants to live according to the exalted example of Epicurus, and he himself was the purest example of this attitude, as, with one leg thrown over the other, resting his elbow on it, the palm of his hand turned upward, he offered this explanation. For what could well be put in the place of beauty and the harmony of its pure and noble form, since human life reaches no further than seeing and hearing and the other senses? The seeing and hearing of beauty is the ultimate that Apollo has to bestow, and the artist selected by him to receive such divine gifts must accept his lot. Is it so hard for you, Lucius? Asked Plautius. I do not speak of myself, but this applies to every artist, and before all to our Virgil, and he will admit that these conclusions must of necessity be drawn from the principles of Epicurus, but also that they lie close to Plato's views on the beautiful, perhaps even going beyond them, and certainly never to be refuted by them. I admit it willingly. It may be so. Possibly Lucius was right, but it was of no moment. And yet, even though human life did not reach beyond seeing and hearing, though the heart could not sound any further than it beat, and even though, in consequence of this, harmony was set up before man as something of final dignity and worth, fate destined to be form and only form, yet despite this everything that happened merely for the sake of beauty remained prepossessed by empty nothingness, and greatly exposed to damnation. For even in the moderation of harmony, it remained in bondage to intoxication, a reversion of the path. It was simply a subterfuge, and did not aim toward that perception in which alone divinity was at rest. Oh, woe to the seeing of the gold-glinting universe that looks on beauty. It remains, in spite of that, imprisoned in leaden blindness. Oh, beauty-bedecked world, decked out for beauty! This was the world in which Rome was erected, rich in gardens, rich in palaces, that picture of a city, a rising image that moved nearer and nearer, transported in itself, yet near at hand and filling the azure sky. The house of Augustus and that of Maecenas were there, and not far off his own house on the Esquiline. The pathways adorned with columns, the quadrangles and gardens with statues. He saw the circus and the amphitheater in a turmoil with the furious playing of organs. He saw the gladiators wrestling to death for beauty's sake, the beasts set upon men. He saw the masses jubilant with lust, crowding about a cross on which, roaring and whimpering with pain, an insubordinate slave was being nailed. The intoxication of blood, the intoxication of death, and withal the intoxication of beauty. And he saw more and more of these crosses, saw them multiplying, lapped by the torches, licked by the flames mounting from the crackling wood. and from the uproar of the crowds, a flaming ocean that closed over the city of Rome and ebbed away, leaving nothing but blackened ruins, wrecked pediments, tumbled statues, and land grown over by weeds. He saw, and he knew it would come to pass, because the true law of reality revenged itself irresistibly on mankind, and must so revenge itself when, being greater than any manifestation of beauty, it was bartered for beauty, plainly affronted by this, despised by being overlooked, high above the law of beauty, high above the law of the artist, which was only greedy for corroboration. There was the law of reality, there was divine wisdom of Plato, the eros and the urge of existence, there was the law of the heart, and woe to a world which had forgotten this last reality. Why had he been singled out to know this? Were the others still blinder than he? Why did they not see, not grasp it? Why not at least his friends? Or did his blindness make him incapable of showing them? Why was he too paralyzed, too weak, too inarticulate to make them understand? Blood was what he saw before him. Blood was what he tasted in his mouth. A rattling moan tore through his chest, rattling through his throat, and he was obliged to let his head sink back on the pillows. Oh, truth alone is immortal. Immortal in truth is death. Only he who closes his eyes has a sense of the seeing blindness, a sense of overcoming fate. For even though the law could be perceived only in the eternal and unchangeable form assigned it by fate, and even though this form, and with it fate itself, lay in the cold unchanging imprisonment of the Saturnian realm, yet the Promethean endeavor was aimed toward the fire in the conjoined depths, above and below, and shattering the prison of mere form, thrust forward to the first ancestor, enthroned there, in whose hands lay the truth of inner reality. And therefore terrible on the outmost edge of reality hung laughter, the very sister of death, terrible beyond all darkness and every abyss, hung in a perilous balance, a floating border between greed for life and self-destruction, tilted toward this side in its earth-splitting volcanic yelling, and toward the other in its sea of smiles, which confronted the night, embraced the world, and burst it asunder. But there was no longer a trace of laughter, no longer the hint of a smile. Plautius said gravely, "The doctor should have been here a long time ago. We'll look for him ourselves as we go to call on Augustus." And both of them stood. However, he wanted, and was compelled, to detain them. Their blind blindness had to be banished. Overpowering was the compulsion to make them understand, so that they should not be estranged from him, overpowering the compulsion to tell them what they had not grasped, and had not even wished to grasp. And although he himself hardly knew what it meant, a phrase presented itself: love is the reality. So it became audible, and suddenly it was no longer enigmatic, for the gods had blessed man with love to ease the pang of his lusts, and he who has partaken of this blessing perceives reality. He is no longer a mere lodger in the realm of personal consciousness in which he is caught. And again he heard, "Love is the reality." "Quite so," affirmed Lucius, seeming neither shocked nor surprised. "That is what you taught us, and when I observe Tibullus or Propertius, or even young Ovid, who is so full of poor taste, I want only to maintain that you have taught this a little too fervently, because their immaturity, which proposes to follow in your footsteps, and even perhaps to surpass you, you, the unsurpassable, has no longer any other theme than love, and I must confess that I am quite glutted with it, as little as I am inclined to turn against love as such. Where, by the way, is the Greek boy whom you mentioned before?" It had failed. It had again glided into the trivial and the literary, gliding over the surface of the real within existence, as if to show that he deserved no better, that he was in a literary no-man's land, which did not touch even the surface, that encompassed nothing, neither the depths of heaven nor of earth, at most only the empty province of beauty. And it oppressed him anew, for he who had trodden the unholy path of reversion, he who had always intoxicated and inflamed himself on beauty alone, he who, possessed by mania, wanted to deafen the weakness within him by the vastness outside of him, he who had not been able to search for the immutable in the human heart, but had been compelled to gather together into one company the stars, the primal ages, and all the doings of the gods he had never loved. And what he had held to be love had been only yearning, nostalgia for that lost landscape, in which once, lost long ago, childhood forgotten, the beyond forgotten, love had existed even for him. Only this landscape had sufficed for his poetry. Never had a song for Plottia escaped his lips, and even then, when gripped by the beauty of Alexis, made his by the favour of Asinius, he had thought to sing for the boy. It had not come to be a love song, but an eclogue of thanks for Asinius Pollio, dealing but in a most negligible way with love and a longed-for landscape. No, it wasn't ever to assume that he who had never loved, and who therefore had never succeeded in writing a genuine love poem, had brought any influence to bear upon these young poets of love, or even that he could qualify as their spiritual ancestor. They did not stem from him. They were more honourable than he, O Lucius. They have not a better progenitor than I. He is called Catullus. They have not been my followers, nor should they ever have been. You will not be able to shake them off, even if you dismiss them from your charge, despite the fact that this is so beautifully expressed in your eclogue. Nevermore shall I sing songs, and no longer am I your guardian. No, Virgil, you are, and you will remain the progenitor, verily, the one whose force they will never equal. I am very weak, Lucius, and I have always been so, and considering my lack of force, it is possible to call me their progenitor. For truly they share this with me. All that we have in common is that we are both short-lived. All I know is that Catullus and Tibullus died at 30, and you are already in your 50s, stated Plotius firmly. Even though the literateur, in his weakness, has the fancy that the landscape of his childhood for which he may be yearning is the infinity of the Saturnian fields, and that were he there, you would hearken to the depths of heaven and of earth. The landscape proper to him is that of sheer platitude, and he listens to nothing, least of all to death. When was it that Tibullus was snatched away, Plotius? Scarcely a few weeks past, and Propertius lies sick unto death, even as I do. Our weakness is apparently unpleasing to the gods, and now they mean to root us out thoroughly. Our friendly Propertius is still alive for his own and for our benefit, and so are you, and never more than now. And in 20 years, the two of you, he at 50 and you at 70, despite your everlasting sickness, will be striving as you now strive with all the youngsters, should they be called Ovid or some other name. And just as today they would be unimaginable without your eclogues and Georgics, stressed Lucius, who was more concerned with correct literary definitions. Just as now you have pointed out the way to the idyllic, the way to the bucolic, the way to Theocritus, just so will you precede them on new paths. I am not in the line of Theocritus. This is true of Catullus. Even though this might be argued reluctantly, Lucius narrowed his prophetic literary forecast. Still, Catullus was your compatriot Virgil, and a common homeland often leads to common aims and common inclinations. Catullus or no Catullus, grumbled Plotius, Theocritus or no Theocritus, and with them all their followers, you are Virgil, you are you, and even in 20 years, should I live so long, you will be my preference. Essentially more to be preferred than all of them together. In my opinion, you should have no truck with them. It was a sharp line that Plotius had drawn, overestimating him and underestimating the young, and it felt good to be counted among the grown-ups, among the forceful, who need not die before their time. Nevertheless, one had to rectify these false evaluations. But not unjust to the young Plotius. They are honest in their way, more honest it may be than I have ever been. And again Lucius got in. To speak of honesty in art is always somewhat beside the point. One can say of an artist that he is honest if he keeps close to the traditional, eternal rules of art, but on the other hand, that just this constitutes his dishonesty, because he hides his own ego behind tradition. Are we dishonorable in making the Homeric world our own? Are the young dishonorable in emulating a Virgil, or are they even more honorable when committing some lapse of taste? Lucius, the question of honesty and dishonesty is no longer an artistic question. The aim is toward the essential in human life, before which art is almost negligible, since it is able to express only the human element. What are you talking about? Asked Claudius. That is just rhetorical bilge, and I decline, as you well know, to take part in it. Virgil maintains that the young are more honest than he, and we cannot possibly be expected to stand for that. That's a matter of indifference to me, persisted Plautius in his staunch friendly blindness. Virgil is honest enough for me. Thank you, Plautius. It is just that I am fond of you, Virgil. However, you may nevertheless oblige Lucius, admit that you are more honest than the young. That would be downright dishonesty. I find that the young, in their love poetry, have struggled through to an originality which I am unable to approach. Lucius does not want to admit that all reality rests on love, and that behind the love poetry, for which he may not care, this great original reality is to be found. Reality is honesty. Lucius seemed to be slightly nauseated. His finger moved to and fro in refutation. Such cheap honesty suffices in no way for art, Virgil. Only exalted love, as depicted by you, and exemplified for all time in that which was between Dido and Aeneas. Only such love is entitled to a place in art, in contrast to the petty love affairs with which the young gentlemen like to fill out their poetry. Then Plautius grinned. They mean nothing to me, but they are rather pleasantly readable. Once again you are overcritical, Lucius. No one will doubt that Catullus was a real poet, and need I assure you that we have to recognize such a one even in Ovid? A genuine poet? Lucius took fire, but with dignity. What does it mean to be a genuine poet? It does not mean talent alone. Many are talented. Talent is cheap, and if possible, love is even cheaper, and turns for the most part to the cheapest possible stammering. Even though the gentlemen grind out their verses to the best of their ability, naturally I should be guarded in giving these judgments public utterance, for, good or bad, we writers belong together, but here in our limited circle nothing should restrain us from defining things plainly. In short, I am able to see nothing of honesty in a lascivious stripping, and even less of true art or true poetry. Was Lucius right? He could not be right. What he said was comprehensible as everything that a craftsman has to say, but precisely for that reason it remained arrested in the professional realm, unperceptive of strivings which were aimed at shattering this very realm. Catullus had been well aware of this. He was the first to point out the new way, and for the sake of justice this had to be acknowledged. Genuine art bursts through boundaries, bursts through and treads new, hitherto unknown realms of the soul, of conception, of expression, bursting through into the original, into the immediate, into the real. Fine. And you actually want to perceive all this in that allegedly so honest love poetry, as if in every single verse of the Aeneid there were not more true reality. I do not want to wrangle over this with you, Lucius. In a certain sense you defend your own poetry also when praising mine. For my part I admit myself more easily beaten than you, and so you may lay it only on me and the Aeneid if I maintain that the new art could no longer travel on in our grooves, that it is bound to find something more immediate and more original, bound to do so by a command that points to the primal cause of reality. Indeed, this is how it is. Whoever yields to that command has to go back to the primal cause of reality, and he must begin again with love. Now Plautius took sides with Lucius. Well, to be just, I rather like to read this stuff, but for all this originality of which you speak, these fellows are still too weak. Only a real man can love in reality, and all that comes along with it is negligible in comparison. Weakness? Which needs more growing power, the juicy blade in good pasturage, or the poor leaf, which has to force itself between stones? The latter is of a weak aspect, nevertheless it has power to sprout. Nevertheless it is grass, Rome is stony, our cities are stone, and it could almost be called a miracle that despite this, something original has grown out of them. Certainly weak in appearance, but still original, still real. Plautius laughed. As far as I know, no grass has yet succeeded in picking out its growing place, and even if it should prefer to be munched by a cow on a lovely meadow, it still remains in bondage to its stones. While these lads are quite free to seek the original wherever it is growing, and where men call it grow, verily nothing forces them to remain among the stones of the city, nothing more than their own lusts and inclinations, for the indulgence of which it is more convenient to stroll about in Rome, to sleep about in Rome, and to turn small kisses into small verses. First of all, they should once learn how to milk a cow, to curry a horse, and to handle a sickle. The urbane existence of Lucius felt itself attacked and offended. The born artist, no matter whether he be great or mediocre, is not born to be a farmer. You cannot treat them all alike, Plautius. I merely protest against the immediacy of such grass love as advanced by Virgil. I have a certain understanding of these things. Weakness remains weakness. And I protest in turn against the injustice shown by you toward the young. Lucius had accompanied the statement of Plautius with an approving nod. That's it. They are weak, and that is why they never succeed in getting beyond the imitative stage. How then can one talk of injustice? They are imitators of Theocritus, pupils of Catullus, and whatever they can take from our Virgil, that they take. Alas, they both remained inconvincible, each one captive in the circle of his own thoughts and words, half asleep and unable to shatter and burst through them, unable to escape the old habit of speech. The one called it grass love, called it weakness, the other called it imitation, both with justice, yet both did not want to notice that even such a weak, urban love, pining between the walls and stones of a city, that even such a miserably narrow, earthly, personal, and often lasciviously disclosed love, a love such as this, was still touched by the miraculous lawfulness of human existence, touched by the shadow of the divine, whenever it succeeded in extending the one self toward the other self, feeling its way toward the beloved, feeling its way into the other, both imperishable in their union with love. Yes, just this could be sensed in the verse of the young. This was the new reality of truth in its human aspect, which occasionally rang out from their poetry, and which they never would have found had they been his pupils. For this reality of love, which by including death annulled and transmuted it into the truly immortal, just this had been denied him, the overprized poet Virgil, once and forever. Hollow his poems, hollow even the Aeneid, and like the poem, he too had shrunk into his own cold circle, and had nothing to teach, and to Cebes, to the one who most tenderly and devotedly had wished to become his pupil, he had inclined only because he had loved himself in the mirror of this youthful soul, in order, alas, it had so happened, as though under the order of demons, to shape him in his own image into a cold, beauty-possessed, writing man. Catullus, Tibullus, Propertius, they had been able to love, and from love they had derived a premonition of reality which was stronger than any harmony and past earthly things. Only what proceeds from such a premonition permits the clouded heart of man to ring out, to prepare for the coming annunciation of the voice, ready as a harp is ready to sing under the wind, and, as if in a renewed challenge to Plautius to recognize the true reality, and in appreciation for his blindly staunch friendship, the breath, exhausted by speaking, found strength for further speech. Only the purity of the heart is immortal. With no comprehension, but with the benevolent kindness, Plautius confirmed what he heard. In this I agree with you, my Virgil, for it is your purity which is immortal. Were that not so, added Lucius, they would not emulate you as they do. The original, the immediate, the new which you project has always been that pure harmony of truth, and it is that which you have shown to the present as well as to future generations. Whoever strives in that direction seeks your companionship. Now there arises a new line, one of loftier order. These are the words in which you proclaimed it, and of this new generation you are guardian. The reality of love, the reality of death, one and the same. The young were aware of it, and these two never once perceived that death was already near them in the room. Was it still possible to arouse them to real knowledge of this sort? They had to be waked, to become aware, and it seemed almost impossible to do. One could merely answer, Lucius, that was something I once happened to write, but believe me, I have proclaimed nothing. I have only felt of the crag. Perhaps I have been hurled from it. I am not sure. You torment yourself, and you want to hide this torment behind riddles. This sort of thing is not good for men, said Plautius. The darkness is not good. And he drew his toga tighter about him, as if he were chilly. It is difficult to express, Plautius, and maybe not only because of my weakness, maybe there are altogether no words for ultimate reality. I have made my poems abortive words. I thought them to be real, and they are only beautiful. Poetry arises from twilight. All that we do or make stems from this same obscurity, but the voice of reality has need of a deeper blindness than that of the cold realm of shades, deeper and higher. Aye, it goes deeper, and for all that it is brighter, and for all that it is brighter. Whereupon Lucius said, it is not merely a matter of truth. Even a simpleton speaks truth, is able to enunciate the naked truth. Truth, in order to be effective, must be tamed, and therein lies its real harmony. How many a one speaks of the madness of the poet? And he looked over at Plautius, who by chance was nodding. But the poet is the very man who possesses the gift of taming his own madness and guiding it. Truth, its terrible madness, the calamitous within truth. The voices of the women had been naked, naked as the truth that they were compelled to announce, nevertheless evil. I disagree, insisted Lucius. Truth, when tamed, is no madness, much less a calamity. Truth, the truth in blindness, the flat truth, without good or evil, without height or depth, the naked truth of the eternal return into the realm of Saturn, nevertheless lacking in reality. Oh, Lucius, to be sure, but it is not poetry which is able to enunciate this purest form of reality. Poetry does not possess the discrimination, nor I. I have merely groped, merely stammered. The fever crept on. Now it was in his chest, and his voice failed, stifled by a rattle. Not the first step taken, stammering, groping, even less than this, no purity. You may call it stammering or groping if you like. Lucius spoke very softly and with unwonted warmth. It was always harmonious, and therefore enunciation at its purest. In spite of all this, now you need the doctor, decided Plautius. It is more than high time, so we are leaving. Later we shall return to you. Dark, heavy, soundless, it rushed through him. The dismay was there again. They would leave without having understood. They meant to come back. Would it not have become too late by that time? First, they must be convinced. They must realize it at last. Oh, unable to be awakened from its twilight state, the human soul lay encompassed by evil, and wrestling with his cough, he brought out hoarsely an almost inaudible cry, You are my friends. I must have clean hands. From beginning to end there must be purity. The Aeneid is unworthy, without truth, only lovely. You are my friends. You will burn it. You will burn the Aeneid for me. Promise. Plautius's face, into which he was staring, remained heavy and mute. It became filled with love and scorn. This was distinctly seen in the ruddy, liver-spotted flesh stippled by the blue-black beard. Love could be seen in the eyes and gave him hope, but the lips remained silent. Plautius, promise. Plautius had begun to pace the room again. He walked back and forth steadily with long steps, his abdomen expanding the folds of his toga, a wreath of grey hair bristling around the bald spot at the back of his head, and as many fleshy persons are wont to do, he held his arms slightly bent and his fists doubled up. Yet in spite of his 60 years, he was the very picture of ebullient life. As though to demonstrate the needlessness of a hasty answer, the waking continued for quite a time before Plautius terminated it, and condescended to reply. Listen, Virgil, he said with all the adult firmness that his voice was careful to assume when giving an order. Listen, you have plenty of time. I see no hurry. The firmness with which this assurance of no hurry was tendered could not be gainsaid. It promised protection by its very intimidation, just as it had always done, and the command to recover his courage was as incontrovertible as ever. He bowed before this command, and he enjoyed doing it, although he could scarcely have done otherwise, and with the restored relief his speaking had again become calmer and easier. It is my last request, Plautius, that you and Lucius burn the Aeneid immediately. You cannot refuse me this. Oh, my Virgil, how often must I assure you that there is plenty of time ahead for you and for us. Therefore, You have time, and to spare for ripe deliberation of your project. But watch yourself while you are about it. Yet, in contrast to his admonition to be deliberate, his hand in its impatience was already on the doorknob. A farmer who wastes or destroys seed corn isn't worth much. And then, together with Lucius, who, venturing neither opposition nor interruption, seemed no less intimidated, he disappeared from the room. There followed a somewhat rude closing of the door. Enriched, yet robbed, yes, so they had left him alone. The scornful and well-meaning friend had bestowed calmness upon him, and taken away his anxiety, but beyond the anxiety something more had been taken away, a piece of himself, as it were, and it seemed to him that Plautius had expelled him from adulthood, and had turned him again into a child, thrown him back into the plan-forgetting callousness with which they had both been seized as youths in Milan, and from which Plautius alone had had the wit to extricate himself. Oh, he felt himself plunged back so completely into the unfinished, that it would have seemed quite natural to him if his friend had taken the Aeneid upon his strong shoulders and borne it away together with the anxiety. Was the chest still standing there untouched and well locked, or was this merely a delusion? It almost seemed wiser not to make sure. This was the state of defenselessness and of felicity, but it was also shame, and it was all the more shame because this strange belittlement of himself had just happened in front of Lysanias. For, most amazingly, though not surprisingly, the boy was sitting exactly as he had sat there in the night, and in the self-same easy chair. Was it possible? Is possible that the chair could suddenly offer room for a second occupant? Just a moment ago Plautius had been sitting there too. Truly it would have been more desirable and even more fitting had Plautius never set foot in the room. The boy reclined there, gracious in forgetfulness, sorrow-freed and sorrow-freeing, and sounding afar was the sunny sea. If one peered at it closely, one could see that the face was that of a hobbledehoy, and nimble peasant lad, and on looking still more closely, it appeared full of dreaminess and quite lovely. On the boy's knees lay the rolls of manuscript from which he had read aloud during the night, and as if he had only been waiting for an invitation, the boy began to read. To fold the portals of sleep, and twofold 'tis said in their nature, one of them fashioned from horn releases the true vision skyward, carven from elephant's tusks, the other is gleaming and candid. Through this, however, the spirits are sending up false apparitions, sage in his discourse and counsel, Anchises his son, and the Sibyl leads to this place, and releases them both through the ivory portal. Straightway Aeneas repairs to the ships, and meets there his comrades, skimming the shore in an even course to the bourne of Caheta. Anchor is dropped from the prow, the sterns lie at rest on the seashore. This was what he had composed in honor of Caheta. He recognized the section. Caheta is soon to be buried, Caheta the nurse. Now that Aeneas is back from below, matured, resurrected, the speech proceeded with surprising ease, as if the air had become more fluid. Was it not your path, O Virgil, that which was trod by Aeneas? You too pressed on in the darkness, pressed on for the homecoming journey, there where the moonbeams quivered in light on the ebbing sea. Yea, I was driven toward darkness, yet it was not of my willing, pressing on ever within it. I pierced at last to its womb, yet I did not dive under. Stony the cave that I found. No river ran through it. Beyond all my search was the lake in the cavern of night's staring eye. Plautia I saw, but I found not my father, and she also vanished. No one was waiting to guide me. I foundered without resurrection. Then came the voice, then I heard it. Now there is light, and now it is you who are leader. Driven by self and by fate, there was no question of leading, scarcely a guide for myself, and still less a guide for the others. Wherever you may have been driven, that was the path that you showed us. Was it then I who discovered the way through the night's howling alleys? Was it not rather you? You alone constantly led us. You shall remain as our leader, linked to your side forever. It seemed that I ran on before you, and though oft from your sight I have vanished, I return into you again, called back by you to the timeless lapse of that era whose tranquil leader you are. At this he had to smile. Leader of men, to be general, priest, or sovereign, once was the wish of a boy, and this boy now put it in words. Had Plautius not actually turned him into a boy again? Lysanias, however, spoke on. Henceforth no general shall lead us, no monarch shall lead us henceforth. Even the verse cannot lead us in times when great issues are stirring, ranging freely within them, leading us onward and onward. The purposeful deed shall rule us, the deed bent on purity. More light came into the room. The air was floating more freely, serener the godly breath. Likewise, as if they were close as the sought-for fulfillment, far strands were gleaming in sunlight, and inaccessible copses resounded in songs that were sun-filled, songs from a mouth always singing, the shimmering daughter of soul. See you, Lysanias, that eye gold streaking the violet heaven? Noon it is, waking and peering, and in his innermost glances there are the traces of night. Pathway and goal was Apollo. He led you on earth as the sunlight. Behold, even now he is with you under the guise of the day. Gold in the glance of Apollo. His threatening bow shines in silver. Knowledge of him comes like radiance, radiant the death it evokes. One are they both in radiance, his word and his arrow celestial, winging by virtue of oneness back to their source divine. Oh, even to him is hidden the wellspring of the glance, night as she reposes in the glance of the god himself. He alone struck by the arrow, he alone pierced by the light, may see the dark veils tear asunder, so that, with failing eyes still peering already in blindness, he may see in a single glance the primal dome of oneness, the dome from which he sprang as he fathoms, beginning and ending, this being of night and of light. Unconquerable sun, a murmur sounded, and he saw that the slave was again in the room. Unconquerable, though still obeying the father, the ram's-horned father of day, Jupiter, who holds fast the fate of the gods in his mighty hands, which scatter the lightnings. Jupiter, fate bidding and fate bidden in one, the Chronide, who bound by his own kingship, never escapes Cronus. Yet the curse of shifting mastery, yielded or filched, one from another, expends itself at last. Thus spoke the slave. If in the chain of divine generation there appears one whom a virgin has borne, as the first one not in rebellion, he enters into the Father, and the Father into him. They are united in spirit, eternally three in one. Are you Syrian? Are you Persian? They brought me here from Asia as a child. It was a dryly polite answer, and the man's face, which but a moment since had been open to the sun, was impenetrably transformed into that of the servant. How was that possible? The occurrence seemed in his way to be cut off. Lysanias seemed no longer to be present, and it was becoming harder to breathe. Who are you? I am a room slave in the exalted house of Augustus. May the gods protect him. Who taught you your religion? The slave honors the gods of his master. And the religion of your ancestors? My father suffered a slave's death on the cross, and I have been separated from my mother. This was the grim torment rising in tears. Oh, these were tears clouding the sight, painfully compressing the chest, tears from an immeasurable sea out of which humanity is constantly resurrected. But the face of the slave remained unmoved, blank and shut it lay above the abyss. A few minutes passed. Can I be of help to you? Sir, let not your kindness so condescend. I glory in my lot, I need nothing. Still you came. I was ordered to do so. Was the slave actually just a tool? Had he been ordered to keep silent before the guest because guests must find out nothing? Impenetrable was the attitude of a human being when cast down to being an orphan. A cold mantle was flung around his soul, hiding layer after layer of horror, and a slave was a being terribly lonely and orphaned. Had this one been sent here to rob him of the Aeneid as well as the boy, and in so doing to turn Lysanias too into an orphan? The chair in the alcove was empty, and the hand that stretched out after the vanished one encountered nothing, was unable to rescue him from an orphan's fate. Thereupon his cry became one of horror. "You have frightened him away!" "If I have erred, sir, condemn or condone it, for the fault was not intentional. I was pledged by my task to help you and to be at your command." Still his mistrust was not allayed. "Are you his substitute? Have you been ordered to relieve him? Have you taken over his name?" "Oh, sir, a slave owns nothing. He has no name. He bears his fetters nakedly. Whatever you choose to call me, that is my name." "Lysanias?" It was a question, but conjured by his name, Lysanias was again in his place. He reclined in the alcove seat, and instead of the slave, it was he who answered quickly, "Always yourself you were seeking, but 'twas I whom you discovered, and as you found yourself, then you have sought for me." Sought for, oh, source. Oh, again the lostness asserted itself. Wellspring after wellspring opened up, the place of memory, the unbordered abyss of the past, wreathed about by the world snake, redolent of happenings never beheld. And from the shuttersome snaky coils never lost, yet ever remembered, Cronus, the earliest Titan, extricated himself, the first to stamp upon the earth with thundering feet. And in the turmoil of memory the answer of the slave was to be heard. He who chooses a name for himself rebels against fate. Sought for, oh, sought for, the Titan had been overthrown, and tribes of heroes, tribes of men serving the gods, generation after generation in endless succession, were trained for duty, were trained for death. They forgot the blood of the Titans until suddenly it welled up anew, and the tardy descendant, born large and terrible, to be a Titan, stamped through the fields of creation, as his ancestor had done, crying out to heaven in sudden recollection of the once committed crime, so stricken by memory that he chose to wreak a horrible revenge for the murder of his ancestor, whom he felt within himself. He clambers upward to blind the light god, to overthrow the reigning father god, and just as he is about to succeed in tearing the spark of fire from the eye of God, Jove again proves victorious, hurling back the Titan, stretching him out upon the stony ground. Thereupon duty continues to reign, and, guided by Soul's own hands, the fire wagon rolls onward, bearing the shining archer defended by his blow, on through the heavenly pavilion day after day in the zenith. And surrounded by light, the slave spoke on. "Though you intended to call me, yet I have never been summoned. Imposed though I was upon you, yet you are bound to accept me because of my service to you." Sought for, oh, sought for. The Titan had fled, but left behind in the futile flight a spark from the snatched fire flared up into spheres of unnumbered stars. And even though the Titan had not succeeded in obtaining the divine bow, even though he had not been able to turn it against the Father, making himself thereby into his own ancestor and bringing time to a standstill, so that coming generations might be delivered from force, and one's own name become immortal, acquitted of duty as he who bears it, though it had not succeeded, yet henceforth the spheres remained reconciled within the starry spaces, reconciled to the stellar mandates, as were duty and force and death. And now the boy spoke again. "I am Lysanias, Virgil, and as your life began, sorrow freed and guarded in childhood, your mother, dispelling sorrow, took you naked and smiling into her arms." And the slave continued, "I remain nameless, Virgil, however you choose to call me. Vast is that which is nameless, ever naked about you hovering, so that it may enfold you nakedly at the end. Sought for, O homecoming, end joined to beginning, beginning to end. The gods were reigning, the gods reign on, apportioning duty, And thus it was commanded by the light lavishing God, comprehend death while still in life, so that it may illumine your life. Only for him who presses on to the sources, how exploring is remembering the gods, remembering and more than remembering the region of roots before the beginning. Only for him who so remembers will the end be turned into the beginning. And he bethought him of every future, buried in the depths of the past. Only he who retains what is fleeting restrains death in what has passed. Unbounded the abyss of yore, unbounded and nameless. The muses serve death. They serve it like vestals guarding the holy fire, Apollo's golden light. And something in the countenance of the boy and that of the slave brought up the long-lost past, life, the magnificent entombing death, and with it came a realization of truth, and he knew the love within love, its meaning stripped of madness, its truth, the ultimate protection from madness, love retrieved from nothing, transformed but still love, great in its reality, the miracle, O homecoming, was it the slave, was it the boy? The former was again declaring, even if now I approach you, you who have always contained me, know it is only to aid you, but never again to compel you. Then quoth the boy once more, but in a higher voice, something invisible led you, transforming its own to your service. Yet having now come so far, you are set free of its guidance. Searching you came upon that which likewise was searching for you. Sterner came the answer, yet it was also a comfort. Nothing of earth can remain for him who is destined for service. Possessing himself, he owns nothing, no name for his own, no desire. Bacco forced back into childship, fate is beyond his possession, yet with each fresh denudation he comes closer to all that is living. He only who bears his chains naked is given this simple assurance, grace will descend upon him who is humble and ready to take it. Then if he weeps in contrition, the miracle holds back no longer. Reduced to the state of a child, he is first to behold the light. Like the sound of a single voice, the voices were interwoven, weaving a double-toned cadence, the voice of the boy ringing clear. One and the same are they, coming hence and then going hither, childship of the beginning, childship of the end, childship fled into love. Yet like an echo of tears from a sphere surrounding sorrow, followed the words of the slave. Drudging in vilest enslavement, having no father to name us, lacking the care of a mother, claiming no past in our history, lacking a zeal for the future, orphan to orphan in fetters we form the band of all bondsmen, forged in a chain never-ending, stripped of a fate, though we be yet chosen by fate, for the blessing of knowing in brother the brother. Humanity is naked whenever it emerges, naked its beginning and naked is its end. Naked the bonds of duty rasp on the bruised flesh, yet even the Titan is naked, and naked is his courage. And when he opposes the Father, it is done without weapon or shield, nakedly burning the hands which grasp at the stolen fire, bearing it naked to earth. Oddly in tune with the boy, as if each one were answering the other, both having one thing to say, and both of them speaking, the slave added, 'Twas with the aid of arms that the first of the line was slaughtered. Murder is always repeated with the clattering might of arms, suppressing men to be slaves. Man roots himself out of the earth, himself the slave of the weapon. He lets creation be shattered, letting the glowing embers die down and grow torpid and cold. He shall be first of all heroes, who lets himself be disarmed. Weapons ring out through your song, yet not grim Achilles finally wins your love, but rather the pious Aeneas. Weaponless are we slaves, brought low without arms to defend us, but as we bide without weapons, our tomb opens up of itself. Torpor relaxes for our sake, the stone itself yields to our hand. Weaponless shall be the end, the beginning anew without weapons, when from the nocturnal stone the god mildly mounts toward the zenith, creation transformed into childhood. For you have beheld us, Virgil, and in looking you saw the fetters, weeping the while you looked. You saw the new time arising, saw the beginning anew that is destined to bring spring from our tears. Thus spoke the other, and impenetrably became again the servant who stands ready for service. Virgil, you saw the beginning, but you are not the beginning. Virgil, you heard the voice, but you are not yet the voice. Yet that voice, the heart of creation beating you felt. Yet that heart is not you. You are the eternal guide who himself does not reach the goal. Immortal you shall be, immortally the leader. Not quite here, but yet at hand. Your immortal lot withstanding every turn of time. You bear the chain with us, but from you, O Virgil, it is already softly lifted. Then it became still, and they listened all together. They listened, the three of them, to the unfolded light, and the light was like a rustling that seemed to come from the cornfields, the golden rustling of sunny rain, gentle and strong, unspeakably proclaiming the unlost, the unlosable, the voice of annunciation. The day song was floating brightly above the darkness. Then said the boy, lifting his hand, "Behold the star, behold the guiding star." There stood the night star in the midst of the violet, sunny sky, and glowing softly the star moved eastward. Prostrated for prayer, his face pressed to the ground, remaining motionless at first, then rising to a kneeling posture with arms upraised. Swaying gently back and forth upon his knees, the slave began his prayer. "Thou most unknown, most inconceivable, most inexpressible, thou who reignest infinitely, thou proclaimest thyself through thine eye, glancing down blindingly, overpowering in its brightness, though but a shadow of thy hidden being, a gleam from thy obscurity, the reflection of a reflection, and my eye, my glance, a further shadow thrown by the reflection of thy reflection. This further reflection dares to lift itself to that of thine, not that it may rest in thee, but only that painfully it may return to expectation. Lion and bull are ranged at thy feet, and the eagle soars unto thee. Thine eye is thy voice, and thy brow lowers with thunder. None can compel thee, neither he who bears off the fire, nor he who masters the bull, nor he who makes himself into an ancestor. None can compel thee, for thou sendest out to salvation him who does not oppose thee. And in the glow of the mission, childlike, the star releases itself from thy brightness, and at thy bidding wanders back there where thou hast tarried, and will tarry again with the breaking of day. Thou hast created me for death, and I am cast in death's shape. But when thou created me, thou most invisible in utter invisibility, thou created along with me the homecoming. And when the star lowers itself, then thou, most nameless in utter namelessness, callest out the name which thou takest on to wander as mortal, to die as mortal, visible to the earthbound in thy second shape, in which thou wilt again arise to thyself, transformed back into thine own light, the star once more, sun enfolded to a single eye. Then permit me the least shadow of thy namelessness, the slave of slaves, then permit me to share in thy name, in thy countenance, in thy radiance, O most unknown, most invisible, most inexpressible, to whom I belong, and whom I praise today and forevermore." And now there arose the noon wind, the fervent breath-kiss of life, scarcely perceptible. It came drifting from the south, a soft flooding undulation, the breath-sea of the world, which daily floods its banks, a waft of the self-completing, never-completed cycles of time above, which the constellations circle, breath of ripening earth, of the olive trees, of the grapevine, of the wheat fields, breath of care and simplicity, breath of the stables and the pressed fruit, breath of communion and of peace, breath of country after country, of field after field, breath of loving, serving labor, breath of midday, O mighty noon, sacredly brooding over the world and the universe, as though the wheels of the sun-wagon were standing still at holy rest in the zenith. The hanging lamp swayed lightly in the breeze, its chains clinking silverly. When human life does not suffice, it suffices for nothing. O memory, O homecoming, and in the most unknown, the most invisible, in the most unutterable, in remotest divinity, there ruled one whose shadow was the light, always sensed, never known, the most unnameable, the utterly hidden. Was it not he whom the peasant shudderingly honored, believing that he dwelt in the primal woods of the Capitoline? No statue was erected to him, none could be erected. Symbol of himself was he, although he had announced himself in the symbol of the voice. Oh, open your eyes to love, and high above the breath of the noonday song which kept flooding in, warm and full of the anxious love of men for the earth, full of the fearful love of earth for men, the star of night took its wandering course, it also a symbol of the unnameable love that longed to descend in order to lift the earthbound into likeness with the sun. Thus the midday rested in the breath from above and below. The span of the fiery wagon rested, the wheels were at rest, and soul was resting. Was this happiness that he felt? He did not know, and he scarcely wanted to know. Surely it was hope, a hope so exceedingly strong that, like a strong light or a strong tone, it became sheerly unbearable, so that when motionless occurrence came suddenly to an end, it appeared to him as a solace. Nor did he know how long it had actually lasted, yet as it ceased, as the noontide was again set in motion, and the glittering wheel started turning again, as the span again resumed its course, and the wandering star was suddenly no longer in the sky, the door into the room opened, as if to give passage to the fleet-footed boy escaping at that very moment, but in reality opening because it had been clicked open by a somewhat portly, full-bearded man who now stood in the doorway with a friendly smile, as though presenting himself as a cause for rejoicing. His arm raised in greeting, paying no heed to the boy scurrying past. It was not difficult to recognize this man as the expected physician. His demeanor, his looks, his whole effect made that clear, particularly his full short-cropped, well-groomed scholar's beard, its blondness spun through with silver threads as though artificially inserted to inspire confidence, like the silver threads of age, and had any doubt existed, it would have been entirely dispelled by the attendants armed with instruments who followed after him with more pomp, if that were possible, and every qualm would have been silenced by the worldling's professionally delighted welcome, which came readily and smoothly from the ringleader's smiling lips. I counted on a recovering patient, but I find one who has recovered. Yes, that you do. It was said more quickly and with more conviction than he could have expected of himself. Nothing can be more pleasing to a physician than to find his diagnosis confirmed, and the more so when this comes from such a great poet. However, if you declare yourself well only to evade the physician, now what does your Menalcas say? Thou shalt not escape me today. Whither thou callest, there shall I appear. The blandness of the court physician was not agreeable, even though no patient is able to draw back from the secret charm of the medico, but a real country leech would have been preferable. One could have talked to him in all sorts of things, of all sorts of things. Now the thing to do was willy-nilly to come to terms with the one who was here. I am not escaping from you, but for the rest, forget the poem. Forget the poem? If your appearance didn't contradict it, I should believe that it was the fever speaking out of you, Virgil. No, neither shall you escape me, nor shall I ever forget your poem. Our ancestors are much too closely related for that. Hippocrates and Theocritus both came from Cos, and so I flatter myself that I am somewhat related to you. I greet you as a relative. I am Charondas from Cos. This was said with an emphasis that befitted a famous name. Oh, you are Charondas, so we are not teaching there any more. There will be many to deplore that. It was not a reproach. At most it was the astonishment of one for whom teaching had always been a high goal impossible of attainment. However, he had touched a sore spot in the conscience of the court physician, who started to defend himself. It was not at all for the revenues that I obeyed the summons of Augustus. Had I been keen on riches, I needed only to continue treating my wealthy patients, of whom there were certainly enough, but who thinks of riches when it comes to serving directly the sacred person of Augustus. And it seems to me that being in the center of state affairs in which I can participate, I can accomplish something beneficial for science and for the welfare of the people, perhaps even more than I could as a teacher. We shall be building cities in Asia and Africa. That is where a clinical advisor is indispensable. To give one instance out of many, Of course, this did not and does not prevent me from feeling real pain at giving up my vocation as teacher. All in all, there have been years in which I have trained more than 400 students. And while he was holding forth about himself with this sort of chatter, half in candor, half in vanity, in the attempt to establish a friendly intimacy, he had seated himself on the bed, so that by the help of a sand glass reached to him at his signal by one of the assistants, he could count the pulse. But now, keep quiet, we shall be through in a moment. The sand in the glass trickled thinly, smoothly, inaudibly, uncannily, as it were, with swift slowness. The pulse means nothing. Wait, you may speak in just a moment. The sand glass bent itself. Now, it does not seem quite so important to me after all. Of course, we've been taught the importance of the pulse by Herophilus. The great Alexandrine, how much more he would have been able to accomplish had he joined the school at Cos. Well, that's a long time ago, but as to your pulse, far be it from me to insist that it is bad, but taken as a whole it could be much better. That signifies nothing. I am a little weak from the fever, and that always affects the pulse. I am quite easy on that score. I still know a few things from my medical studies. I haven't quite forgotten them. Professional comrades make the worst patients. There I really prefer poets, and not only on the sick bed. And how about your cough? And your sputum? The mucus is bloody, but that is bound to be. The secretions are getting back into balance. With all respect for Hippocrates, how would it be if you forgot to mix the art of medicine and the art of poetry for a while? Yes, the art of poetry deserves to be forgotten. I should have become a physician. I am quite ready to change places with you, as you are well. I am well, I shall get up at once. Again it was as if someone else spoke out of him, one who was really well. In no time the physician had lost his man-of-the-world expression, the impartial proficiency which had been so disagreeable. The eyes in the smoothly cushioned, smiling face, dark eyes with a golden glint in them, became sharp and observant, yes, almost worried. And the almost jolly conversation was incompatible with the look that accompanied it. I am really and truly glad that you consider yourself in perfect health, but make haste slowly, cautions Augustus in cases such as these. Also in convalescence there are gradations, and it is for your physician to decide how far you have climbed the ladder of convalescence. The searching glance, the jolly talk, all this was disquieting. You really mean that my convalescence may already have gone too far? What you really mean is that what I felt was an all too complete convalescence? You mean it is euphoria, do you not? Ah, Virgil, if that were so, I should wish you a very long-lasting and prolific euphoria. This is no euphoric condition. I am well. I want to go down to the beach. Well, I'm not going to send you directly to the beach, but very soon to the mountains instead. Had I been with the Augustus in Athens, I should have had you go at once to Epidaurus for the cure. Be assured I should have insisted on that. Now we must make the best of it here, as far as possible, but nothing is impossible when both patient and physician have set their minds on getting well. How about your morning meal? Do you feel any hunger? I wish to remain abstemious. That's all that is needed. Who is the house slave here? We shall begin with some hot milk. Let the house slave be off to the kitchen. The slave, who had remained at the rear of the attendants, his face blank, made ready to carry out the order. Not he. He is not to leave here. He is to prepare my bath. Today there will be no bathing. Even though we may be glad to try out the baths later, what Cleophontes taught 200 years ago as to the effect of bathing is still valid today. The nature of human beings does not change, and a truth once found remains a truth, notwithstanding the new remedies that we are now blessed with. In these things, as far as I know, old Asclepiades was also a follower of Cleophontes. This interpolation called out the expected and even hoped-for resentment, although it sounded quite restrained. Yes, that old fox from Bithynia, who acts as if he had taken over water, air, and sun as his own exclusive domains, whereas I, as a young doctor, when the reputation of Asclepiades had barely started, had already achieved marked success with my bath, and rest cures. Of course, I respect him. And though it is not entirely improbable that even then he had got wind of my successful healings, I stand by my view that we physicians are here to cure our patients, and that arguments as to who was first to succeed ought to be strictly forbidden as undignified displays of professional jealousy. A physician needs only let his experiences mature. He has no need of noisily affirming the priority of his discoveries, which, alas, is the custom of so many people. 20 years ago I could have written a treatise on the effect of baths, and I did not do it. How much harm has been done, for instance, by just this old Asclepiades, with his writings on the effect of wine. One might be bold enough to say that he needs his bath cures only to rectify the harm that originated from his wine cures. The speech ended in clear, smooth laughter. It was as if the surface of one laughter struck with mirror-like smoothness on the surface of another, in order to filch and retain a bit of it. May one infer from that you would never prescribe wine? In sensible quantities? Why not? Only I have no intention of turning my patients into tipplers. That is where Asclepiades is essentially wrong. Well, let us skip that, for you are to have neither wine nor a bath, but just some hot milk. Milk as a medicine? It makes no difference whether you call it breakfast or medicine, unless you desire something else. Milk was to be poured into him as if he were a child. Even the physician wanted to reduce him to a child. One must rebel against this. It was imperative. The night was not a good one. It was very hot. The fever-dried fingers moved themselves almost automatically in order to demonstrate visibly their craving for water. I have need of a bath. But the rebellion came to nothing. The slave had hurried off without noticing the suggestion. Was he a traitor? Oh, the beaker had disappeared from the table, and the boy had certainly been frightened off. The fingers continued their automatic unbridled play, and the ring was pressing as though it were suddenly too small. Why did this have to happen? Why had they not let him alone with those two? Why did they constantly hurl him back into this people-filled loneliness? Even the commode had been moved away. I have to cleanse myself, and I need a bath. Certainly you have to be cleansed, and not only you, but this room as well, for the Augustus, as he ordered me to tell you, intends to greet you here in his own person, and very soon at that my assistants will wash you presently with tepid vinegar. This meant giving up all resistance. The Augustus will be welcome. Let them get everything in readiness. We are all ready at it, my Virgil. But first, take this medicine. And a glass with a transparent liquid was handed to him by the doctor. The liquid appeared unsafe. What is it? A decoction of pomegranate seeds. That is harmless. Absolutely harmless. It is used only to make the stomach capable of absorbing food again, after a strenuous night, such as you have behind you. This seems to me an urgent necessity. The drink had a cleanly bitter taste. The guest must conform to the customs of the house, and I too must subordinate myself. Whoever has erred must subordinate himself. Whoever is ill must accustom himself to subordination. That is the first request that a doctor must make. Every illness is an error. Of nature. Of the patient. Nature doesn't make mistakes. Lucky that you do not think it an error of the physician. Just the same, he becomes a co-sinner by his help. He is a false bearer of salvation. Truly, I shall take that upon myself, Virgil, all the more as you yourself are thinking of becoming a doctor. Did I say that? That is what you said. I have always been ill. The false bearer of salvation has always been in me. I have always erred. You may really have studied the writings of our honored friend Asclepiades all too closely, my Virgil. Why? Well, his doctrine, that it is possible to avoid every sort of illness by a proper conduct of life, has an unmistakable resemblance to your theory that errors materialize as illnesses. With all due reverence, I dare to call this nonsense and absurdity that comes close to a belief in the medicine of magic. And that is no wonder in the face of the moving atoms that, according to Asclepiades, are thought to be wandering about in the human body. Are you so opposed to magic, Charondas? Is there any healing at all without magic? I almost believe that we have only lost the veritable magic. I believe in the love conjurations of your enchantress, those that bring back Daphne's. Oh, Virgil. How wonderfully forgotten things emerged. Daphne's, the eclogue of the enchantress. Had he not sensed even then that any magic was preceded by love? That all evil, all error, could be identified as a lack of love? Whoever did not love was stricken by illness, and only he who was reawakened to love was able to recover. O Carandus, every doctor who possesses real healing magic frees his patients from their errors, and even you do this, though you are often unaware of it. I want to know nothing of it because I cannot see illness as error. Even animals and children fall sick, and surely these do not commit errors. This also, without wishing to detract from his importance in other matters, is something that Asclepiades has not gone into thoroughly. Reduced to a child, reduced to an animal, brought low by illness, and because of illness retreating deep into a region, the borders of which lay even deeper than those of the animal kingdom or those of childhood. O Carandas, the animal in particular is ashamed of its illness and hides itself. It is true that I am no veterinarian, Virgil, but insofar as I know my patients, most of them are quite proud of their illnesses. This was said a little aside, because the business of combing his beard would not permit interruption, since a court physician must be in fine form for Caesar's expected visit, and therefore he had taken out a hand mirror with comb from the folds of his toga, and had posted himself diagonally facing the window to catch the light more advantageously in the mirror, completely devoted to beautifying his scholar's beard, and without interrupting this occupation, with his lower lip shoved upward to tense the skin and causing him to mumble, he continued aloud, "The sickness pride of the patients is only surpassed by the healing vanity of the doctors." This was certainly true. There is no shame of illness so great that it leaves no room for the vanity of illness, an arrogant, sacrificial vanity which thinks to have rounded off an accomplishment because illness annuls the sexual drives, because all desiring and all that is desirable is expunged from the face of the sick, the vanity of self-destruction, and for this reason, or in spite of it, give me the mirror. Later, when we have tidied you up a bit, now you still look somewhat neglected. Permit me my illness vanity, give me the mirror. And when it had been handed to him, it gave him back the long familiar yet strange image of his own face, very repellent and yet commanding, many-layered under the olive-brown unshaven skin, with the ambiguous dark eyes, so undershadowed in black, with the taciturn, shrunken, kiss-weaned mouth. And as he looked into this peering cave countenance, which, as it were, submissively contained all the faces of life, this space abyss of the past, into which one face after another had been flung, taken in and taken for eternity, the face of the mother mirrored in that of the child, even though her light-coloured eyes had not been bestowed upon him. Oh, as he glanced into this chain of faces, he saw the last face which was still to follow, and was already outlining itself, the face of his hope, the face to which he had wished to transform himself by the force of illness, and it was the death face of his father, the face of the dying potter, who had laid his forming hand on the head of the boy, the face that had called out his name. A wonderful assurance emanated from it. The other faces paled beside it, and whether it had been won by one means or another, whether illness had been the right way to achieve it, now that it was attained, seemed almost irrelevant. Doctor that you are, heal me so that I can die. No one is omnipotent. You wrote that yourself, Virgil. I am only able to heal you back to life, and I shall do it too with the help of Esculapius. I shall have a cock kept in readiness for him, with which he can awake you to immortality. Oh, Virgil, you no longer need death to give you immortality, and now we should do better to start washing and shaving so that the Caesar doesn't catch us at it. We are already pressed for time. My hair needs shortening too. Give me back the mirror, Virgil, lest the requests of your vanity increase beyond measure. It is true that your hair has not been treated by a court barber, but for my taste it seems unnecessary to cut it now. The forelocks have to be shorn for the sacrifice. Those are the regulations. Is your fever mounting? Or do you say this only as a concession to magic medicine? If it helps, I am in agreement, for my treatments are not one-sided. I flatter myself that this is one of their assets, so you are welcome to have your hair cut for the so-called sacrifice. But in that case, it is advisable to hurry a little. It was the tone with which one seems to comply to a child's wishes, to coax it into obedience. However, it was all one. Whether the idea of the sacrifice was absurd or not, there was nothing else left but to submit himself, and resistlessly he let them treat him according to the doctor's orders. He was being lifted by skilled hands and carried to the commode, and the doctor was watching over the process as if he were caring for a little child. Now, he heard them say, "Now we would like to move you into the sun for a little while so that you can take your milk in complete relaxation." Thus, wrapped in blankets and sunshine, he sat there in the easy chair near the window and drank the warm milk in sips that ran into the darkness of his body in small waves of heat. The slaves stood next to him in readiness to relieve him of the bowl. But the slave's eyes looked out of the window, stern, rejecting, yet submissive. "Do you see the limping man?" "No, sir, I see no limping man." The room was now filled with activity. The flowers which had hung on the candelabrum, limp and smelling sweetly of decay, were cleared away. The candles renewed, the floor washed, the bed sheets removed. The doctor, again armed with mirror and comb, drew nearer. "Which limping man?" "The night limper." Full of apprehension, searching for something palpable, came a further question. "Oh, do you mean Vulcan? Do you mean him for whom your Aetna song was intended?" The apprehension was quite touching, the effort to understand almost comical. "Oh, forget the poem, Charondas. Do not burden your memory with any of my poems, least of all with this early and unfinished product, which by rights I should do over again." "You want to revise the Aetna song and burn the Aeneid?" The apprehensive lack of understanding with which this was uttered became more and more comical, and yet it might prove worthwhile to take up the theme of the Aetna song again, in order that now, having more knowledge, more earnestness, more perception than formerly, one could spy on the limping smith in the demon-infested iron depths of his smithy, blind from the glare of the underworld, nevertheless able, by virtue of this blindness, the blindness of the singer, to see the splendor of the ultimate heights, Prometheus embodied in Vulcan, redemption in the form of calamity. No, Charondas, I only suggest that you forget both verses, the one as well as the other. Then it was again touching to see how the features of the physician lightened, because it had been possible to construct a bridge of understanding. "Oh, Virgil, though it may be the prerogative of the poet to demand the impossible, memory is not so easily stilled on order." "Oh, Virgil, all that Apollo once sang and Eurotas heard enraptured, all of this was sung by that one." "And the mountains bore the echo unto heaven," added a soft voice from an echoing distance, itself an echo mirroring the vanished voice of the boy. The sounds rose upward toward the echoing heaven, and they were the sounds of the day, the sounds of diligence, the bustle of 1,000 workshops, 1,000 households, 1,000 stores, the fusing, swelling city noises, merged and rife with all smells of the city, rising from it to heaven. The floating rubble of day, which harbored as little anxiety as did the cooing of doves or the chirping of sparrows with which it was mingled. The tile roofs, black striped or entirely black, were filmed in a thin, quavering layer of smoke. Glints of copper and lead, glints of iron were to be seen here and there, shining under the rays of the now paler day star. And in the glare of noon, the heaven had become faded. Without a cloud, its paler azure spread out over the flickering midday world. Should he worry the doctor once again by asking after the star which had vanished into the invisible transparency? Unlosable, even if not to be espied, the star drew on toward the east. It travelled the width of the sky, yet at the same time passing through a region beyond the sky's last dome, submerged in that oceanic mirror in whose abysmal depths the echo of skies and more skies were assembled forever. A drifting star binding the spheres together. Undiscoverable, light's radiant roots were reaching down through every language. Undiscoverable, the branchings of vision were groping up through every language, yet with this piercing ray penetrating man more and more infinitely, he must return with his eyes, and more than his eyes, to his profoundest depths, in order to reach the oceanic abyss of echo from which his image will be flashed back to heaven, aye, farther than heaven, to the eye of the god. Was his labor which he pursued bent toward the ground, in which he must pursue in humility already in a spiral of the depth? Was it that searching care which willed to find the higher image? Did man with his earth-bent labours reach unto the endless depths lying beneath those of the underworld, which are at once those of the highest heaven? Or must he wait until the god pierce him immortally with light's ultimate ray, death dealing ultimate, the god himself entering him, so that with his echo in man might be taken back into his divine being, sinking upward over the majestic steps of the eons, sinking upward to the opened spaces? Oh, where had the star wandered, the star which showed the way? Tucked into the armchair, he blinked up into the colourless flicker. He did it cautiously, as though it were something forbidden, and in this blinking, painful yet compelling, in this blinking, at once passive and active, there emerged, strangely distorted and yet sharply contoured. Was it here? Was it there? An image such as had appeared in the mirror, repelling many-layered, a palimpsest of a face, despite that not a completed face, the refraction of a reflection, rising like a shadow on the deepest surface of the mirror, on the remotest depths of its abyss. Verily it had not been carried thither over the steps of the eons, far rather it seemed to have slunk in through the smallest, meanest door in the background, squinting up like a bad conscience, truly not beaming up. Then the slave, having relieved him of the bowl and disposed of it, remarked, "Sir, protect your eyes, the sun is strong." "Leave that to me," he was reproved by the doctor, who turned thereupon to the group of his assistants. "Has the vinegar water been warmed yet?" "Certainly, master," came the reply from the darkness of the chamber. And so at a nod from the master he was being carried back again into the shadows and put to bed on the couch, but his glance remained fixed on the patch of sky in the window frame, so irresistibly attracted by the brightness that the accompanying words came to him without effort. "He who gazes aloft toward the heaven of day from the depths of a well pit sees it as dark, and he is able to see the stars in it." Immediately the doctor was at his side. "Have you some trouble with your eyesight, Virgil? You need not be uneasy about it. That is not unusual." "No, I have no difficulty in seeing." How blind this court physician must be not to know that one who is in blindness, awaiting his superior blindness, can have no eye trouble. "You said something about stars?" "Stars? Oh yes, I should like to see them once more." "You shall see them still many times. I vouch for that. I, Carandas from Kos." "Ah, really, Carandas? The desire of a patient could hardly go beyond that." "Oh, do not be so very modest. I can promise you still more than that with an easy conscience. As, for instance, that in a few days, yes, I might almost say in a few hours, you will feel entirely well. For after a crisis such as you seem to have passed through last night, and evidently in a most violent fashion, it is customary for a most tempestuous recovery to set in. Actually, we doctors cannot ask for anything better than such a crisis, and in my judgment, which however is not shared by the whole profession, and which, though I am not annoyed by it, has earned me the reputation of an outsider, it is absolutely advisable under certain circumstances to bring about such a crisis by artificial means." "I already feel entirely well." "So much the better, my Virgil." Yes, he felt perfectly well. Stretched out naked on the bed, his back supported by a few pillows which had been placed under him to retard his coughing, he was first being carefully washed with tepid vinegar, then gently dried with heated towels, and the longer this mild alternating game lasted, the more he felt the fevered weariness vanishing from his body. He let his head fall backward over the edge of the pillow, to present his chin and throat to the razors of the barbers working about his head. And this letting go came to be a gentle alleviation, became so as much with the soft, sure gliding of the razor over his stretched skin as with the removal of the heating stubble of his beard, and with the rapid succession of hot and cold compresses which were applied afterwards to his clean-shaven face, this being more than an alleviation, even a pleasant stimulation. However, when this was done, and the barber wanted to attend to his hair, he interrupted him. "First, shorten the hair on my forehead." "Just as you please, sir." The scissors clicked coolly about his forehead. They passed coolly with short, clicking cuts toward the temples, and besides this they clicked in midair because the hairdresser let them open and close with the tremolo of a virtuoso after each snap. And as the aesthetic sense of the hair artist demanded symmetry, the crown and back of the head had to be trimmed before they could begin washing with an emulsion of oil and alkalines, culminating in oft-repeated rinsings with cool water, for which purpose a suitably shaped wash basin had been slipped under his neck. And while this careful sequence was being followed out, the medical assistant busied himself with a careful and skillful massaging of his limbs, beginning with his toes. The head washing was at an end, and the hairdresser asked, "Lily Rose or mignonette scented pomade, sir, or do you prefer amber?" "None of them. Comb my hair, but do not use any pomade." "That woman smells good who smells of nothing," said Cicero, remarked the doctor, although he said many blasphemous things in which he himself did not believe, "and mignonette would be quite wholesome for you." "Mignonette has a soothing effect." "Just the same, Carandas, I should rather not have it." Outside the sparrows twittered, and a blue-gray swelling dove walked along the window-sill, cooing and nodding in the radiance of the light-shedding heaven, opening up from the very core to the opened heavenly light. The doctor laughed. "If I'd forbidden you to have cream, you would certainly have demanded it. Patients of your kind are no novelty for us. One has to know how to cope with you, and to speak frankly, I've had plenty and more than plenty of opportunity to learn how. You see, I am a person who explains his tricks in advance so as to win in the end. Incidentally, you may have to have your way this time, for what you need fundamentally is not a soothing, but rather a reviving of your animal spirits. And I am wondering whether to let you drink a good strong aphrodisiac. Yes, joking aside, I would almost recommend it in your case, considering that our courage to live, our desire to live, our animal spirits are animated, if not entirely, still very strongly, and I may say more strongly than we wish or know, from the lower centers of our organism, from these often quite enjoyable lower centers, to which we doctors must assign a rather important role in the urge to recovery. But you probably know this as well as I, and I only wanted to say that a little more of the will to live and be healthy would do you no harm. I have no need of an aphrodisiac to strengthen my will to live. It is, I believe, quite strong enough in itself. I love life intensely. Do you lack for reciprocal love? If so, you do not quite love enough. I am not complaining, Carandas. No, the will to live was in no need of an aphrodisiac. He who lies down to love closes his eyes. They are closed for him, even as for one who lies down to die by a strange familiar hand. But he who would live, standing up to life, holds his eyes wide open to the sky, to the open light of heaven, from which all desire and will to live is born. Oh, to be allowed to see azure sky again and yet again, to see it tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, for many a year, and not have to lie here with broken, closed eyes, laid out with a clay-brown, stiffened countenance, while outside stretched the bright arc of the azure sky that could no longer be seen, filled with the cooing of doves that had become inaudible. So had that day been bright and blue, so had that day been on which his father had lain on his bier. Oh, to be allowed to live! The hairdresser came equipped with a mirror to let his finished handiwork be admired. Are you satisfied with the cut, sir? Entirely so. I have confidence in you without further examination. You look splendid now, commended the physician, Carandas, evidently highly pleased, tapping his fleshy left palm with 3 fingers of his right hand, by way of applause. Most splendid, and I hope you feel much refreshed as well, for there is no better means of revitalizing the secretions and the pulse than by such a thoroughly careful and workmanlike kneading of the entire body. By right you should already feel the wholesome effects. Indeed, I can already discern it. Outside, the starless opened brightness of heavenly blue was extending. Oh, to be allowed to see it forever, even at the cost of enduring illness and fatigue. Oh, to be allowed to see. How was it that the garrulous physician Carandas could still expect an answer? All the same, he had told the truth, for there really was some refreshment to be felt. even if it was only a kind of refreshed fatigue. It was like a release from fear. The tired limbs were refreshed, fear-freed of their separate existence. Even though under the kneading grips they had become more aware, if that were possible, they had dropped off their ancient fear as if it were no longer an experience, rather only the knowledge of one, something that had happened only in a spectacle, but was no longer in his own body. With all this spectacle was again none other than the body itself. Yes, the body was spectacle and mirror simultaneously, taking in not only the occurrence, but the knowledge of it as well, so that it could be delivered of fear, yet remain in immediate physical proximity, unbroken as anew, a physical awareness, unbroken, no matter how he, the one no longer aware, might lose or be losing himself in any unnearness whatsoever. All was becoming soft. The world pulsed softly, inside and outside pulsing, the tides of day and night pulsing, as well as the great, gently impetuous harmonic order of life, upon whose foundation even the tides flow into one another and are silenced. The bell tone of night merged with the sunny storm of day. Softly the breathing pulsed, and softly, quietly, the breath passed into the rising and falling breast, relaxed and helped by the kneading strokes of a strange, invisible, soft hand, from suffering delivered, with suffering endowed, from awareness delivered, with awareness endowed. This was a re-experiencing of the physical being, enmeshed in a noiselessness which made it seem that of a spectacle seen in reflection, smooth and mute as though transpiring in a mirror. The bustling went on everywhere in the room, directed by the now noiseless voice of the physician. Noiselessly the slaves scurried in and out, strangely feather-light. A basket filled with linen had been brought in, and fresh bedclothes lay suddenly under the weightless, uplifted body. A fresh tunic enwrapped him, fresh flowers wreathed the candelabrum, and their scent mingled with the scent of vinegar, skimming along moist and serene, a trickling fragrance born from the moist drizzle of the wall fountain, the murmuring falling drops of the soul. Strange that there was security, strange the way it unfolded. To be sure, his body on which such care had been lavished was the body of disintegration, but some knowledge of himself as a mirrored spectacle allowed him to preserve his contour. A loose and floating figure sheltered and floating between past and future, peacefully at one with both, itself a mirror, itself a piece, airily identified with the present, held arrested on the breath, gazing at the open sky, and moreover it was as if all of this, everything that was happening here, all this fostering that was going on so noiselessly and swiftly, consisted only of an empty transparency, as though by this means alone a bright, airy and trumpery structure of supports had been set up, a framework that no longer had to support anything except lightness itself. Yes, it seemed as if there had been an exaggerated and almost ghostly expenditure that aimed only at producing a shelter for something which could no longer be sheltered. Nothing that such sheltering could enfold, for what at most might be something very indistinct, very evanescent, perhaps the reflected image of a non-entity, but beyond that it seemed as if this mirrored blur and dissolution, as if this almost intangible, abandoned thing were, in spite of abandoning itself, still to be saved from disintegration, and retained in itself at the last moment, saved as though by a miracle, just as it strove to become separate. And it almost seemed as if it had received form and stature out of an awareness which, though it was only a reflected awareness, was still possessed of enough earthly strength to take the most transparent elusiveness into its sheltering care, and, by virtue of this sheltering, to transform it once more to reality. For even in its furthest reflection, the deed of loving surface had the power to establish reality, and even when, as in this case, it was manifested as a playful reflection, as a pretense of healing that was no longer healing, playfully approaching the portal of death. It was still the invisible substance of the world, which creatively transformed knowing to knowledge, the sheltering into the sheltered, creating the enfolded by the strength of the enfolding. Oh, so transformed, so brought back to earthly creation, that this created world, permeated by a strange sort of accuracy, determined as much by the extraordinary as by the commonplace, became a reflection of this very self that was at the same time a reflection of the human being, a reflection of the inner and outer selves, Was this still his own body that he felt, or was it rather the reflection of his body, or perhaps merely the reflection of his sensibility? In what lay the reality of this peaceful existence which surrounded him and which was himself? There was no answer to be imparted, and none was imparted, but even the not imparted answer was a constituent of this accord, of this concord, as was everything that surrounded him, corporeal and incorporeal, in a single breath, in a single pulse beat, floating between original and semblance, touching neither one nor the other, but rather a symbol of both, floating between things remembered and things that could be seen, their common mirror, and peacefully reconciled to both. If the ethereal present, and in the depth of the mirror, in the depth of the peace, deeply sunk into the present and into reality, shimmered the star on the far dark ground of day's brightness. Why should all this not remain forever? Why should such effortless felicity change? And no change occurred. Indeed, one could have imagined that even the proceedings inside the room, though taking their course, were not subject to change. Nevertheless, they became more significant, more and more extensive, pregnant with the scent of flowers, lifted on the odor of vinegar, the peaceful breath of being lingered on. Yet at the same time it was growing, the harmonious order of the world came to be a whisper charged with warm freshness. This was consummation, and the wonder of it was only that it had ever been otherwise. Now everything was given its proper place, one that might well be retained forever, impetuously, though gently, room and landscape united. The flowers pushed up impetuously in the field. They grew higher than any house, piercing the treetops, and embraced by their branches. Human beings swarmed diminutively among the plants, camping in their shade, reclining against their stems, and were just as ineffably transparent, just as serene as they. The physician, Carandas, who was still standing in the front of the window, he too could be seen yonder in the circle of frolicking nymphs, as with a courteous, critical manner he continued to comb the blonde beard of his obese face, keeping the mirror at hand to reflect everything, mossy springs that rose from an even softer sleep, the greening arbutus, which tremulously tinged the mossy moisture, glowing and drying in the noonday sun. All this was mirrored, the juniper as well as the chestnut tree, heavy with shaggy fruit, and the tiny mirrors on the taut grapes that hung from the ripening wine shoot. These too were mirrored. Oh, mirrored nearness, mirrored buoyance! Oh, how easy it seemed in this reflecting reflection to become one of them, to be one of those yonder, helping to guard the herds, helping to tread the juice-filled grapes in the vaulted stone arbor. Oh, the transparent was becoming transparency, keeping with all its own existence. The skin and clothing of the people were indistinguishable, and the souls of the people participated in the outermost surface as well as in the most invisible, yet somehow visible home depth of the human heart looking out from the pulsing infinity. Somewhere there was meeting without end, alluring by its tender, trepidant longing. The odors of laurel and of blossoms arched across the rivers and floated from grove to grove, carrying with them the gentle salutes of those who communed happily together, and the towns dimming in the distance of light had shed their names so that they were only softly palpitating air. Did the slaves still have the milk at hand, so that, as was proper, a cup of it might be sacrificed to the golden image of Priapus, red glowing gold dipped in milk? Thus it appeared in reflection, surrounded by the river-hemming poplars dedicated to Alcides, by the bacchanalian vine, by the laurel of Apollo, and by the myrtle which is dear to Venus. But elms were bending over the stream and moistening the tips of their leaves, and from out one of their tree trunks stepped Plotya, and advanced across the bridge made by the bending boughs. She sauntered nearer with a light step amid a cloud of butterflies, and noiselessly twittering birds. She strode through the surface of the hand mirror, through the gold gleaming arch of the rainbow, striding through its smoothness which opened and closed itself behind her, stepping along the ivory paths of milk, and stopped a short way off from him, who leaned against the elm branches of the candelabrum. "Plotya hieria," he said with fitting courtesy, as if he had not met her before. She held her head bent as if to greet him. In the dusk her hair shimmered, bestrewn with stars, and despite the considerable distance which lay between them, they clasped hands so closely and fervently that the stream of their joint lives flooded back and forth between them. However, it might still be a delusion, and it was essential to make sure. "Have you come this way by accident?" "No," she replied. "Our destinies were united from the beginning." Their hands were joined, his laid in hers, hers in his. Oh, it could not be distinguished which were his and which were hers. But as he seemed to be as many-branched as the elm, being also able to clasp with playful fingers the flowers and the fruit which were sprouting from the tree, the answer was not quite satisfying, and he had to question further. "But you were born from another tree, and you had to come a very long way to reach this one." "I went through the mirror," said she. And with this explanation he had to be content. Yes, she had come through the mirror. She came through the mirror, which doubled the light, and with double strength the beaming roots pierced down to the source of the destined unity, so that it might pulse up again from the source to a new and united diversity, to a new and manifold unity, to new creation. O lovely surface of the earth, yonder noon and evening seemed to hover simultaneously. The herds wandered with slow ambling tread. Yonder stood the cattle with deeply sunken heads, muzzles and tongues dripping near the trickling water-hole. There under the lush willows, there among the rolling meadows, there in the region of cool springs, there would they wander, hand in hand. Did you come, Plotya, to hear the poem again? Now Plotya smiled a long, slow smile, beginning in the eyes, gliding to the softly shining skin on her temples, as though the tender veins which showed beneath it must also share in smiling, and slowly, quite imperceptibly, it melted to the lips which trembled as if under a kiss before they opened to smile, disclosing the edge of the teeth, the edge of the skull bone, the ivory-colored rocky border of human existence. The smile hovered on, remaining in the countenance, the border smile of the earthbound, the border smile of eternity, and the shimmering silver expanse of sunlit sea came by smiling to be the spoken word. "I want to stay with you always, world without end." "Stay with me, Plotya. I shall never desert you. I shall always take care of you." It was a plea, a vow of the heart, and at the same time fulfillment, for Plotya, without having taken a single step, had come a little nearer, and the outermost branches of the broad elm tree were touching her shoulders. "Stay and rest, Plotya, rest in my shade." It is true this had formed in his mouth, had been uttered by him, and yet seemed to have been spoken from out the branches, conjured out of the branches, which seemed to have been endowed with the gift of speech through contact with the woman. And so it was only right that she nestled her face in the leafy branches and murmured her answer to them. You are home to me, and home your shadows folding me into rest. You are home to me, Plotya, and when I feel your repose, I feel I could rest in you eternally. She had sunk down on the manuscript chest, and notwithstanding her fluid lightness, under which the leather cover of the chest did not bend the fraction of an inch, her hands were so closely and physically linked with his that his fingers were blissfully able to feel her soft features, for she held her face buried in her hands, just as the boy had done. Thus she sat, shrouded in shadows, and a living communion was being bestowed on them, growing out of their hands, growing into something unalterable, though as yet only a sensing breath, anticipatory and rich. But although this communion was so physical, blood and breath melting together, their mutual existence melting into one, nevertheless the slave was able to walk through it, as if he himself, as if both their arms were nothing more than so much air. Did he want to part them from each other? A vain attempt. Their hands remained placed, one into the other, linked into one another, grown into one another, become one forevermore, and even the ring which was on Plotya's finger was the common property of the inseparable hand unity. So it was necessary to rebuke the slave, and Plotya, again covered by his form, undertook to do it. Take yourself off, said she. Go away from us. No death has the power to part us. However, the slave paid no attention to her, and did not get out of the way, but instead stooped to the listening ear. It is forbidden you to turn back. Beware of the animals. Which animals? Might it be the herds, there, near the springs? Might it be the snowy bull, the luckless Pasiphae, who lingered there beside the cows, or the bucks stirring about and mounting the she-goats? Pan's midday quiet lay soundless, lay over the flowering groves, and yet it was already evening, for the fawns had begun their gambols, stamping their hooves, their heavy phalluses stiffly erect. The distant sky over the dense clearing was full of the clarity of evening, and the coolness of evening was wafted hither. Stonily cool the moss-grown moisture trickled within the grottos, the bushes at their entrance filled with nocturnal shadows and the cooing of doves, and over them fell the larger shadow from the mountains, larger and larger. Evening, lovely and poignant in its sweetly fatuous, sweetly exalted simplicity. Was this the reversion? Was this the return? And again Plotya took over the answer. I can never be a memory image to you, Virgil, and though you recognize me, you are seeing me, even now, for the first time. Oh, you are homecoming, turning home without turning back. You will find homecoming only at the goal, which you have still to reach, interrupted the slave, handing him the well-gnarled, copper-studded traveller's staff. It is not fitting for you to halt, and you are no longer permitted to remember. Take your staff, grasp it in your fist, and wander on. This was a vigorous challenge, and had he taken it up, he must have reached, staff in hand, the dark valley in the wilderness of which the golden bough was growing. It was a command of such force that it would have compelled obedience forthwith, had not the staff remained most miraculously in the light hands of Plotya, out of reach of the slave, and this also was like the delight of a first memoryless recognition. It was like the first recognition by a woman. Oh, Plotya, your destiny is mine, since you recognize me in it. Falsehood, said the slave, sternly making a shadowy effort to wrest the staff from her. It is a falsehood. The fate of the woman lies in the past, but that of you, Virgil, lies in the future, and no one who is the prisoner of the past can ease it for you. The warning sounded serious, directed as it was against the caressing, flower-like serenity of the incident, and it struck him to the depth of his heart. Destiny of the future that was man's. Destiny of the past that was woman's. They had always been incompatible for him, notwithstanding all his yearning for happiness, and again this incompatibility threatened to rise up as a barrier between Plottia and himself. Where lay reality? Was it with the slave? Was it with Plottia? And Plottia said, "Take my destiny, Virgil, shape my past within you so that it may become our future." "Falsehood," repeated the slave. "You are a woman, and you have followed after many a man limping on his staff." "Alas," sighed Plottia, overcome by such cruel severity, and this short relapse into gentle submissiveness was taken advantage of by the slave to seize the staff and to divide the treetop with it so that the sunlight came in with the painful, hard glare of noon. To be sure, by this means he also frightened off the monkeys, who up there in the foliage were carrying on their lewd game of self-satisfaction, and who now scurried away with shrill screams, which re-established the day's good humor. Every one in the room laughed up at the monkeys, taken unawares, and the physician turned the hand mirror towards them as if to catch again, or at least jeer at, those who had been frightened off by the light. For as the beasts made off through the air, he quoted, "Henceforth let it be the wolf who flees the sheep. Let the rugged oak bear golden apples. Let the narcissus bloom beamingly from the alder. Amber ooze from the bark of the marshy thicket. And Tityrus be like Orpheus singing through the woods. Be like Arion among the dolphins." By this time Plottia had also overcome her discouragement. She pressed herself more fervently into his hands, and her eyes turned upward toward the open light. "Along with the light I can hear your poem, Virgil." "My poem? This also is a thing of the past." "I hear the poem yet unsung." "Oh, Plottia, are you able to hear despair? Despairing is that which is unsung and undone, a mere searching without hope or goal, and its song is nothing but vanity. You search into your own darkness, whose light is forming you, and hope such as this will never abandon you. It will always be fulfilled when you are near me." Instantly, fleetingly, the everlasting future was manifest there. Instantly mirrors' light dipped into mirrors' light. His hands lay upon her breasts, the points of which became harder under his touch. Had she guided his hands? And, captured by the soft texture of her body, he heard her say, "Beyond any poem is the unsung within you. Greater than what is formed is that which forms. It forms you also unattainably far from you, since it is your very self. Yet when you draw near to me, you come near to this self and attain it." Not only her face, not only her breasts took shape in his hands, nay, also her unseen heart, nestling into the caressing embrace, did so, and he asks, "Are you the shape that I have become, the shape of my becoming?" "I am in you, and yet you penetrate within me. Your destiny is growing in me, and therefore I recognize you in the unsung future." "O Plottia, you are the goal, unattainable." "I am the darkness. I am the cave that receives you into the light." "Homeland, that is what you are, undiscoverable homeland." "My knowledge of your being awaits you. Come, you are discovering me." "And your knowledge reposes the undiscoverable, reposes the future." "Tranquilly I carry your destiny, in my knowledge lies your goal." "Then entrust me also with your future destiny, so that I may bear it with you." "I have none." "Tell me also your goal, so that I may seek it with you." "I have none."
"O Plottia, Plottia, how shall I find you? Where, in the undiscoverable, shall I look for you? Look not for my future. Take my beginning upon yourself. Know only that, and the reality of our present will come to be a never-enduring future." O voice, O speech, were they still speaking, still whispering, or had the dialogue already become mute, more comprehensible to them in the transparency of their bodies, spellbound one into the other, their souls become one under the spell of transparency? O soul, living only for the sake of the undone and unsung, for the sake of that future form in which fate shall stamp you. O soul, shaping to immortality, and to this end yearning for a mate in whom to recognize the goal. O eternal timelessness of shared existence, enclosed within the linked hands. Softer became the drizzling waters, softer the fountain, and very softly there whispered in his soul, in his heart, in his breath, very softly there whispered within him and out of him, "I love you. I love you," came back so inaudibly that it seemed only a mute pressure of their hands, and their hands clasped, their souls clasped, he reclining in the branches of the tree, she sitting on the chest. Neither of them moved, neither moved the breadth of a finger from their places, and yet, for all that, they were being brought nearer to each other, because a floating force was at work to diminish the distance between them, drawing together the elm branches garlanded with the half-cut grapes, to a narrowly closed leafy arbor, to a gold-green cave filled with light, and with barely enough space for anyone else. This was like a leafy semblance of the abysmal cave in which had been prepared for the brief oh so brief bliss of Dido and Aeneas. Ah, did it follow that the gold-green foliage was likewise an illusion? Was it to betray him? It shimmered golden, but naught could be seen of the golden bough, not heard of a golden sound coming from the bush. Not heard of a golden sound coming from the bush. Oh, only a moment of actual happiness had been bestowed upon this heroic couple, only a single moment in which Dido's past destiny and Aeneas's future destiny had been allowed to coincide. Faded the image of the past, the love of her youth, Sichaeus, untimely dead, and faded too the image of the future, the mastery of Italy, commanded by the fateful verdict of the gods. Both of them reformed and conformed to one another, to the immortal momentary present of their union, their reality that lasted only for the single moment. This moment, however, already overcast by the many-eyed, many-tongued, many-mouthed, many-winged gigantic figure of Fama, soaring across the night, the terrible figure which frightened lovers apart and drove them into shame. Oh, would the same lot overtake them here? Would this be allowed to happen? Were they not already too closely united, conformed to a last reality, for this to be possible? Ineffable was the smile of Plottia extending across the landscape, almost sad in its serene immobility, and the landscape, having become transparent through smiling, disclosed itself in its maturing, profound with its past, pregnant with its future, becoming ready for procreation, being born and giving birth. Foliage and blossom, fruit, bark, and earth were touching his fingers, and it was always Plottia whom he touched. It was always Plottia's soul that smiled at him across the endless plains of the landscape. But from the tree-tops the voice of Lysanias was audible. "Return home into the smile of the beginning. Return home into the smiling embrace where you found shelter of yore. Do not turn back," came the slave's voice again in mourning, and it was answered in an undertone by the physician, commanding quiet. "Hush! He is no longer able to turn around." And thereafter the landscape became somewhat darker, though it lost little of its transparent serenity, and, not at all troubled by the slight gloom, Plottia's smile remained, infusing a tinge of sibylline smiling into her voice that came out of the landscape as its own speech. "From the beginning I signified the goal to you, never the reversion, and you are nameless to me because I love you. Nameless like a child are you to me, soul about to be. O Plottia, you came to me by your name, and in loving you, your existence became my resolution. Flee, warned the slave in a last, almost frightened importunity. But the branches had been so densely entwined with grapes, had closed to such a dark-shadowed grotto, that flight seemed utterly impossible, and indeed he had no wish to flee. Indeed, he would not have plucked the golden bough if the slave had shown it to him. It was satisfying to love Plottia, assuaging the nearness of her womanly nakedness. Peaceful to send one's glance out across the branches, there to the wood-bounded fields and flowery groves, where no wolf lurks in wait for the herds, no trap is set for the deer, where Pan and the shepherds, where nymphs and dryads are fulfilled in lilting joy, and where the heifer, fearful, yet longing for the bull, sinks down beside the trickling brook exhausted by longing. Nothing fearful, nothing fear-inspiring could be seen. Even the head of the snake, coiled in green, shimmering rings about the tree trunk, was gentle, and its golden glance, accompanied by the delicate darting of its tongue, was familiar, and invited confidence. The life about one was sweet and drowsy. Who would wish to flee? No, he did not want to escape. No, he had taken his resolve, and it was the resolve called love, which was greater than the beloved creature, for it embraced and comprehended in her not only what was visible, but what was invisible as well. Never again shall I flee. Never again shall I flee you, Plottia. Never more shall I leave you. Now Plottia was nearer, and her breath was cool. You are near me. You are the resolution. I await you. Yes, it was the resolution. And of a sudden Plottia's ring could be felt quite distinctly around his finger. Perhaps it had been transferred to him automatically, perhaps put on secretly by her as a tie, a union of sweetness which would never end. For past and future came together in the ring to an unending present, to a constantly self-renewing knowledge of destiny, to a constantly self-renewing birth. You are my reason for homecoming, Plottia. You came and made our present into an eternal homeland. Are you coming home to me, beloved? You are home to me, the home to which I come back and enter. Yes, and it was like a sigh. Yes, it is right for you to desire me. And though at first it seemed amazing that she should say this so baldly, it was still right that she did so. It had to be right, because in desire and its immediacy, past and future, counterbalanced each other. The face itself extinguished in the great smile of love, because this almost rigid immobility, the transparent clarity of the unchangeable lapse was established, and because just this brought about a compulsion, a decidedly sweet compulsion, to call things by their real names. The circumstance was defined by the extraordinary as well as by the commonplace. Both were to be called from a veiled to an unveiled expression, and this applied to him as well. The stream of your being flows to me, Plottia, timeless and eternal, and I desire you intensely. Like a veil she moved a little away from him, or rather she was wafted away. Then send Alexis away. Alexis, in truth, amidst the landscape, pranced about by the stiff-mouthed satyrs, Alexis, with his blonde locks and white throat, was standing near the window. He was standing there in a short tunic and dreaming out into the shimmer, dreaming across to the distant mountains, their peaks sailing about the sun-fog of the horizon, and a pink and white blossoming bough arched over its head. "Send him away," pleaded Plottia. "Send him away. Do not look in his direction. You are holding him with your eyes." Send him away? Could he send away anyone whose destiny, whose future fate, he had taken upon himself, and whom for that reason he loved? If so, he should also have to send away the amorous Cebes, who had meant to be a poet. Was such a thing permissible? Did it not portend the degradation of human destiny to the level of accident? Was it not a transforming of the future into the past? Certainly, in the immediate naked reality of the occurrence. There could be no halting deliberation, and with the same nakedly transparent immediacy, Plautia was urging, "Are not my breasts more desirable than than yonder boy's buttocks?" Alexis, whose sentence was being passed upon him in this way, made no sort of movement, not even when he was softly twitted by the voice of the doctor. "Charming youth, rely not too much on your rosy colouring." Even then he gave no indication that he heard and understood. On the contrary, he gazed still further into the landscape, dreaming toward the flowery groves and the valley, shady in the midday heat, where a blessed shadow was cast by the branches of the holm oaks, softening the air as with the cool of evening. The youth dreamed on into the serene and unmoving transparency, but when Plautia, as if in deep, tender affright, called to the beloved of her body and soul, when she cried, "Virgil," a cry which, despite its softness, was one of terror and also of triumph, the form of the youth vanished, as if absorbed by the sun, dissolved, transformed into ether, and Plautia, with a smiling sigh of relief, looked up. "Tarry no longer, my beloved." "O Plautia, O my love." As if at her behest, the branches had closed to an impenetrable, opaque thicket, and he, drawn by her hands, sank to his knees. He knelt, his hands in hers, kissing the points of her breasts, and floating together, lifted by a floating force, floating on those strong waves of light streaming from the eyes of one into the eyes of the other. They were carried away, lifted up and placed lightly upon the bed, without having disrobed. They were lying there, naked flesh to flesh, naked soul to soul, cleaving together along their quivering whole length, yet motionless with desire, while about them soundless, amidst the heaviness of stars, although felt ever more strongly, the thunder of light rolled in, filling the world, extinguished now the memory of the past, and the future, sweetly extinguished to a chastity devoid of memory. Thus they lay there without stirring, mouth pressed to mouth, and her tongue wagged stiffly like a tree-top in the wind. Thus they lay until her lips, trembling within his, murmured, "We cannot, the doctor is observing us." So the denseness of the shrubbery did not protect them. How was it possible? How could a glance penetrate this thick shade? And yet it was so. Without the green dark foliage having cleared in the slightest, the bed was exposed on all sides, and at the mercy of all glances. The glances were not to be warded off, nor were the scornfully outstretched fingers, most of them adorned with rings, pointing from all sides toward the couch. Neither were the monkeys, grinning in wild glee and throwing down nuts upon them, nor the bleating goats eyeing them askance with looks merry and lewd, while over them floated the enormous shadow of a mocking bat. Oh, not to be warded off, this shadow of Fama, the shadow of her gigantic and terrible form, who announced with malice and blinding contempt the things which had never happened, as well as those which had. They dare not, they dare not. Only Caesar may do so. Oh, not to be warded off the noise, the blare of the many blinding planes of light. And before an explanation could be found for all this, aye, even before he could seek Plautia's glance or loosen his mouth from hers, she too had changed into laughter, gliding along him as stone-cool laughter, smooth as ivory, floating up like a leaf carried on a gust of light, and seated herself once more on the chest. Did she think by this to cancel the threat which was announced by the uproar? If so, she did not succeed. Renunciation is not sacrifice enough. The uproar of light was not quelled. The thunder did not subside. On the contrary, it became more and more distinct, stormier and stormier. It filled the visible world. It filled grove and mountain. It filled the room and the waters, becoming so overpowering, so violent, that people interrupted their occupation, standing as though benumbed, even more, ranging themselves in rows as if it were impermissible for one to stand out from another in the face of this thunderous approaching power. Oh, terrible and overpowering the strain of its approach, and at last, The door to the landscape was pushed open. Servants stood on guard at the two wings, and between them, awe-inspiring and yet human, dapper and yet at the same time majestic, the consecrated person of the Augustus stepped quickly into the room.
Silence greeted the sacred one. Only the birds twittered in the hushed landscape. Only the doves on the windowsill, puffed up and pecking, cooed on unconcerned. Yonder where the fawns had been dancing, one of them still piped his lay, as though uncaring that his companions had left him, but his flute had a broken sound. The storm had passed, but the world had not won back its colour, because the two-toned cloud of dusk hung in a blanching silence over it, and its muteness, like a relic of the storm, caught into immobility. And even though the draught caused by the abrupt opening of the door came in from the stone-cool corridor for a moment, setting the lamp in quivering motion, it came to rest, and everything waited for the word of Augustus. Leave us alone. Stepping backward before the majesty of the ruler, but as before, the majesty of death as well, one after another of those present left the chamber, bowing reverently, and even the landscape, as though participating in this act of reverence, dismissed all the creatures from its domain. Indeed, it faded also to such an extent that, although its main features remained, it was progressively losing all assurance, and finally it was just an intimation, like a pen and ink sketch drawn into the universe, thinly drawn, the groves, the grottos, simplified to mere pen strokes, the thinly drawn bridge, swinging between shores, no longer to be seen, denuded of colour, shadow and light, for even the cloud of dusk had changed to a papery pulp of scarcely contoured whiteness, and the wide-open, colourless eye of heaven was empty, was nothing but the empty sorrow of a dream. The room, however, had become quite palpable, for walls and furnishing, floor, candelabrum, raftered ceiling, and hanging lamp had entirely recovered their firmness of colour and dimension, and Plautia had vanished before this heavy palpability. Crushed under the weight of reality, her lightness had fled, and although she who had come to stay forever did not belong with the others, and therefore had not gone with them, and was certainly somewhere in the room, she had become invisible. But Augustus was visible, standing palpably before him, a familiar sight with his slightly undersized figure, which, although almost foppish, succeeded in being majestic, with his face still boyish beneath the already graying short-cut hair, and he said, "As you did not feel like taking the trouble to come to me, I had to seek you out. I greet you on Italian soil." It was strange that from now on speech and reply should have to alternate, yet the surrounding tangibility, which, however, was already giving rise again to the feeling of illness, made speech seem easier. "By means of your doctors, Octavianus Augustus, you have forced me to this bad state of grace, but at the same time you have rewarded me by coming here. This is my first moment of leisure since landing, and I am happy to be able to devote it to you. Brundisium has always brought luck to me and mine. In Brundisium, as a youth of 19 coming from Bologna, you stepped into the inheritance from your divine father. In Brundisium you closed the treaty with your adversaries, which cleared the way for your blessed reign. There were only 5 years intervening, I remember that. There were the same 5 lying between your colics and bucolics. You dedicated the one to me, the other to Asinius Pollio,
who came off far better than I, though he may have deserved it just as much as Maecenas deserved the dedication of the Georgics, for without these two the Treaty of Brundisium could hardly have been so favourably concluded. Was that the meaning of the gentle smiling accompanying these words of the Caesar? Why did he speak of the dedications? Caesar's words were never without significance and intention. It might be better to lead him away from the poems. From Brundisium you marched against Antonius in Greece? Had we returned but 2 weeks earlier, you would have been able to celebrate the anniversary of the Attic victory here at its starting point. Actium's strand shall also be honoured by contests at Ilium. This is about the way you put it in the Aeneid. Isn't that correct? Yes, your memory is admirable. The Caesar was not to be diverted from the poems. There are few things that memory holds so dear. Was it not soon after my return from Egypt that you submitted the first draft of the work to me? You are right. And in the middle of the poem, truly its crux and high point, on the shield of the gods which you presented to Aeneas, at its centre you placed a picture of the Attic slaughter? Yes, and I did. For that day at Actium marked the victory of the Roman spirit and its customs over the evil forces of the East, to whose dark secrets it had almost succumbed. This was your triumph, Augustus. Do you know the passage by heart? How should I? My memory is not as good as yours. Oh, no evasion was possible. Augustus had turned his eyes unmistakably to the manuscript chest and kept them fixed there. Oh, there was no evading it. He had come to take the poem away. And the Augustus smilingly gloated over his terror. How is it that you know your own work so little? I do not remember that part. Then for the second time I shall have to tax my memory. I hope I shall succeed. I am convinced of that. Well then, we shall see. But there stood Caesar Augustus in the middle of the shield, directing the naval engagement of the Italian people who, pardon me, Caesar, that is not how it goes. The verse begins with the armoured ships. With the armoured ships of Agrippa? Caesar was evidently annoyed. Just the same armouring was a clever invention of Agrippa, in a certain sense a masterstroke, one with which he turned the tide of the battle, so my memory has not failed after all. Now I remember, since you are depicted at the centre of the battle and of the shield, your person is placed in the centre of the verses. That is as it should be. Read the verses to me. To read aloud? To take out the manuscripts and unroll them? Caesar was after the manuscripts, and it was a cruel game that he was playing. How was it possible to defend one's manuscripts against such designs? Would Plotkia do this? In no case should the chest be opened. I shall try to recite the part. And as though Caesar had guessed his thoughts, the smile did not disappear from the beautiful face, only it was a harder smile, but rather something malicious. Only it was hardly a smile, but rather something malicious and cruel. However, he stood still in his characteristic gracefully free attitude near the bed. He did not sit down, and it was so hard to guess what his next move would be, that suddenly the suspicion arose that he wanted to frighten Plotkia away from the manuscript chest. Perhaps this was a figment of the imagination, such as the high temperature sometimes produces. It was most certainly just a figment of fancy, for here everything was firmly real and strongly coloured. One need take scarcely any notice at all of the limbed landscape out yonder, but if one looked at it a little more closely, one became aware that the papery white light, though somewhat greyly shadowed, came even into the palpability of the room, and penetrated into all things that were there, lending to them an ever so strange note of unreality. The evil was ingrained in the things. It could be seen even in the colours of the flower wreath, as finely drawn as a lovely temptation, and finely drawn it stood in the wrinkle between the eyes of Augustus. But now he only said, Begin, my Virgil. I am listening. Will not you sit over here near me? I must recite lying down, since your doctors have forbidden me to get up. Fortunately, Augustus showed himself willing to comply to the request. Not choosing to sit on the chest, he took instead a chair near the bed, and it almost seemed that he had only waited to be asked. Reaching between his outstretched legs with a most unseizurly gesture, he pulled the chair under his buttocks and sat down with a small, comfortable sigh of relief. And with no thought of his great ancestor Aeneas, whose custom it must have been to seat himself in a more dignified fashion. This first sigh of relaxation in the grandson of Aeneas, this gentle weariness which was like the first sign of approaching age, was rather touching and conciliating. And also conciliating was the way he leaned back his head and crossed his arms, preparing himself to listen. Well, let me hear you. And the verse took sound. There on the shield was the bronze-armoured fleet in the Attic encounter. Strewn with the trappings of warfare were also the shores of Leucate. Blazing with gold were the waters, and there stood the Caesar Augustus, high on the poop with his chieftains to lead the Italians to battle. There amidst the spirits of gods and penates he stood in his temples, burst into flames at each side, his father's star shone on his forehead. Yonder Agrippa departs, by winds and the gods too well favoured, leading the squadron to war and see on the brow of the hero glittering a sign of his combats at sea, the crown etched with ship brows. Here with barbarian might and laden with all sorts of armour, full of his triumph, Antonius brings from Aurora's red beaches tribes out of Egypt, the men of the east from far off as Bactra, all in his train, and there follows, O horror, his consort from Egypt. The Caesar was silent, as though continuing to listen. It was some time before he said, Tomorrow is my birthday. A blessed day for the world, a blessed day for the Roman Empire. May the gods give you eternal youth and preserve you. I can reciprocate with the same wish for you, my friends, since you will celebrate your 51st birthday in exactly 3 weeks, and therefore you are my senior only by 7 years. By only 7 years. I only wish I had found you more fit to travel. I have leave very soon in order to be in Rome tomorrow, at least for the evening celebration, and I should have liked to take you with me. This is farewell, Octavian. You know it. A somewhat demurring gesture was the answer. Farewell, yes, for at most 3 weeks. You will be in Rome for your birthday at the latest, but it would have been pleasanter if you could have read the Aeneid aloud for mine. Much pleasanter than the state celebrations to which I am committed. I have ordered great games to take place again the day after tomorrow. The Caesar had come to take his farewell, yet it was more important for him to take the Aeneid with him, and he wanted to hide both intentions behind a wall of words. Even Caesar lived in the midst of unreality, and the light was the sun so far along its course had become paler. Your life is one of duty, Caesar, but the love that awaits you in Rome is your compensation. Caesar's habitually so reticent glance became quite candid. Livia is waiting for me, and it will do me good to see my friends again. Happy you to love your wife, floated hither from a soft nowhere in the voice of Plautia. And to have you missing from our circle during just these very days, Virgil, will be very painful for all of us. He who truly loves a woman is able to be a friend and to help to others, and no doubt this was also true of Augustus. He is a happy man, Octavian, who has the solicitude of your friendship. Friendship makes one happy, my Virgil. Again, this was said so frankly and warmly that one could almost hope that the design upon the manuscripts had been abandoned. I am grateful to you, Octavian. That is both too much and too little, Virgil, for friendship does not consist of gratitude. As you have always taken the role of giver, there is no other response left for your friends than that of gratitude. The gods have granted me the grace of being able to be useful to my friends, but their grace in letting me find friends was even greater. These are all the more in duty bound to be grateful to you. You are obliged simply to make some return on your own terms, and such you have tendered generously, and more than generously, by your existence and through your works. Why have you changed your mind? Why speak of an empty gratitude, which is apparently not inclined to acknowledge any obligations? My mind is unchanged, O Caesar, even though I cannot admit that my accomplishments have ever offered a sufficient return. It is true that you have always been too modest, Virgil. Though not a person of false modesty, it is clear to me that you are intentionally minimizing your gifts so that you can withdraw them behind our backs. Now it had been uttered. Oh, now it had been uttered. Unerringly and stubbornly, Caesar was pursuing his goal, and nothing would hinder him from appropriating the manuscripts. Octavian, let me keep the poem. Yes, Virgil, that's it. Lucius Varius and Plautia Tuca have informed me of your terrifying plan, and I did not want to believe it any more than they did. Are you actually planning to destroy your work? Silence spread over the room. A severe silence, pale and finely contoured, that centered itself in the thoughtfully stern face of the Caesar. Something was lamenting very softly from a nowhere, and this also was as fine drawn as the crease between the eyes of Augustus, their glance resting upon him. You say nothing, said the Caesar, and this probably means that you actually wish to take back your gift. Consider, Virgil, it is the Aeneid. Your friends are greatly pained, and I, as you know, reckon myself one of them. Plautia's gentle plaint became more audible. Thinly strung together, the words came without stress. Destroy the poem. Let me have your destiny. We have need to love each other. To destroy the poem, to love Plautia, to be a friend to his friends, strangely convincing. Temptation followed upon temptation, and yet it was not Plautia who was allowed to participate in it. Oh, Augustus, it is being done for the sake of our friendship. Do not press me. Friendship? You act as though we, your friends, were unworthy to keep your gift. Caesar's lips, barely moving, guided speech and reply, although he had the power and no doubt also the will simply to have the manuscripts taken away, and Plautia was silenced, as if awaiting the outcome of the conversation. Unshatterable, stubborn, fixed, and stern in its shape was the moment that rose up and encompassed them, and though all that occurred at this moment took place in conformity to the will of Augustus, he too was inclined in its order. Oh, Augustus, it is rather I, or my poem, that is not worthy of my friends, yet do not again accuse me of false modesty. I realize that it is a great poem, though little compared to the Homeric cantos. Since you admit so much, you cannot deny that your plan of destruction is criminal. That which happens by the command of the gods cannot be criminal. You are evasive, Virgil. When one is in the wrong, he takes refuge in the will of the gods. I will, for my part, have never yet heard of them ordering the destruction of public property. It is an honor to me, Caesar, that you exalt my work to the level of public property, but I make bold to say that I wrote it, not only for the reader, but primarily for myself, that this innermost necessity brought it to pass, that it is my work, and that therefore I must and may dispose of it as I deem necessary, just as it has been determined for me by the gods. Can I on my side set Egypt free? Can I strip Germania of troops? Can I surrender the frontiers to the Parthians? Or renounce the peace of Rome? Are these things permitted me? No, they are not. And even though I were given the order by the gods, I should not dare obey it, even though it is my peace, my work, and I have fought for it. The comparison was lame, because the victories had been those of Caesar and all the Roman people, backed by their legions, whereas he had finished his poem by himself. But it did not matter whether the comparison was contradictory or not. The mere presence of Caesar made it free of contradiction and incontrovertible. Your work will be measured by standards relevant to the state, mine by those of artistic perfection. Artistic perfection, that gracious compulsion of work which permitted of no choice and reached beyond all that was human and earthly. I fail to see the difference. Even if the work of art has to serve the needs of the people, even the work of art has to serve the needs of the people, and in so doing of the state. The state itself is a work of art in the hands of one who has to build it up. A certain aggrieved weariness became noticeable, making Caesar's manner which with all his worldliness... A certain aggrieved weariness became noticeable, making Caesar's manner, which with all his worldliness was always very reserved, even more so. Dissertations on works of art were not important to him, and it was a little unwise to stress the point. Even though the state may be considered as a work of art, it is one which has to remain in movement, allowing for greater perfection. Poetry, on the other hand, must be in seclusion, reposing to a certain extent in itself, and until it has reached its consummation, its creator is not free to take his hand away from it. He is compelled to alter, to strike out the inadequate. He is charged to do this. He must do it, even at the risk of ruining his entire work. There is but one standard, and that is the aim of the work. One can judge what may remain and what must be destroyed only if one knows at what the work is aiming. This goal is the one concern, not the work which has been done, and not the artist. Impatiently, Augustus cut short this discourse. Nobody will begrudge the artist the improvement of inadequacies, or even the elimination of them, but nobody will believe you when you declare your entire work to be inadequate. It is inadequate. Listen, Virgil, you have long since renounced your right to such a verdict. More than 10 years ago you revealed to me the plan of your Aeneid, and you may recall with what intense pleasure we, who were able to share in it, agreed with you and your project. During the ensuing years you read the work aloud to us bit by bit, and when you became discouraged by the magnitude of your project and the power of your design, and yet how often this happened, then you gained new strength from our admiration, or rather from the admiration of the whole Roman populace. Consider that already substantial portions of the work are generally known, that the Roman people are aware of the existence of the poem, a poem that glorifies them to an extent never yet achieved, and that they are absolutely entitled to be given the entire work. It is no longer your work, it is the work of all of us. Indeed, in one sense, we have all labored at it, and finally it is the creation of the Roman people and their greatness. The light became more livid. One might almost imagine an eclipse of the sun to be in progress. It was a weakness in me to show unfinished work, the groping vanity of the artist, but it was also my fondness for you, Octavian, which made me do it. There was a familiar twinkle in Caesar's eye. It was boyish, almost crafty. Incomplete. Is that how you speak of your work? Unfinished, eh? So you could have done it better, or should have? It is just as you say. A while ago I had to be ashamed of my poor memory. Now let me redeem my honor. I shall let you hear a few of your own verses. Small and friendly, malicious, yet very boyishly came the wish that Caesar might fail again, although at the same time, oh, the vanity of the poet, a praise-avid curiosity asserted itself immodestly. Which verses, Octavian? In beating time with lifted finger, accompanied by a soft tapping of his sandal, the ruler of Rome, the sovereign of the world, recited the lines. Others, I doubt not, will hammer the flexible bronze to soft features, skillfully draw from the marble a latent and livelier resemblance, plead with a craftier tongue each's cause in tracing the skyway, measure with rods, thus truly foretelling the course of the planets. Thou, though, O Roman, consider as thy task the ruling of nations. This be thine art, to found and to foster a law that is peaceful, sparing the vanquished and vanquishing any who dare to oppose thee. The time-beating finger remained uplifted, as though pointing out the lesson that was to be drawn from the verses, and to be heeded. Well, Virgil, are you caught in your own net? This was, of course, an allusion, a very transparent allusion, to the insignificance of the pure work of art, which was negligible compared to the real concerns of Rome, but it was too gratuitous. One need not go into that. Yes, Augustus, that is how it goes. You have rendered the verses with absolute fidelity. Those are the words of Anchises. Is that any reason for their not being yours also? I have nothing to say against them. They are flawless, and even if they were, they do not constitute the entire poem.
That is irrelevant. Just the same, I do not know by what shortcomings the rest of the poem could be considered marred. You yourself admit that the Roman spirit is above small deficiencies of form, and there can be no question of anything else. Your poem emanates the spirit of Rome, is not at all artificial, and that is the important thing. Indeed, your poem is the very spirit of Rome, and it is magnificent. What intimation said Augustus of the real inadequacies? What did he know of the deep incongruity which stamps all life, the arts before all? How could he judge of artificiality? What did he really understand of such matters? And even though he called the poem magnificent, thus flattering the author, alas, that no one is able to resist this sort of praise, the praise was impaired because a person who fails to take note of its evident deficiencies cannot understand the poem's hidden grandeur. The imperfections, Augustus, go deeper than anyone suspects. Caesar paid no attention to this interruption. You have interpreted Rome, and therefore your work belongs to the Roman people and the Roman state which you serve, even as we all must serve it. Only what is unfinished remains our possession, perhaps also the failures and those deeds which were unsuccessful. But what has actually been accomplished belongs to everyone and to the whole world. Caesar, my work remains undone, terrifyingly undone, and nobody wants to believe me in this. Again the familiar, intimate twinkle appeared in the reserved countenance, this time with a touch of superiority. All of us are acquainted with your fits of doubt and despondency, and it is understandable that you are more subject to them now than that you are confined to bed by illness, but you want to make a sly use of them for your own hidden purposes, and these still seem dark, to me at least. This is not the sort of despondency you think it is, and from which it is true you have rescued me often enough. Octavian, it is no depression over the unmastered or unmasterable. No, I am surveying my life, and I perceive all that remains undone in it. To this you must resign yourself. In the life and work of every man lurks some undone remnant. This is the lot that we all must bear, it was said sadly. Your work will continue to fulfill itself. It will be carried on by your followers, just as you wish it to be. But for me, there is no successor. I would entrust my succession to Agrippa, but he is too old. Otherwise, he would be the best one. And apparently seized by a sudden worry, Caesar stood and went to the window as if he could gain solace by scanning the far reaches of the landscape. Men relieve one another, their mortal bodies follow, one after the other. Perceptional alone flows on as an entity, flowing into an uttermost distance and into an inexpressible encounter. Men relieve one another, their mortal bodies follow, one after the other. Perception alone flows on as an entity, flowing into an uttermost distance and into an inexpressible encounter. Agrippa will arrive soon, said Augustus, looking down toward the street which Agrippa was bound to take. Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa, with his morosely intelligent soldier's face, his simple frame, ponderous with power, it rose up in a sudden awareness that was prompted by some voice, perhaps that of the slave, suggesting that the consuming quality of this life dedicated to force would soon consume itself, snuffed out prior to that of Augustus. However, the latter certainly wished to hear something else. You yourself are young, Octavian, and you have sons, perhaps even some yet unborn. Your line will endure. A weary gesture was the response. Then all became calm and silent. Augustus stood there at the window, narrow and quite slender, a mortal with a mortal body divided into members. Wrapped in a toga, thus he stood there against the light from the window, a narrow human back covered in the draped folds of a toga, and suddenly one no longer noticed whether a frontal view existed, even less if there was a countenance, graced with the power to see and therefore radiant, least of all whither its glances strayed. Was it not Alexis who stood there not long since on the selfsame spot? But yes, it had been Alexis, childishly slim and with an almost touching beauty, almost like a son, the son whose future fate and unfolding he had
intended to take upon himself, nursing him not only like a father, no, also as a mother nurses her child, but whom, in spite of this, he had formed with parental strength after his own image. He had stood there with averted face as if he still resented this misguidance and this fateful hold upon him. But still he had been dreaming out into the dreaming landscape, into the flower-woven dream sun, into the laurel-scented dream peace, and for him the beautiful boy, the fawns, inebriate of the fields, intoxicated by the lute, had danced their measures. For him the landscape, moved to its very core by the dance, had opened out, even the oaks keeping time by the mighty swaying of their leafy tops. All this transpired for the boy, who the whole creation unto its final borders moving in the dance of desire. The invisible had become visible, the averted had turned into view, woven into one great aspect by virtue of an incessant in and outflowing desire which was full of recognition, enveloping the seen as well as the unseen and unseeable into its trembling flow, so that in this wise it might be moulded to a recognizable shape. Indeed, enveloped in perceptive desire, himself desiring, Alexis had stood there, and since he had become moulded into shape, everything surrounding him took shape also, becoming a recognizable unity, so that midday and evening might flow together simply as a single manifestation of light. However, nothing of all this was now to be seen. Even the ranging mountains of the night had faded away to emptiness, absorbed by the emptiness of the surrounding landscape, which was only a mutely sparse tangle of lines, almost severe in its sharpness, engraved into the declining brownish nebular light of the sun's growing eclipse. Alas, duller and duller became the colors of the blossoms. Caesar's purple toga turned a black violet in this light, which was as dry as scorched paper, but it was utterly severed, without relevance or counterview, cut off because of the stubborn one-sidedness that emanated from the narrow figure over there near the window, cut off by severity, by obduracy, by sharpness, sheerly unreal despite its palpable superficial efficacy. And even the humane relationship seemed to be subjected to the one-sidedness of a secretive, free-flowing substance that covered nothing. For strangely unsensual, strangely desireless, a curious, sober, almost disapproving attachment was stretching across to the lean figure which stood there motionless, was a bond with it, a bond irrelevant and strange in that it could not be dissolved. Nothing stirred any more. Even the twittering of the birds had died away in the darkened shadows. Alas, the dream would never return. For all that, Platya, bending down from the dream to search immediate nearness, that one could almost feel her breathing, whispered as though in secret promise, "I recognize you in the unsung future. You are not bound to anything that has been. Return to me, my beloved." Thus she whispered, as if she were whispering into the gentle exhilaration of the dream peace, too fine to be heard, out into the palpable world that had become heavy and dim, whispering thus into a benumbed world and then dying off into speechlessness, as if the task were too great for her waning strength. The silence lasted for a long time. Unmoved, the man at the window peered out, he who ruled the world in the name of the gods, he, the meager mortal vessel of divinity, peered unmoved into the landscape of roofs and lines, becoming more and more shadowy. All remained quiet and peaceful, but it was no longer the peace of the dream, the buoyancy of which had previously surrounded him. It was the stern and inflexible peace of Augustus. Only the scent of the laurel lingered, pervading the room with dreams now as before, lingered as a reminder of the delicate flower-like animation, although the laurel, almost affected by inflexibility, standing now as it stood then, served as a boundary.
Just turned around impulsively, with an unusually vehement gesture. "Stick to the point, Virgil. Why is it that you want to destroy the Aeneid?" This came as such a surprise that for a moment he did not know what to answer. "You have talked of inadequacies. I grant them to you, although I do not believe in them, but there are no artistic inadequacies that Virgil should be unable to cope with."
That was only quibbling. I have not achieved my goals. I have not reached them. This is another explanation that means nothing to me. What goal is it that you seek? This was said quite sharply and directly. Augustus had again come nearer to the bed. He seemed like a stern, questioning father, and the intimidation that he inspired was strange in the extreme, not only because of the actual difference in their ages, but still more because everyone who knew Augustus had to be, and was, far too familiar with this habitual sort of cross-questioning to regard it as frightening. Perhaps the intimidation lay in the unavoidable justness of the question. He who does not know how to answer is intimidated. Where did his goals lie? They were not to be found. They had evaporated under the palpable weight of the moment. Alas, where are they, O Plautia, O Sibylline voice, which goals? And Plautia said, and it sounded like recollection, I bear your destiny, in my knowledge lies your goal. Again, Augustus, and this was something he liked to do in a cross-examination if he was trying to gain a certain point, changed his tone and shifted to the winning amiability which was so much his. There are many aims, Virgil. I myself have a goodly number of them, and among them your friendship is truly not to be reckoned as least. Indeed, it will be yet a part of my future fame that I was the friend of Virgil. But now, confess to me what dreadful gold is that which lures you on, permitting you to harbor such an inconceivable resolution. The fever was mounting again. He could feel it between his hot fingers. The ring hurt. Nevertheless, he must answer. My aims, knowledge, truth, the end of all searching, perception, and this is the goal you believe you have not attained? No one has attained it. Well, as you confute yourself, it is inconceivable that you continue to have qualms. Mortals are not meant to achieve everything. But I have never even taken the first step toward perception, nor once made an attempt to take the first step. It is incongruous. Everything has been incongruous. What do you mean? You do not even believe that yourself. No more of that. The voice of Augustus had become annoyed. He was displeased. It is true, my Virgil. Yes, Octavian. The lamp swung softly. The lamp swung softly. Although there was not a breath of air stirring, the silver chains tinkled softly. Was an earthquake coming along with the eclipse? He felt no fear. Like a lightly swaying bark was his body, like a bark making ready to sail, and from the shore Augustus reached a friendly hand, while outside the mirror-like sea, smooth and unruffled, reflected the livid light in its unbroken surface as it moved up and down. And Augustus, also giving no heed to the earthquake, said pleasantly, Listen, Virgil, listen to me as your friend and also as a connoisseur of your work. Your poem is filled with the most exalted knowledge. Rome is proclaimed in it throughout, and you comprehend Rome, comprehending it in its gods, in its warriors, as well as in its peasants. You encompass its glory and its piety. You encompass the whole extent of Rome, and the time of Rome as far back as its powerful Trojan ancestors. For you have retained everything. Isn't this perception enough even for you? Retained, yes. I thought to hold fast to everything that was happening, everything that had happened, and that was why nothing could succeed. You have succeeded, my Virgil. I was impatient for perception, and that is why I wanted to write down everything, for this, alas, is what poetry is, the craving for truth. This is its desire, and it is unable to penetrate beyond it. I agree with you, Virgil, that poetry is just this. It encompasses all life, and therefore it is divine. Caesar did not comprehend. No one grasped the truth. No one knew that the divinity of beauty was only a sham divinity, the shadow cast by the coming of the gods. There is no need of poetry, O Caesar, to understand life. Sallust and Livy are more competent with regard to the extent and time of Rome, as you call it, than are my songs.
and though I may be a peasant, or rather I might have been one, a work such as the admirable Varro's is far more valuable for understanding of agriculture than my Georgics. How insignificant are we poets compared with them! I had no wish to disparage any of my colleagues, but nothing is achieved by mere glorification, least of all for perception. Everyone contributes his share to the store of knowledge. Every creation does this, and mine likewise. But the greatness of poetic perception, and therefore also your greatness, Virgil, lies in being able to grasp all of life. As I said before, in a single survey, in a single work, in a single glance. Writing down everything that happened within and without, and yet it had led to nothing. Ah, Augustus, I too once thought this, just this, to be the perceptive task of the poet, and so my work became a search for perception without really being perception. Then I must ask you again, Virgil, toward which goal have you been striving with your poetry, since it seems it was not toward an understanding of life? The understanding of death. It was like a refound, re-recognized, a homecoming enlightenment, and had been said quickly as if springing from a state of illumination. A pause ensued. The soft seismic swaying of existence kept on, although Caesar still did not heed it, seeming to be far more struck by what he had just heard, and it took quite a while before he answered, "Death is a part of life. He who understands life understands death as well." Was this true? It sounded like truth, and still it was not true, or rather it was no longer true. There has never been a moment of my life, Octavian, that I did not wish to hold on to, but also not one in which I did not feel that I wanted to die. Caesar's perplexity was struggling back to pleasantness. It is just your good fortune, Virgil, that your wish to die has so far come to nothing. This time also it has only sufficed to make you ill. With the help of the gods, your will to live will prove itself the stronger. Yes, certainly I cling to life. Yes, I have to admit it. I am insatiable for life just because of my great hunger for death. Yet I know nothing of death. Death has no meaning. It is futile, even to talk of it. You have seen a great deal of death, Octavian. Perhaps that is why you know more about life than most people. Possibly I was shown just a little too much of death, because really, my friend, life means as little as death. Life leads to death, and both amount to nothing. Had this not been so casually and wearily said, it would have been astonishing, because it was quite in contradiction to Augustus's general views. But spoken thus, it was surely not meant to be taken seriously. This does not quite fit in with the teachings of the Stoics, whose discipline you have often called yourself. If the obligation to be good continues to hold, it will somehow be able to be brought into conformity with Stoicism, but actually that is hardly important for us, and certainly not very essential. Augustus seated himself, and again with a somewhat tired and not altogether heroic gesture. For a short time he closed his eyes, his hands sought support and found it on the wreathed candelabrum. His fingers, playing about, rubbed a laurel leaf into tatters, and when he opened his eyes again, his glance was languid and a bit empty. Oh, this also one should retain and be able to set down. One ought to write it down just like all else that had flowed past throughout these many years without having been written down. Like all other human traits that now were scarcely in memory, an indistinct multitude of heads and face shapes, peasant faces, city faces, all of them hairy and covered with skin, wrinkled and smooth and often quite mottled, an indistinct multitude of figures that had been drifting past, slinking past, an eternally invariable, multifarious circle of men to which even Augustus, the earthly vessel of divinity, irrefutably belonged. He quite has forgotten as this whole impenetrable, innumerable, undepictable multitude of living creatures, just as unremembered as any of them, as unnoted as the basic carnality that was inherent in them all, feeding and sleeping, filled with fluid and semi-solids, unrecollected, the bony frame under the fleshy covering, the erected framework of bone that helped them to move, unrecollected, the human being, oh, the human being in whose smile divinity dwelt in spite of everything, this smile in which man divinely recognized the fellow man, the fellow soul, the essence of human compatibility, the birthplace of human language, the smile. Nothing of all this had been retained, and in its stead a moderately successful imitation of the Homeric model had been erected, an empty nothing filled with gods and heroes of an Homeric cast, compared to whose unreality even the weariness of the grandson who sat here was still an indication of strength, for even the weariest smile flickering in Caesar's countenance was still divine, whereas in the poem the hero of Actium possessed neither a countenance nor a smile. He possessed nothing but his armor and a helmet. The poem was without truth. His hero Aeneas was far from reality, and also the grandson of Aeneas as therein depicted. It was a poem lacking any depth of perception, incapable of it because light and shadow are sundered by perception only for the sake of form. The poem remained leaden and shadowless. However, a voice was speaking, and it was not that of Plautia, but a stranger's. No, oddly enough, it was the voice of the slave, who had no business to be here, and the voice was saying, "You need no longer retain anything." "Why is it you who counsels me? Why not Plautia?" And now it was really Plautia who answered with the same airy gentleness as before, "Obey him. It is not for you to write down things any more." In this way it became binding, although he surmised that possibly Plautia herself was afraid of being reckoned among the forgotten, and that was her reason for reinforcing the slave's advice with her own, yet it was none the less binding. Yet why this binding command? Why? For even now, yes, even now, he might succeed in catching up with his neglected task, so that the poem could still be saved, and even though it was in a manner of speaking the last moment already too late for further effort, one must succeed if only one could retain this very moment, this unique moment of the here and now, perpetuating the palpability of the surrounding existence. The stony performance of the walls, the floors, the houses, the town, also firmly grounded yet afloat and floating off into immobility. If one could take note of the seismic swaying over which one rode as if in a boat on a mirror-smooth surface, reflected in the light of noon now gone leaden, or if one could perpetuate it, retaining the earthly weariness beneath the surface of the hard yet gentle Caesarly countenance, actually retaining just a tiny fragment of the conversation which, like an invisible chain, had reached from one to the other, retaining this give and take between two creatures who had arisen from the dank multitude, incomprehensible their communion, as incomprehensible as the divinely streaming glance of their meeting eyes. Oh, if one could hold fast to this, if one were permitted to do so, if this could actually be accomplished, it would be like a first and final shedding of light, a real perception of life. Would this come to pass? "Whatever you may yet accomplish on this earth will no longer satisfy you," said the slave, and this was so comprehensible that it seemed unnecessary for Plautia to confirm it, for though the perceptive spirit should penetrate existence ever so profoundly, though he even dissect the primal elements, separating the passive from the active, earth and water on one side, fire and air on the other, though he should dissect it into ever so many of its living parts, even groping into the secret of the atomic vortex, and though going further he might uncover the motives of men, these creatures subdivided into members, though he might scrutinize fragment after fragment of this divine life, the self-betraying actions, the self-betraying speech, though he might strip all this down to its deep and final nakedness, peeling off the flesh, blowing out the very marrow of the bones, pulverizing the thoughts, so that nothing remained save the winnowed, the divinely contrite, the incomprehensible ego, though the perceiving spirit might accomplish all this, exploring it step by step, retaining it and able to describe it, no further step would have been taken. Perception remained a thing of this world, bound to terrestrial things. It was still only a perception of life, and not the perception of death. The flashes of truth were joined to one another in an endless chain, casting light on fragment after fragment of the nocturnal chaos of the beginning, a chain as endless as life itself and just as meaningless, so long as the light of undenying death
of undying death did not deliver to all of them, who know and are known by death, the simple truth of their existence, the unity of the creation. For the perception of life earthly bound to the earth never possessed the power to lift itself above the thing known and to endow it with unity, the unity of an enduring meaning, a meaning by which life was and is maintained as creation, eternally to be remembered as such. For only he who through this knowledge of death became conscious of the infinite was able to retain the creation, to retain the single part within the whole creation, and the whole creation in every single part. For the part could not be retained by itself. It could be retained only in its connotations, only through its lawful context, and it was the infinite which bore all the connotations within existence, bearing the law, bearing the form of the law, and precisely for this reason bearing faith itself, the infinite forever hidden, but for all that the soul of man. Augustus sat there as before. He was rubbing a laurel leaf between his fingers, and seemed to wait for some agreement, or at least for an answer. "Oh, Augustus, you spoke of what is essential. You would not be you, should you not realize that neither life nor death can or may be considered as nothing, or if you fail to realize that just the reverse of what it pleased you to say is applicable to perception, in truth only he who is able to perceive death is also able to perceive life." A somewhat absent smile indicated an indifferent casual assent. "It may be, but surely that is how it is, and life's immeasurable meaning can come only from the fullness of meaning revealed by death." "So that is what you mean by the goal of your poetry? That is where you have placed it?" "Insofar as my performance was really poetry, this was its goal, for it is the goal of all genuine poetry. Were it not so utterly compelling to grope one's way toward death, and to do so with every thought, with each act of the imagination, were not this enormous compulsion always at hand, this compulsion to draw nearer to death, there would have been no tragic poets, no Aeschylus. The people may have other ideas about the ends of poetry. They look for the beauty and wisdom to be found in it. These are adjuncts, effortless, and even cheap. The people think it is for these they are searching, and yet they sense what lies beneath them, the real end which is essential because it is the goal of life itself." "And this goal you have not attained?" "I have not attained it." Stroking his brow and hair as though just waking and trying to collect his thoughts, Augustus said, "I am familiar with the Aeneid, and for that reason you ought not to misrepresent it. The poem contains every metamorphosis of death. You have pursued death into the shadows of the underworld." Never was this man to be persuaded that the sacrifice of the poem was an unavoidable necessity. He had not even once noticed the darkening of the sun and the Poseidonian heaving of the ground. He had no intimation of the calamitous conflagration of the earth, which had been in evidence and continued to be. He divined nothing of the coming overthrow of the creation, and never would he admit that sacrifices, and not only that of the Aeneid, must be consummated so that the sun and stars should not halt in their day and night courses, and that no darkening should ensue, so that the creation might endure, and death be transformed to rebirth, the creation resurrected. Aeneas pursued death to the shadows of the underworld, and returned thence with empty hands, himself an empty symbol, without salvation, without truth, without the truth of reality. His undertaking was no less futile than that of Orpheus, although he had not descended, like the latter, for the sake of the beloved, but for the sake of the ancestor who had established the law. The force to send him deeper had been lacking, and now it was necessary to consummate the sacrifice. It was necessary that he himself reach the nothingness along with his poem, in order that death appear and shatter the empty metaphor. I have only hemmed in death by metaphor, Augustus, but death is craftier than the symbols of poetry, and knows how to escape them. Metaphor is not the same as perception. Metaphor follows perception, though sometimes it precedes it, rather like an inadmissible and incomplete forecast, brought into being by words alone, in which case metaphor becomes nothing but a dark screen standing in front of truth and concealing it instead of shining out from its midst. I deem the metaphor proper to all art, even that of Aeschylus. All art is symbolic. Is that not true, Virgil? Surely this was a sound argument. We have no other means by which to express ourselves. All that art has is the metaphor. And death eludes the metaphor, or so you said. Of course, all language is just metaphor, all art of any kind, and even the deed is a metaphor of perception, or that is how it should be, what it strives to be. Good. Then what? Then that goes for me as well as for Aeschylus, Augustus smiled. We agreed on this. Ruling is a kind of art. It is the art of the Romans. It was not easy to keep pace with the quick-witted slyness of Augustus. It was easier to comprehend the fact that he was sitting here at the bedside than to comprehend the things he had said. And if they concerned the Roman state, the work of state which he had created and over which he ruled with such skill, where was it finally drawn? It was being built up outside there in the landscape, between landscapes, within men, between men, barriers there as here, correlation here as there, invisible and yet present, and it cost some effort to project oneself into all these spaces in order to find it. Your work, Augustus, indeed, it is a metaphor. The state is yours, and it is the symbol of the Roman spirit. And in the profusion of all these symbols, in the profusion of all the metaphors that round out our life, are just those you have created so bad that they must be destroyed? Is it only you who have not reached your aim by their means? For myself, I ask that what I have done shall remain. In this, too, I want to be like Aeschylus, who most assuredly did not destroy his work. Do you want to be the sole exception? Or is it that you have still not garnered enough glory and wish to add the title Herostratus to your name? The Caesar was greedy for glory. He kept on speaking of glory. He pursued glory, and therefore one could not tell him that glory, even if it outlasted death, could never annul death, that the path of glory was an earthly one, worldly and without perception, a false path, one of reversion, of intoxication, a path of evil. Glory is the gift of the gods, but it is not the goal of poetry. Only minor poets regard it as a goal. At any rate, you are not one of these. Why, then, are just your symbols not to remain in existence? Your poem is comparable to the Homeric songs, and it would be absurd to maintain that your images have less power than those of Aeschylus. You, on the contrary, have been contending that you have only clothed perception instead of revealing it, and that in this way you have failed to get nearer it. Were this the case, one should have to make a similar statement in regard to Aeschylus. It was impatience, no doubt, which drove Caesar to such insistent, almost oppressive perseverance, and nevertheless the sharp, clear answer he expected could not be given him. In the case of Aeschylus, the perception preceded the poetry from the very beginning, whereas I meant to search for it through my poetry. His symbols, born from an innermost perception, are the one in inner and outer meaning, and thus, like all great examples of the Greek art, they have passed into permanence. Born from perception, they have become a lasting truth. The same homage is due to you, not to me. Images which have been derived simply from externals are earthbound, and consequently they must of necessity be weaker than a primary vision of reality. They are too weak for the task of perception, unfit for the task of truth. They are not the same in their inner and outer meanings, but merely superficial, and the same thing holds true of me. Virgil. Now Caesar, with his sudden and again very youthful movement, was again on his feet. Virgil, you are beginning to repeat yourself, even though with new and very persuasive words. I can only gather from this that I have also repeated myself, that the mysterious objections to your work which you express at one time saying you have missed your aim, at another calling it lack of perception, have to do basically only with formal shortcomings. No one except you will be able to feel your images as inconclusive. And the doubts that every artist harbors about the success of his work in your case have almost degenerated to a mania. Perhaps you are the greatest of poets. That doesn't hit the mark, Augustus. No, what then? You are in a hurry, and I must not detain you with long-winded perorations, and such would be necessary to persuade you that the Aeneid, while possessing all the qualities of a finished work of art, is nevertheless unjustified. You are playing with words, Virgil, and if you ever moved only upon the surface of things, it is now. Oh, Octavian, do believe me. Caesar stood there at an incalculable distance. It seemed as if no word could reach him any more. Long-winded arguments are always meant to conceal something, especially when, as evidently the case now, they try to establish themselves on time-wasting philological arrangements. This is no philology, Octavian, but it sounds like a commentary that you should add to the Aeneid. Yes, it might be so described. A commentary by Virgil on his own work. Who would want to miss that? But we can't exclude Maecenas from this. Maecenas, who takes such a passionate interest in questions of this sort. Well, you should give us a lecture on the subject in Rome, and we shall order a slave scribe for the occasion to take down your words. In Rome? How strange it was that he was never to see Rome again. Still, where was Rome? Where was he himself? And this place where he was lying? Was it Brundisium? Where were the streets of the town? Did they not run off into a nowhere, tangled together, this way and that, tangled into those of Rome and Athens, and into the streets of all the other cities of the globe? Doors, windows, walls, all were changing their locations. Everything was involved in the series of permutations, outlook and way out, led into uncertainty, and the whole world seemed to be a single gigantic landscape, a single townscape, devoid of shadows, the 4 points of the heavens lost. No one knew where the east lay. Certainly, my Virgil, Rome is expecting us, said the Caesar. It is getting time for me to depart, and in a few days you are sure to follow me, and in the best of health. But until then, you are not to worry either about your recovery or your manuscript. No harm must come either to you or to it. We need you both, and it will not be hard for you to make me the promise, if I ask it of you, to be responsible for yourself and your manuscript. Where have you put it? Very likely in there. And, as if incidentally, but actually with deliberate intention, Caesar, making ready to depart, pointed to the manuscript chest. Oh, it was extortion, sheer extortion, leaving no other choice open to him. I am to promise you that? There are many portions of the poem of which no copies have yet been made. I have to save you as well as the poem from the rash step you think of taking. It may be that you will convince me and all of us of the rightness of your intentions here to make haste slowly as valid, and first of all, we want to hear your commentary. If you think you cannot keep your promise, I am perfectly willing to take it into my own custody so that you will find it on your arrival. Octavian, I cannot part with the manuscript. It is painful to me, my Virgil, to see you disturbed in this fashion, and yet I can assure you it is just a mania of yours. There is no reason for this perturbation, and there is no reason to justify the destruction of your work. Now he was standing close to the bed, gentle in his encouragement. Oh, Octavian, I am dying, and I know nothing of death. Plautius spoke from afar. The knowledge of death is closed to one who goes alone. It is open only to two who travel united. The hand of Augustus stretched out and grasped his. These are gloomy and unnecessary thoughts, my Virgil. I am not able to chase them away, nor am I allowed to do so. There is still time enough before you, in which, with the help of the gods, your knowledge of death may increase. Much there was that fluctuated about them, many things changing into each other. Five-fingered the hand of Augustus lay in his own, one self inclined to the other self, and yet it was not Plautius' hands. At death's portal there was no such thing as a long or short time. The last moment, if it brought illumination, should endure longer than all of the preceding life. And Plautius said, our union is timeless, timeless our knowledge. The poem. Well, my Virgil, it was still the same gentle tone of encouragement. The poem, I must attain perception. The poem stands there like an obstruction to perception. It is in my way. Augustus drew back his hand. His manner became hard. That is of no consequence. Nothing remained of the hand's pressure. Only the ring could be felt again, and the high fever, and Caesar's words were becoming distantly unintelligible. You yourself spoke of the essential, Augustus, and it is death. It is the perception of death. All of this is unessential compared with duty, even though in your poetry you may have surrounded death with metaphors, as you said before. Everything was fluttering away. One must try to call it back once more. Yes, to retain life in order to find in it the resemblance of death. The resemblance to death? Yes. What? So be it. Yes, so be it. No one asks the soldier in battle whether or not he has already found the symbol of his death or some knowledge of it. If the arrow strikes, he must die. Regardless of knowing or not knowing, he has to fulfill his duty. May the gods protect you from death, my Virgil, and they will do so. But what I cannot tolerate is your playing it out like the trick to move in a game, for there is not the least connection between death, your knowledge or ignorance of it, and your duty toward humanity. If you do not change your mind, you really force me to protect your work against yourself. Caesar was impatient and angry. The thing hung on a thread. Perception is not just a matter for the individual, O Caesar. Perception is the concern of humanity. His own perception had reached no depth. It had remained arrested on the surface, on the stony surface over which the mob clamored. His perception of death did not extend beyond the earth realm, knowing only the stony earthbound skeleton of death and therefore knowing nothing, a poor state of helplessness, and incapable of all help. But one could not come with such reflections to Caesar. He would have refused them in advance, with fury and without understanding. And so you want to help humanity by destroying your work. Are you in earnest? What has become of your duty? What of your consciousness to duty? I earnestly beg you not to start fencing with words again. Something in the eyes of the angry man betrayed that his irritation was not very serious, that his benevolence was to be counted on, now as before. If one succeeded in arousing it all could still be saved. I am not evading my duty and responsibility, Augustus, and that you know, but I shall be able really to serve humanity and the state only when I first shall have pressed on to my own perception, for what is at stake is the task of helpfulness, and just this is impossible to perform without perception. As a matter of fact, Caesar's anger was subsiding. Then for the moment we are going to preserve the Aeneid as a kind of provisional perception, if not quite as a symbol of death, since you deny it this attribute, yet still as a symbol of the Roman spirit and the Roman people whose property it is, all the more, since despite what you call the unrightness of your symbols, by means of them you have been the best helper of your people, and will always remain so. Caesar, your work, your state is the definitive symbol of the Roman spirit. The Aeneid is not, and that is why your work will remain, whereas the Aeneid is doomed to be forgotten and to be destroyed. Has not the world room enough for two valid symbols side by side? Has it not? And even though the Roman state may be a more valid one, I admit that much, is it not more than ever your reasonable duty and service to fit your own work into this more comprehensive one? Again wrath became apparent in the strained countenance. Now it was a wrathful mistrust. But you, however, give it no heed. Your pride is not satisfied that art, that is to say your art, be assigned to a role of service in the state, and rather than suffer it to serve, you would destroy art in its entirety. Octavian, do you know me as an arrogant man? Until now, no, but you seem to have become one. Well, Augustus, I know that man must be humble, and I hope I have learned how to be, but as for art, there I am arrogant, if you want to call it that. As a man, I acknowledge every duty, for man alone is the bearer of duty, but I know that one cannot impose any duty on art, neither duties of state, nor any other kind, for by doing one makes art into a sham art, and should the duties of men go beyond the realm of art as they do today, men have no other choice than to drop art, though not from disrespect. Just our time demands the utmost modesty from the individual, and in utter modesty, aye, more in self-effacement, he has to serve as one of the state's many nameless servants, either as a soldier or in some other capacity, but not with the works of poetry, which have no enduring substance, and are nothing but arrogant examples of sham art, compelled to be a sham art, as long as they presume to serve the state by virtue of their superfluous existence. Aeschylus built his superfluous poetic work into the statecraft of Cleisthenes, and by so doing outlasted the Athenian state. I only wish that my work may endure as long as the Aeneid. This was said quite frankly. One had to discount the sweetness with which Caesar was wont to trick out his friendships. What was true of Aeschylus, Caesar, does not apply to me. Those were different times. Indubitably, Virgil. 500 years have elapsed since then, and no one will deny this, but that is all it amounts to. You spoke of duties, Augustus, and certainly the duty of helpfulness remains unchanged throughout time, but the means of helping change, and today art is not the means. Duty remains, but the object of duty is altered by time. Only in a realm without duty is time without significance. Art is not dependent upon time, and those 500 years are a sign of the poem's eternal merit. They testify to the eternal effect of a genuine artwork, but not further, Octavian. Aeschylus was able to produce works valid for eternity because by means of them he fulfilled the task of his era, and therefore his art was the equivalent of perception. The time determines the direction in which the task lies, and he who goes contrary to it must collapse. An art that is consummated outside these limits, evading the real task, is neither perception nor help. In short, it is not art, and cannot endure. Caesar paced back and forth over the swaying floor. With every dip of the wave he turned round so that he was always walking uphill. But now he must have reached the top, for he stopped. Yet maybe he did feel the Poseidonian movement, and held on. Poseidonian movement, and held on to the candelabrum. Again you speak of things that cannot be proved. In art we are everywhere, imitating the Greek forms. In the conduct of the state you are forging a new path. You are fulfilling the task of your time, not I. That proves nothing. The newness of my path may be argued, but eternal form remains eternal form. I, Augustus, you simply do not want to see. You do not want it to be true that the poetical task no longer exists. No longer exists? No longer? You sound as though we were standing at the end of something. Perhaps it would be better to say not yet, for we may assume that a time for artistic tasks will dawn again. No longer and not yet. Caesar, much dismayed, was weighing these words, and between them yawns an empty space. Yes, no longer and not yet. That is how it sounded. How it had to sound. Lost in nothingness. The lost passed away into realm of dream. But had it not sounded different before, similar but different? And already the boy's voice was announcing itself, the voice of the boy, Lysanias, and it said, not quite here, but yet at hand. That is how it had sounded, and how it would sound. The empty spaces between the epochs, Caesar's words continued, as if they were speaking by themselves, as if they were unfolding without his help, as if the words and not Caesar were soliloquizing. The empty nothingness that yawns wide, the nothingness for which everything comes too late and too early, the empty abyss of nothingness between time and the eons, which time tries to bridge over cautiously and on a hairline by stringing moment to moment in order to conceal the stony petrified crevice. Oh, the abyss of unformed time must not become visible, must not be allowed to gape open. No interruption must occur. Time must flow on incessantly, each moment simultaneously enclosing the end and the beginning, the molded time. Was it actually Caesar who had said this? Or had the words of his most secret fear been speaking? Time flowed past mysteriously, the empty shoreless stream that led to death, always cut into by the present that constantly and elusively was being washed away. We stand between two epochs, Augustus, so call it expectancy, not emptiness. What happens between epochs is empty, and without chronology, impervious to molding, impervious to poetry. You yourself have maintained this, and at the same time, almost in the same breath, you have praised this time of ours, this time that I have been at pains to mold, as the culmination of human existence as well as of poetry, as a veritable time of burgeoning. I remind you of your eclogue, in which you declared that the glory of the ages had been fulfilled by our time. Fulfillment on the way is almost fulfillment. The tension lies in waiting and expecting the fulfillment, and we who are blessed to wait and to watch embody that tension, we also ready for fulfillment. Waiting between epochs, while yet between the shores of time, those invisible shores, waiting between the unattainable shores of life. We stand on the bridge that is spanned between invisibility and invisibility, and nevertheless we are caught in the stream. Plautia had longed to check the mysteriously incessant flow, and perhaps she would have been able to check it, perhaps she would still do it. Oh, Plautia. Caesar shook his head. Fulfillment implies form, not merely tension. Behind us, O Augustus, lies the drop into amorphousness, the drop into nothingness. You are the bridge builder. You have lifted this time out of its depths of rottenness. Now the recipient of this praise nodded in approval. Yes, it is true, the times had become completely rotten. They were marked by loss of perception, loss of the gods. Death was their password for decades. The barest, bloodiest, most raw lust for power was in the saddle. It was civil war, and devastation followed upon devastation. Yes, that was how it was, but I have re-established order. And so it follows that this order, which is your work, has become the one commensurate approximation of the Roman spirit. We had to drain the goblet of horror to its dregs before you came and saved us. The times were sunk deeply in wretchedness, more filled with death than ever before, and now that you have silenced the powers of evil, it must not be allowed to have been done in vain. Oh, it must not have been in vain. The new truth must arise radiantly from the blackest falsehoods, from the wildest raging of death. The redemption will come to pass, the annulment of death. And from this, do you conclude that art now has no task to fulfill? Yes, that's my opinion. Then remember that the war between Sparta and Athens dragged out much longer than our civil war, that it was broken off only by a still greater calamity, and that nevertheless this could not be warded off, for just in the time of Aeschylus the Attic country was laid waste by the Persian hordes. Just then the poet's homeland, Eleusis, and Athens were burnt to ashes. And remind yourself that at that very time, disregarding such horror, the poet achieved his first dramatic triumph, as if announcing through it the early transcendence of Greece. Nothing has changed since then. At that time poetry existed, and it can exist today as well. I know that death on earth is not to be exterminated. I know that man is separated from men by the struggle for power wherever people dwell side by side. Pray keep on remembering that this happened before Salamis and Plataea. I do remember. Actium, which you lauded, became our Salamis, and Alexandria our Plataea, led by the same Olympian gods, and in their name we have again been victorious over the dark powers of the East, even while paradoxically forfeiting the gods and still aping Greece. The powers of the East, discredited through worldliness, ground down until they should have purged themselves in order to ascend from the stream of time, redeemed and redeeming, the star outbeaming all stars, the heaven without eclipse. Nothing was changed. The great example remained, and all art was divinely unfolded, as Athens, led by the wisdom of one admirable man, was presented with the peace of Pericles. It is as you say, Augustus. Annulment of death? There is no such thing. Glory alone outlasts death on earth, and even the glory that comes from war and terror, which certainly I do not wish to be mine. I strive for the glory of peace. Glory and again glory. Whether it be the ruler or the literati, the only concern was glory, with the absurd annulment of death by glory. Yes, they lived for the sake of glory. It was all that was essential to them, their sole value, and the only comfort to be derived from it, curious though it may be, was that all which was done under its auspices could come to be more essential than glory itself. Peace is the earthly symbol of an unearthly annulment of death. You have bidden the earthly death and devastation to cease. You have set your peaceful order in its place. Is that the way you think of it? Augustus, who had been emphasizing his speech by pompous gestures as if addressing the Senate, stopped short for a moment and let his hand fall to the back of the chair near him. So that is how you think of it. You mean to say that the Athenians rose up against Pericles because in spite of peace he did not ward off death, because the plague broke into the symbol? You mean to say that the people desire such a symbol? The people are acquainted with symbols. Augustus disregarded this. Well, we haven't had the plague so far, and it has been granted me to rule unarmed over a united Italy. And if the gods will only continue to send me their help, this peace will hold, not only within our country, but will spread. It will be completed, and very soon at that, by the pacification of the whole empire up to its borders. The gods will not deny you their help, Caesar. Caesar became thoughtfully silent, and then his smile appeared, almost boyish, sly. Then, just for the sake of the gods, and in homage to them, my state must not be lacking in art. The peace that I am establishing is in need of art as much as that of Pericles, who gloriously crowned his by building the sky-towering Acropolis. So Caesar had succeeded in returning to the Aeneid. Really, Augustus, you are not making life easy for me. Really, you have... Life, it should not rightly be called death. Should it not rightly be called death? Something grey opened up somewhere, elusive, bridgeless, halted in itself. Mysteriously, time was flowing on, and yet reluctant to flow any longer. What do you want to say, my Virgil? The voice of the slave took over the answer. There is no time left, and none to talk about art. Art can do nothing any more. It is not able to annul time, for my power is greater. And almost at once Plotty added, exempt from every transmutation of its mutable course, time will come to stand still in the immutable as you let yourself be converted to me. In holding me, you will hold time. She had spoken silently and coolly from out the coolness of time. Invisibly her hand emerged from the invisible, feather-light, to clasp his. Caesar glanced towards him, glancing at the seal ring. No, it was upon Plotier's invisible finger, delicate as a breeze, that he looked, and still he smiled. Is the time that I formed by virtue of my peace worth less than that of Pericles? Is my peace? It is our time, our era. It is my peace. It is our time, our era of peace. Augustus, you really do not make it easy for one, and besides, the Acropolis substantiates you, as do the buildings with which you have adorned Rome. A city of bricks was transformed into one of marble. Certainly, Augustus' architecture flourishes, for much like the state which you have made, it has established a similitude of order in space, and is itself order. So you concede something to the art of building? Order is latent in the mutability of time and all things terrestrial. Oh, Augustus, and whenever one has been successful in creating order on earth, the real order of human existence, there follows also the wish to erect a counterpart of that order in space. There is the Acropolis, there are the pyramids, as well as the Temple of Jerusalem, bearing witness to the striving for the annulment of death by order within space. Well now, this is indeed a concession, even though it is the first I have been able to wrest from you, and it is even a delightful and important one, especially in regard to Vitruvius, who otherwise might ask me at any time to demolish his buildings. But seriously, I should not like to weigh architecture against poetry, nor Vitruvius against Virgil, even though Vitruvius, if I am not in error, dedicated his book on architecture to me, while Virgil intends to take back from me the Aeneid. However, in all seriousness, I want you to consider that the concession which you have decided to make to architecture implies a similar one for all other arts as well. The wholeness of art is not to be torn to tatters. The right to exist which you grant architecture necessarily brings poetry in its train, and as proof, let me go further and say, with no reference to Pericles, that there has never yet been a flourishing civil community which at the same time did not help every single art, including poetry, to a full unfolding. Of course, Augustus, art is an exalted unity. Your all too swift agreement is dangerous, Virgil. The more quickly it comes, the more likely you are to follow it with a denial. On the contrary, I extend the argument. Whether art expresses itself in this way or that, in all its branches, yes, even in architecture and music it serves perception everywhere and gives it expression. The unity of perception and that of art are sisters, and one like the other stems from Apollo. Which perception? That of life or of death? Both, each existing only by virtue of the other, and therefore united in a single shape. So yet again, this perception of death, admit that you are heading toward a retraction of your concession. Nowhere, however, is the perceptive duty of art so compelling, so binding, and so sharply prescribed as in the realm of poetry, for poetry connotes speech, and speech connotes perception. And the conclusion to all this? You honored me before by citing the words of Anchises. I do honor you, Virgil, though a little less so for the moment, because you are again trying to slip in a distraction. That quotation was only to make you aware that you yourself have thought such zeal over small inadequacies of form, and the playful tendency to polish your verses to a flawless perfection, incommensurate with a serious purpose and with the dignity of Roman art. I agree, Caesar. The ravishing game of constant polishing and correcting. How alluring it would be to be able to start it all over again. Yonder stood the chest with all the cleanly written rolls of manuscript, which one could have scanned line after line for grammar, metrics, melody, and for meaning. Oh, how alluring, how very alluring. But the slave spoke, now very near, yes, from the very edge of the bed. Do you not dream of doing this? Disgust would overcome you if you did. And Platius' hands had again been wafted away. Caesar, however, standing amidst the silent, lurid emanations of the sun's eclipse, said, "Those were the words of Anchises, and it profits you nothing to characterize as ravishing this sort of playing about with art. You can neither dispose of your own pronouncement, nor make it weaker." The words of Anchises. Anchises was among the shades. Only words remained. Not only the light was leaden, nay, shadowy and leaden were the times as well. The words of Anchises are your own, Virgil. Now that they press up from the realm of shades, I realize that I meant far more by them. In what way? You have given them too weak an interpretation by far, Augustus. If my interpretation is too feeble, then you must rectify it. I deplore my feebleness. Caesar had let go of the candelabrum. He supported himself by both hands against the back of the chair. The sharp crease of anger appeared once more between his eyes, and his foot beat upon the tiled floor in quick, hard taps. So had it always been, the slightest contradiction sufficed to provoke this sort of sudden and unexpected irritation. Your interpretation is not feeble, it merely leaves room for some intensification. Many things that at first are mere presentiments gain their inner meaning only by time. Divulge it. Compared to the art of ruling, compared to the art of state regulation and peace, compared to this essentially Roman art and task, all other arts, not only the alas so ravishing one of artistic dalliance, are pale. Aye, even this exaltation bearing and born of felicity pales also, this exaltation in which eternal art is embodied and was bound to be embodied in so far as it presumes to be more than a mere sham artistic decorative adornment of life. Aye, even it pales in comparison. This is what I intended to express with the words of Anchises, and it was this very opinion that I repeated when I estimated your work, your expression of the Roman spirit as the sole validity superior to the influence of every art. And I had refuted you. Art lasts longer, negated by no time whatever. Mysteriously, an empty stream, time flowed on. Permit me, Augustus, to draw the most provoking conclusion yet about the things into which you are inquiring. Speak up. Just the greatest art, that one most conscious of its task of perception, is also aware of the loss of perception and the godlessness through which we have passed. It is constantly confronted by the terror of death's devastations. I have already reminded you of the Persian Wars. And therefore there are indications in this art that, along with the new order created by you, a new perception must also come to flower, growing up from the depth of our lost perception, growing as high as our loss was deep. For else the new order would be purposeless. The salvation that we have received at your hands would have been in vain. Is that all? Caesar seemed quite satisfied. Is this your final conclusion? Yes. The more that any art, and before all the art of poetry, shows sign of conscious perception, the clearer one sees that it does not suffice for the new perception. Despite all its power of metaphor, it harbors reflections of the coming perception. For this very reason it must withdraw before the stronger metaphor. Very well, I have no objections to the new perception, but it seems to me that you are making too great a display of art's perceptive task for your own purposes. It is the very core of the artistic spirit, and you deliberately overlook the fact that the oneness of spirit extends even beyond art. The counterpart of the new perception lies outside of art. That is the essential thing about it. You deliberately overlook the fact that every era that is fruitful for the state is also fruitful for perception. You deliberately overlook the fact that in Athens' greatest period philosophy flowered along with the other arts, and you must overlook it, because philosophy fits as little into the queer picture of your unattainable or death-annulling goal of perception as all the other genuinely true facts of life. May you come to see how wrong you are, while I, for the moment, shall rely on philosophy to find the new perception that you demand. Philosophy is no longer capable of finding it. The words came of their own accord. It had not been necessary to think them through or think them over. They had come, so to speak, immediately from eyes to tongue. For back of them, was it here in the palely shadowed room, Was it outside in the pallid pen-sketched landscape? No, still further, much further off, strangely lifted out of time, the city of Athens was arising, the longed-for city, the city of Plato, the city in which shelter had been denied him, denied by fate, fate which still hung over the city like a cloud of death, hovering there yet casting no shadow by its leaden light. No longer capable, repeated Augustus. No longer. First art, now philosophy. Virgil, is this another case of too late and too early, and does this no longer apply to philosophy as well? There in the spaceless space of the words the city was arising, it was nothing but a shadowless word picture. It was just empty twaddle, unstable and evanescent. It was without a symbol, and having forfeited its symbol, it had lost its substance. Truly, fate had been kind to him when it had not allowed him to remain there. Time is unrelenting, Augustus. Thinking has reached its limits. Men are able to carry thinking as far as the gods, and it should be content with this, and should be content with this. Yes, the human mind is limitless, but when it touches on immensity, it is thrown back, becoming devoid of perception. Then death's devastations begin on earth. Then come the great floods, the din of arms, the disgraceful rivers of gushing blood. Philosophy has nothing in common with civil war. The time is ripe. Now the plough must again be turned round in the furrow. With every day, time becomes ripe for something or other. Without a common ground of perception, without common principles, there is no understanding, no elucidation, no proof, no persuasion. The commonly shared vision of the infinite is the basis of all communication, and without it even the simplest things are incommunicable. Well, after all, Virgil, you managed to convey a number of things to me even now, so our fundamental agreement cannot be said to be in such a bad way. For me, anyway, it suffices. Caesar was right. What sense was there in all this? How did it concern Caesar? It was taxing, but nevertheless like a compulsion, happening, it seemed, for the fate of the Aeneid. Philosophy is a science. It is the truth of the mind. It must be able to prove the need for a ground of perception, and percept. Somewhere there was laughter, mute and boisterous and complacent. Was it the slave, or was it the demons announcing their return by laughter? Why do you not continue, Virgil? Again Athens appeared. Again there was the singular disappointment that Athens had proved to be. Where did the laughter come from? From Athens? The ground of perception precedes all things intellectual, all philosophy. It is the first assumption linking inner and outer things simultaneously. You really did bring me back from Athens, Octavian? Isn't that true? Mother of pearl, the shell of heaven opened over the Adriatic Sea. The boat rocked. The white horses of Poseidon showed their heads. There was laughing and noise in the guest room. At the stern, in the graying light, a slave musician began to sing in the voice of a boy. It was salutary and proper for me to bring you back from Athens, my Virgil. Or do you imply that now philosophy is exempted from its task, since you were not left uncared for in the city of philosophers? Caesar should rightly be on the other boat and not here. Philosophy has come to have no base for its perception. It having dropped away deep down into the ocean, and having been obliged to grow upward to touch infinity, philosophy's roots do not reach down far enough, even though they also grow into infinity, else I should not have travelled home with you, Octavian. Where the roots fail to grip, there is the shadowless void. The ground of perception has dropped away, and there is a great deal of empty chatter on the ship. Perhaps you do not notice it as acutely as I, because you have not become clear-sighted through seasickness. Formerly, philosophy still had ground of perception on which it could establish itself. Like you, I refused to see it had been lost. I went to Athens, yes, I really went there, but today that creatively potent ground in which philosophy was once rooted is definitely lost. Thinking has become unmasculine. Indeed, so it was, and it was no laughing matter. Even the god, who recognized the nothingness and wished for it, dared not laugh, and actually, the unwarrantable laughter was silenced. In its stead, Plautius spoke. Acquiescence is silent, needing no confirmation. Return home into the open shell of silence. And this was so soothing to hear that even the progress of the ship slowed down and the water became very smooth. The downbeat of the rowers was now scarcely noticeable. There was scarcely any creaking in the yards. Only now and then the clink of a chain was to be heard. Leaning against the mast of the candelabrum, one hand grasping among the laurel sails, stood Caesar, the loving husband, travelling as a male to his mate, to Livia who awaited him, and since time travelled with the ship, there was no calculating how long it took before he began to speak. At last he said, "If philosophy has lost its ground of perception, its present duty is to regain it." Caesar must really have been on the other ship, or was still there, since he had not heard that the roots did not reach down far enough. Perhaps it was possible to make him comprehend it by other words. "The wood of elms is not suitable for ship masts, firm and yet flexible. These must stand and grow." Do you feel tired, Virgil? What would you like to have the doctor again? Would you like to have the doctor again? Octavian had pushed the chair hastily aside, and was bending over the couch, his face very near. The face was very near, almost as near as Platia's face had been, and then the fog tore apart. "I feel quite well, Octavian, very well in fact, but it may be that I was dizzy for a moment." "Your words sounded rather obscure, though that happens often with you. If one reflects on them afterward, they seem to have become wisdom." "Wisdom? No, never. And now it seems to me that I was seeking a suitable example with which to answer you without being able to find one, but you, and of that I am certain, were speaking of the perceptive ground of philosophy." "That is correct, Virgil, and I feel relieved." "And that philosophy was not in position to produce its own ground of perception." "That has not yet been made clear." Augustus's mind was not entirely on the matter. "Besides, this question is of no importance to us, Virgil." The seismic swaying still persisted, but everything else was clear and without strangeness. Clear and natural was the fading of the softly pen-sketched landscape outside. Clear and natural the elm candelabrum, and the bed was no longer a large ship. Instead, it had shrunk clearly and naturally to a simple skiff, in which it was comfortable to journey onward. Only Caesar's presence, despite his utterly familiar behavior, seemed neither wholly clear nor natural, at least as long as he must continue these efforts to convince him, to bring him back to reality. The intellect is capable of creating its own assumptions, and consequently philosophy is also unable to do so. The intellect is incapable of creating its own assumptions, and consequently philosophy is also unable to do so. No one is so generatively efficient that he can make himself into his own ancestor. That laughter, had it not sprung a while back from his own throat, from his own breast? That is where he felt it now, and it was mysteriously painful. Forefather and forefather cannot be generated, nor can assumptions. Nothing and nobody has ever possessed the Promethean power to surpass the limits proper to each, and none will ever do so. Untrue. 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 The word had been suggested, whispered out of a nowhere, by the slave or by Platia. He did not know which, more likely by Platia, for it was she who spoke on "Love constantly breaks through its own boundaries." "Oh, yours too, Platia, yours too. It did and still does. In loving anything, one transcends oneself." "Oh, Platia, do you feel me? In loving you, I feel you intensely." "Platia, I feel you, near, and I realize you." "Yes, Virgil, yes." And the borders of their bodies were interlocked. The boundaries of their souls were flowing one into the other, growing and overgrowing their limits, perceiving and perceived. Astonished, Augustus questioned, "What is untrue, Virgil?" "One can overstep one's own borders." "That is pleasant for me to hear. So your concession still holds good?" "Overstepping the boundaries. Philosophy, poetry. What is overstepping the boundaries?" "Wherever Plato succeeded in doing that, philosophy became poetry. And at its highest peak, poetry was capable of transporting across boundaries." Though somewhat absent and hasty, a friendly affirmative nod was the response. "In any case, your artistic modesty is great enough to question your own wisdom, but your artistic ambition wants to take account of it, at least for art as such." "It is not wisdom, Octavian. The wise man does not become a poet, at all events not a man with a calling for wisdom. No, it is a sort of divining love that is sometimes allowed to burst the boundaries." "I am satisfied that at least you feel yourself called to wisdom, and so we shall no longer debate the question of philosophy. Rather, should it actually prove incapable of pressing onto its own assumptions, let us send it on toward poetry, and we shall challenge philosophy to draw its ground of perception from art, in whose beauty, as you have admitted, all wisdom is gathered." I should concede this to very few and indubitable works of art, and all of them are those of a very distant past. And your Aeneid, my Virgil? Again it was time which announced itself, mysteriously opposing the past to the present, mysterious in its effect, mysterious in its motive, fateful in both. Once more I must disappoint you, Augustus, by stubbornly repeating, that the artist's power of metaphor is strictly conditioned by time, and no longer suffices for the new perception. The ground of perception may be divined from art, but its creation, its recreation lies beyond the power of art. There is no such thing as a new creation. One can only recreate what has always existed independent of time, and therefore still exists, even though as today it may remain hidden for a period. Man remains the same creature that he has always been, and no doubt his ground of perception, about which you are constantly speaking, remains the same also, so much the same that it may easily and for your pleasure precede all perception. Basically nothing changes. Nothing can change. Nothing has changed. O Augustus, perceiving and perceived, the gods of yore surrounded the mortal. Do you refer to the time of Aeschylus? Yes, to that time also. The gods have not vanished, and your reference is the best confirmation of what I have been maintaining. Yes, my friend, that it is just because the Olympians once reigned, undoubted and unopposed by man. Just for this reason we have to return to the faith of the fathers, so that art and philosophy may find the same ground of perception which was that of our people, and consequently is the only right one for us. The constant necessity to speak and to answer was becoming too much of a strain. The faith of the fathers? In those days there had been no fall and the loss of perception. That has been overcome, certainly, but for that you had first to come. At that time, however, it was not first necessary to reawaken faith, for it was still alive. It was one with human life, the inward and outward life together. It is no less alive now than it was then, and the gods passed through your poem in their most lively form, Virgil. They entered it from outside. I had to search further and further into the past for them. You traced them to their origin, the source where they are fundamentally perceived, and in so doing you have once and for all presented the people with the reality of the gods, and with the reality that is the truest perception of divinity. Virgil, your depictions are of the liveliest reality. They are the reality of your people. This had a seductive and gratifying sound, and withal it was Caesar's honest conviction. Nevertheless, these were only hollow words, perhaps because now Caesar was contending scarcely at all for the Aeneid, but primarily for his own work. But perhaps for that very reason, he would relinquish the Aeneid. No, Caesar, I have already said that mine are only superficial images. They do not satisfy you because you demand from them a perception of and an annulment of death, which no one on earth is capable of giving. You have even placed my work under this exaggerated challenge. My images are inadequate because you are stuck, Virgil. You know you are wrong. Time, Augustus. In a mysterious way we are captives of time. It flows on mysteriously, an empty stream, a stream on the surface, and we know neither its course nor its depth, and yet it must close to a ring. How can you maintain that art does not lie in the tread of this era and its task? Which priestly inspector of vitals has divulged this to you? No, Virgil, this is not right. There is nothing mysterious in time, and nothing which needs a liver-gazer. What was the mystery which lay in time? Emptily the empty stream flowed toward death, and if its goal were removed, then stream and time disappeared. Why would time be annulled if death were? Things fitted together dreamily, and it was a dream voice which spoke, the serpent ring of time, the heavenly viscera. And you call this the basis of your perception? It is that of our haruspex. What are you hiding, Virgil? We are captives of time, all of us, and this is even true of perception. Caesar was noticeably disquieted. You make time responsible for the actions of men. You make it responsible even for the loss of perception. By this you release men, and naturally yourself also, from every responsibility. That is dangerous. I prefer to make men responsible for the time they live in. What was time? Was it, after all, a stream that flowed on without hindrance? Was it not rather in spurting movement, sometimes like the almost still water of a lake, yes, even of a swamp, lying under the two-toned cloud of dusk, and again like a roaring cataract, throwing out a spray of seven-colored glittering spume, a flood that inundated everything and rushed on. Caesar, there's always scope enough for human responsibility. Man performs his duty well or ill, and even though it be time that prescribes the sphere of his task, even though he may be unable to exert an influence upon it, his responsibility to his duty remains unchanged, and independent of the modifications in the realm of the task. His duty is to duty. And I cannot admit that the course of duty is altered through time. Man bears the responsibility for the duties and tasks which he has set as the goal of his actions. At all times he has to adjust these to the community and to the state, and when he fails to do so, then the time is formless. Man, however, has to shape time, and he shapes it within the state. This constitutes his highest duty. Mystery of time, mystery of its emptiness, why was the human course of duty altered within it? Endlessly the Saturnian fields spread out over time, never changing throughout time, and the human soul was in bondage to time. But beyond the surface, in the depths of heaven and earth, lay perception, the goal of humanity. Perception continues to be a duty. It continues to be the divine task of men, and perception realizes itself in the state. Augustus glanced toward him in direct challenge, without losing his expression of apprehensive uneasiness. What was time? What were the changes in the sphere of human duty which developed under its command? What was the variable element in time? Mysteriously it evolved of itself. What was it that with time closed to a circle? Whither was the journey leading? The boat rocked. The perceptive man held into time. No, Virgil, it is he who holds time in his hands. Oh, it was perception itself which altered, often hesitating, often bogged down to a standstill, only to be hurled forward again like a cataract, like the perception of existence extending over all that existed, the perception web of the world that circumscribed men in what they could and must believe, the great web of perception in the flowing meshes of which men were caught, and at which they must, despite this, work on unceasingly, so that it should come to be the web of the universe and not rend asunder. Mysteriously united to existence, enlarged and transformed along with it, existence mysteriously transformed to perception itself. In this wise perception went forward, thus it must go forward for the sake of creation, for the sake of time, in which creation becomes reality, for the flow of time was nothing else than a change of perception. Man is held into creation, and he holds creation in his hands. O Augustus, it is time and yet not time. Time is shaped by man through perception. I will never admit time to be stronger than man. Stronger than time was fate, in which the final secret of time lay hidden, for fate's commandment to die was binding even on creation, even on the gods, yet constantly held in balance by its charge to be reborn, this charge on both the gods and men, not to allow the web of perception to be rent, constantly to reknot the thread, to preserve in such wise and forever, knowing and known, the creative work of the gods and the gods themselves, gods and men bound to each other by the pledge of truth. A change in perception connotes time and nothing else, Augustus, and he who brings about a renewal of perception shapes the further course of time. Augustus ignored that. And never will I admit that our times are less than those of Aeschylus. No, on the contrary, in many respects they are incomparably greater, and I may even assert that I have contributed something to them. In most matters we have outstripped the Greeks, and even so our knowledge is constantly on the increase. Oh, Augustus, it seems we are speaking of opposites. Superficial perception may be increasing, while the kernel of perception may be shrinking. Then is my work nothing but a fleeting and surface metaphor too? The solicitude of Augustus had become an unmistakably hurt protest. Is that what you are implying? Mystery of time, Saturnian mystery of perception, mystery of fate's commands, mystery of the pledge. Light and darkness, united in the two-toned dusk, unfold of themselves to the seven colors of the earthly creation. But when the transformation in being will have reached to universal perception, having become unalterable by virtue of being whole, only then will time come to its standstill, not immobile, not like a lake, but like an all-embracing moment, an unending sea of light, lasting through all eternity, so that over the reality of its day of judgment and rebirth, the seven colors will be merged to final oneness, to the ivory shimmer of pristine daylight, compared to which every earthly light is leaden, every earthly reality shaded off to a suggestion, to a mere play of lines. Your work is carried by time, Caesar, fulfilling time's task, and it aims toward the fate-commanded renewal of perception in which creation with its divine attributes shall once again stand firm. Disappointment was mixed with disdain in the gesture of rejection. Merely to aim at perception is not the same thing as reaching it. Your work is peace. Ah, but if I am to believe you, it is only metaphorically that peace annuls death. And even when I shall close the door of the Janus temple, as I certainly hope to do in a very short time, to you it will be only a metaphor, and far from a real annulment of death. Rome is the emblem, Rome is the symbol which you have created, Caesar. Rome is the deed of our ancestors, Virgil, and the reality established by them extends very far beyond the merely symbolic. And Rome has come again to be your deed, Augustus, the Roman order and the Roman state. Yes, my emblematic state, as you called it, yet the Roman state has to be more than perception's emblem, empty of content. This disdainful rejection had grown into outright repugnance. Caesar stood ready to depart, and it seemed as if he had forgotten the matter of the Aeneid. You have re-established order in earthly affairs, given it body, and it stands as your perception. Then why call it a metaphor? Why do you adhere to this? Metaphor, perception, reality. How could one ask that Caesar's pride be reconciled to the concept of metaphor, since he had never accepted the humility of perception, since he had never been willing to perceive the abyss, since for him reality was only that of the surface? But perception emerged out of the abyss. It was the humble emerging from the depths of contrition to a new humility, was the bringing home of reality from the nothingness into which it had necessarily been cast, so that it might be born. Perception born out of darkness, born to return to metaphor, the rebirth of reality, changed in the abyss, yet in itself unchangeable. You have recognized the divinely lawful order in celestial things, and recognizing it again in the Roman spirit, you have integrated them both, embodying them as an earthly entity, and through your work of state, giving them visible shape as the commensurate symbol of the Roman spirit, the commensurate symbol of a celestial order of perception. Why, the same thing can be said of the Aeneid. Never. Never? Curiously, this time, the contradiction did not increase Augustus's anger. In fact, he seemed to be somewhat mollified. Really? How's that? The deed is the task of time, not the word, not art. Time asks only for the perceptive deed. Then I ask you again, why only as a metaphor? Speaking was becoming a great strain, and thinking even a greater one. Augustus, to recognize the celestial in the terrestrial, and by virtue of that recognition to bring it to earthly shape as a formed work, or a formed word, or even as a formed deed. This is the essence of the true symbol. It stamps the primal image within and without, containing it and being contained by it, just as your state, filled by the Roman spirit, lies embedded in that very spirit, and born by the celestial, which it represents, nay more, which has entered into it. The symbol itself comes to outlast time, growing as time endures, growing to a death-annulling truth, of which it has been the symbol from the very beginning. So that is what the genuine metaphor is like. Caesar seemed to consider this, although with the look of one who is unable to grasp something, the symbol which has more than a superficial meaning. Yes, the genuine metaphor, which is the lasting one, the genuine work of art, the genuine state, the enduring truth within the metaphor. I cannot test the validity of these conditions. They are very complicated. Caesar did not have to verify anything. There was no use in checking upon what one did not grasp. One had merely to accept it, even though one were Caesar. You have founded peace and order on the ground prepared by your deed. Every perceptive deed of the future will unfold to an annulment of death, and your work, already a symbol, is growing out to meet it. Is that not enough for you, Caesar Augustus? At this Caesar smiled thoughtfully, meanwhile preparing to leave. This is all very long-winded, Doesn't it belong to the commentary that we wanted to keep for Maecenas? Perhaps. I do not know. Yes. Why did Caesar not go away, since he wished already to be gone? Yes, all of this was extremely long-winded, extremely tiring, extremely strenuous, and really one should put it off to some future meeting with the Maecenas. With Maecenas, or perhaps altogether. Defer it for a long time. Softly the wall fountain trickled, and its trickling echo was trickling everywhere, trickling deeply down toward the sea, trickling on to the nocturnal waves of the sea, and turning into a wave itself. A white-crested wave in the darkness. It held a trickling conversation with the voice of Plotier, which floated mutely and inaudible above the trickling sound, gleaming silverly through the night, waiting for Caesar to be gone, waiting for the loneliness of night. Was this the night? Oh, how hard it was to open one's eyes again. Oh, to put off both day and night. But notwithstanding his initial leave-taking, Caesar suddenly was no longer in a hurry. He seemed to be considering some other request and abruptly sat down again. He sat there like someone who meant neither to stay long nor to leave immediately, veering a little toward the edge of the chair, his arm hanging over the back, and after remaining silently for a while, he said, "Possibly so. Possibly all that you say is right. But one cannot live in a chaos of symbols." To live? Was this still the question? Was there still a concern for life? Round about was the soft and enticing trickling, to live, oh, to live on, so that one would be able to die. Who had to decide that? Whose voice was the decisive one? Plautier's silence held, but Augustus said, "Let us not forget that there is a reality, even though we are limited to metaphor in expressing it and giving it shape. We are alive, and that is reality, simple reality." Life was to be grasped only in metaphor, and metaphor could express itself only in metaphor. The chain of metaphor was endless, and death alone was without metaphor, death to which this chain reached, as though death, even though lying outside it, were its last link, and as though all metaphors had been shaped simply for the sake of death, in order to grasp its lack of metaphor despite all lie, as if language could regain its native simplicity from death alone, as if there lay the birthplace of Earth's simple language, the most earthly and yet the most divine of symbols. In all human language, death smiled. And now Plautius spoke. "Reality is mute, and we shall live alive, and we shall live in its muteness. Go forward into reality. I shall follow you." To go forward through the chain of metaphors, to move into increasing timelessness, metaphor turning into metaphor, which in turn becomes reality, dying without death. Now Caesar smiled. "Yes, that is a very circumstantial kind of reality. Are you serious in thinking that reality is subject to such involved conditions? I see scarcely any difference between them and those you have imposed on metaphor." Though Caesar was sitting so near, his voice broke through from a strangely immeasurable distance, but not less strangely, and from a distance still greater, if possible, came his own words, although from an opposite direction. "The metaphor of reality and the reality of metaphor, oh, only at the very end does the one merge into the other." I believe in a simpler reality, my Virgil. For instance, I believe in the homely and robust reality of our everyday life. Yes, Virgil, in just the simple reality of everyday life. In everyday simple reality, even in their simplest meaning, the words of men stemmed from death. But further than that, from the cavern of nothingness which gave birth to reality, they stemmed from the enormous cave behind the twofold portal of death. They stemmed from immensity, and therefore the listener who received them was no longer himself. He had become another person, removed from himself because he participated in immensity. The simplicity of the fathers and forefathers, Virgil, the simplicity of your Aeneas, it was in the simplicity of their everyday life that they set up the Roman state. There were sun eclipses in the sky, the lightlessness was lion-colored, the horses of Poseidon trampling the waves stamped on, and the line of Phoebus was not to be seen. Had the heavenly span, forgetful of the divine taming, already broken free of the reins and gone back to the horse-herds of the waters? Oh, it was Lucifer rising, and washed by the waves of the ocean. He who was followed by Venus, chosen by her as the light star, lifting his holy head eastward, his glances were likewise uplifted. Dawn was released by his glances. Had this been the reality of Aeneas? Had he been permitted to leave earth's simplicity so far behind him? Had he really pushed on so far? Was this how he saw it? Oh, Augustus, everything was simple reality to Homer. That was his perception. To be sure, you are merely confirming my statement. Whatever meant reality to our ancestors persists, and is hidden in every kind of art. Oh, Augustus, the ground is shaking. Nothing shook for Homer or his heroes. However, for Aeneas, are you speaking about reality or art? About both. Well then, about both. So you must realize at last that Rome and your poem are one, and that Rome's plain reality is contained in your poem. Nothing shakes in it. Its reality is as well founded as the italic soil. Even the moon's shining orb, even the sun's fairy fire, spirit was feeding them both. Mind reached through all the world's members, uniting as into one body the whole of existence by essence. Perceiving and perceived, does the star travel eastward? O Augustus, all reality is but the growth of perception. Rome sprang from the perception of our forefathers. Rome was the perception of Aeneas, and there is no one who knows this better than yourself, Virgil. It was above an earth in repose, not above states that the star would wander. However, of this Augustus wanted to know nothing, and yet it must not be held back in silence. The ancestors planted the seed of perception when they created the Roman order. I do not wish to hear again that the reality of Rome, the reality of what has been created and is yet to be created, has been merely a symbol. The reality of my work must be more than a mere metaphor. Rome was founded in the likeness of perception. It carries truth in itself, evolving more and more into reality. There is no reality save that of growth and development. So the present counts for nothing. Born from perception, the Roman state will grow beyond itself. Its order will come to be the kingdom of perception. The empire does not need to grow any further. With the help of the gods, we shall succeed in pushing the German frontiers as far as the Elbe, so as to establish the shortest possible line of defense between the ocean and the Euxinian Sea, and the empire having reached its natural limits, to safeguard it in the north from Britannia to Dacia. Your domain, O Caesar, will come to be even greater. It ought not to be greater. Were it to be, the Italic progeny would not suffice to support Roman order and customs throughout the whole territory. The realm of reality which you are helping into existence will be more than an expansion of government over military protected territory. Verily, what has been accomplished counts for nothing with you, and since it counts for nothing, you will reduce it to a metaphor that has no claim on reality. Breathing was wearisome, speaking was weariness, and wearisome the struggle against Caesar's increasing distrust and his sensitive assertiveness. Swordless is the peace which you have founded within the empire of Caesar, and it shall embrace the whole world without the aid of the sword. True. The explanation seemed to have been satisfactory. Indeed, it has been my care to ensure peace through treaties, and not through the sword. However, the power of the sword must stand behind the treaties in order that they shall not be broken. In the kingdom of perception, the sword will come to be superfluous. Almost startled, Caesar looked up. How will you protect yourself against broken treaties and perjury? How will you do this without a legion? The golden age has not yet arrived. The golden age in which iron should be transmuted to gold again. The age of Saturn, who was immune from observation in the changelessness of his interminable change. But he who hearkened into the depths, both of heaven and of earth, surmised, possibly beyond the Saturnian realm, the future reunion of the human with the divine. Only the true perception can uphold the pledge. Augustus smiled. That may be, but it will be better able to do so if supported at the same time by 1 or 2 legions. You no longer need troops for the inner peace of Italy. That is true, Virgil, and I have good reasons for not keeping garrisons here. A sort of sly candor was discernible in Caesar's countenance, a twinkle in the eye, understandable for the friend alone. Troops within range of the Senate and its agents seem to me a somewhat too solid reality. You are mistrustful of the Senate. Men do not change, either in their good or bad aspects, and the garrulous malice that wrought the downfall of Julius Caesar, blessed be his paternal name and memory, operates in the conclave of the Senate, just as it did 25 years ago. Even were I to exert a still greater influence over the senatorial nominations, these gentlemen are to be relied upon only so long as they know that I can throw Gallic and Illyrian legions into Italy at any time. And I take care that they do know it. The people support your sovereignty, Augustus, not the Senate. That is so, and being the tribune of the people is the most important of all my offices. Again the features disclosed a cunning candor, this time indicating that it was not for the sake of the people, but because of the right to veto the decisions of the Senate, that being the people's tribune was of such prime importance. You are the symbol of peace to the people, and that is why they love you. The golden age has not come, yet it is promised by your peace. Peace? War? The cunning in Caesar's countenance was tinged with pain. The people accept the one like the other. I was in conflict with Antonius. I formed an alliance with him. I destroyed him, and the people scarcely took any notice of these changes. They do not know what they really want. And we have only to see it that no other Antonius appears. The people cheer any victor. They love the victor, not the man. This may hold good for the huddled masses lured into cities, but not for the peasants. The peasant loves peace, and him who brings peace. The peasants love you for the man you are, and peasants are the real people. For a moment, for a heartbeat, oh, for a painful breathing space, the sun's eclipse faded. The livid light and sketched landscape, as well as the wavering stability, faded without actually fading out, as if to give place to the picture of the Mantuan plain, the mountain-shadowed region of fields whispering of childhood, spread out in sunshine, in rain, spread throughout all seasons and all stages of life. As though there were no more need to hurry, Caesar settled back properly into the chair. I cannot root out the cities from the surface of the earth, Virgil. On the contrary, I have to erect cities because they are supporting points of the Roman order. As much today as ever before, we are a city-building people, and first and foremost came the city of Rome. Not as the city of merchants and money-lenders, their golden age is coined and stamped. You are unjust. The merchant is the Roman soldier of peace, and if I want him to exist, I have to tolerate banking. That is all part of the state's welfare. I am not unjust. I see the avaricious swarms in the streets. I perceive the impiety. The peasant is the only one who retains the piety of the Roman people, although he is too in danger of succumbing to the greed for money. Insofar as you are right, it is only an urgent reminder for us to take up our educational task without delay. We must see to it that the city masses become what they should be by virtue of their civil rights, a united Roman people. They will become so by virtue of the perception for which they are avid. They are even more avid for the circus, which certainly does not lessen our task or its urgency. Yes, they hanker for games, the path of reversion. Whose path? Whoever is without perception must dull his sense of emptiness by intoxication, consequently also by the intoxication of victory, if only as a spectator. I have to reckon with established facts, and I must not overlook anything that may be relevant to a unification of the masses. They are welded into a people by the sense of victory. Feeling themselves victorious, they are ready to band together for their country. The peasants do so for the sake of their country's peace. Oh, Mantuan meadows that lie spread out yonder, the peasant always lives in that community which is called the people. Within it, when he ploughs his fields, when he drives to market, on every one of his feast days. I have always made a point of promoting the peasantry. I have reduced their taxes. I have divided the vast areas of the crown estates for the benefit of small tenants and regulated the terms of cultivation. However, our unpleasant experiences with the colonization of the veterans was an unmistakable sign of changed circumstances in our national economy. Rome has grown beyond its peasantry, and we are more concerned with the corn of Egypt than with that of Italy and Sicily. Corn of Egypt than we are with that of Italy and Sicily. We may no longer support ourselves exclusively on our peasantry. We may hope even less to bring our masses back to peasantry. In either case, we should be condemning the state economy and the state itself to destruction. Yet the Roman freedom, which you have taken under your protection, was and is supported by the peasants. Freedom? Certainly. I am responsible for the freedom of the Roman people. No one shall disturb it, neither Antonius nor any other. Antonius nor any other. This is the task of the Roman state, and for this it must be made firm. By letting the people participate in the state's momentum, we give them the feeling of freedom for which men strive, since this aspiration is intrinsic to the human nature and must be satisfied. The one and only place to shelter this feeling for freedom is in the commonwealth of the state. Here it is accessible to everyone, even the slave, and it is more than the freedom of the soil of which you speak. It is the freedom of a divine order. Indeed, Virgil, that it is, all else is dream. Without reality, nothing but a dream of the golden age, in which there was neither order nor duty. It must suffice for our pleasure to play at this dream freedom during the Saturnalia. Were we to celebrate the Saturnalia the whole year round, the state could not exist. The Saturnalia are symbols, but the state is the reality. I am not able, nor am I called upon, to usher in the golden age, but the age that I am called upon to prepare, and that I am preparing, shall be mine, and that of my state. Now the slave spoke. Freedom inheres in us. The state is ludicrous and earthly. However, Caesar gave no heed to this. He had risen, and strangely undisturbed, strangely motionless, yet seeming to be moved from within, and curiously exalted, he continued his speech. In so far as it is part of the state's welfare, even freedom must be a reality, and dare not be a sham reality, for too it must be more than an empty symbol. All too often has it been reduced to one, and in particular by the Senate itself. By just such means the gentlemen in the purple togas succeeded in betraying the people again and again, and incited them to civil war. Miserable trickery. Certainly the doors of the curial stood open, and everyone who wanted to could listen to the senatorial sessions, but this was the only freedom granted to the people, the most insidious of all popular freedoms, the permission to listen while laws were being passed by the utterly unscrupulous to suppress and to fleece them. Symbols or no symbols, institutions which are obsolete turn reality into a farce of reality, freedom to a farce of freedom, and provide the best soil for all kinds of criminality. That's the sort of thing I had to clear away. In the old peasant state that you have in mind, they were still possessed of sound judgment. There the citizens could survey matters of public concern. There a people's assembly could exercise its will. Today, however, we have to deal with 4 million Roman citizens. Today we have before us blind, gigantic masses without judgment, and these follow anyone who is clever enough to wrap himself in the glittering and seductive mantle of freedom, trickily disposing its folds so as to conceal how it is patched and pieced together with scraps of meaningless and outworn form. That and that only is what freedom for the masses is like, and verily they know it themselves. They are aware of the profound insecurity in which they live, both of body and of soul. They are aware of their lack of judgment. They know, without being fully conscious of it, that they are surrounded by a new sort of reality which they are neither able to grasp nor direct. They know only that they are exposed to incalculable forces of unimaginable dimension, forces that they are often able to name as famine or pestilence, as a failure of crops or barbaric invasion, but which are nevertheless the expression for them of the far greater threat that stands behind these things, deeper, more unaccountable, more inconceivable than these. Assuredly the masses know something of the dangers of their freedom. They know it for a sham freedom whereby they are turned into a frightened, veering, leaderless herd. And just in view of this insecurity, in view of this inner and outer threat to which such masses of people are exposed, I repeat and must repeat that the only real freedom is that which is found in the Roman order, in the well-being for everybody, in short, in the state. No other freedom exists. The state that my idolized father, blessed be his memory, wished for, the state that I am at pains to build up as his legacy, this state in itself constitutes freedom, immortal and real. It represents freedom in the reality of the Roman spirit. The reality of the state you have created will be completed in the kingdom of the Spirit. The kingdom of the Spirit is already at hand. It is the state, the Roman Empire unto its last frontiers. State and spirit are one and the same. The answer took shape from afar, even though shaped in his own mouth. The kingdom is freedom.
the kingdom of man and his humanity. The kingdom of the Roman, Virgil, for the Hellenic freedom. The Hellenic spirit has appeared again in Rome. No one has contributed more to it than you yourself. Hellas was the promise, the Roman state is the fulfillment. And the voice of the slave said, Eternal will be the kingdom without death. Did Caesar take up the discussion anew? One could not decide this, for he spoke and yet did not speak. The words stood motionless in space, as if they were Caesar's innermost thoughts. The state must again provide the masses with that physical and mental security which they have lost. It has to guarantee them a lasting peace. It has to protect their gods. And it has to dispense freedom in accord with the needs of the common welfare. This, and only this, is the humanity of the state, perhaps the only possible humanity, in any case, certainly the best one, even though it often tends toward being quite inhuman, inconsiderate of the individual or separate group when the common welfare is at stake, for the stake of which the individual on his side should and must bow to the rights of the whole, the individual freedom to the collective freedom of Rome, the peace of the neighboring states to the Roman peace. Verily, it is a hard humanity which the state has to offer, all the harder as the state, serving the commonwealth and in so doing personifying it, demands service in return from the individual and his full subjugation to the power of the state. Aye, going even further, it demands the right to requisition the life which has been protected by the state's power whenever that life is needed for the protection and safety of the community. A disciplined humanity is what the state strives for, and what we, along with the state, must also strive for, a humanity within the bounds of reality, controlled by discipline and devoid of coddling, subsumed in the law of reality, the hard reality of Rome, through which Rome has become great. O Mantuan landscape, landscape of childhood, the sweet landscape of childhood, the landscape of the fathers which could not be lost. Nothing more of it could be seen outside. It had faded into immobility. Existence was motionless. Motionless, the one who stood there at the window, no longer Octavian, but a gentle and stern and strangely rigid picture, almost beyond anything human, while on every side the state expanded in far-reaching spectral lines. Even though now you may still have to protect the boundaries of the state, O Caesar, the kingdom will be unbounded. Even though now you still feel you must separate major rights from minor ones, justice will become indivisible. The community will be vulnerable in the individual, and the right of the individual will be protected by the community. And even though today you may still feel forced to mete out freedom so parsimoniously as to leave none to the slave and very little to the Roman, in order to guard the freedom of the whole in the kingdom of perception, the freedom of men will exist without restrictions, a freedom on which the all-embracing freedom of the world will be erected. For the kingdom of freedom into which your state will blossom, the kingdom of true reality, will not be a kingdom of popular crowds, not even a kingdom of the people, but rather a kingdom that is a community supported by men of awareness, supported by the individual human soul, by its dignity and freedom, upheld by its power to reflect the divine likeness. Ours, however, will be the perception, concluded the voice of the slave. We shall find it in the utter humility of our extinction. Augustus seemed to have heard nothing. Unmoved, he continued, The reality of Rome is earthly. Its humanity is earthly, sober and mild for the submissive, sober and hard for those who seditiously attempt to disturb its order. It is not only in Italy that I have protected the peasant against dispossession. No, I have adhered to this principle throughout the whole empire. I have minimized the pressure of taxes in the provinces. I have restored to the people their rights and special privileges. I have put a stop to the mismanagement of the so-called Republican administration, which by calling itself Republican cast shame on the name of the Republic. My critics may reproach me by calling these achievements very sober ones, not at all brilliant. Well, with these sober achievements of mine, I have brought the disreputable name of the Republic to honor again. And despite the ravages of civil war, I have restored well-being to the whole empire. Sobriety is the splendor of Rome, and sober is Rome's humanity. This sobriety takes care of the community's well-being, and it competes for nobody's favor. Indeed, it often seems to cut short the development toward a better humanity, or at least to postpone it till later. I have, to be sure, been active in ameliorating the lot of the slaves, but the welfare of the empire demands slaves, and they have to accommodate themselves to this fact, disregarding rights due to the oppressed, for which they might clamor. Truly it was most unwillingly and against all my desire for clemency that I have had to accustom myself to limit by law their widespread emancipation, and should they rebel against this, should another Spartacus arise as their leader, like Crassus, I should have to let thousands of them be slain on the cross, as so much as a warning to the people as to divert them, and in order to make them, who are always ready for cruelty and fear, realize with fear and trembling how impotent the individual is in comparison to the all-commanding state. No, said the slave, no, we shall be resurrected in spirit, for every imprisonment is a new liberation for us. Without granting him the slightest attention, the speech of the ruler continued. Ourselves are part of the people. We are the property of the all-commanding state. We are owned by it with all that we are and have, and in belonging to the state we belong to the people, for just as the state personifies the people, so must the people personify the state, and if the state has unrestricted rights of ownership on us and on our achievements, the same rights come in turn to the people, be our achievement great or small, be it called the Aeneid, or anything else. The people are entitled and duty-bound to exercise their rights of ownership. Each of us is the slave of the people, the slave of immature and tyrannical children who resist any kind of guidance, but for all that are in need of it. This people calls you father, and it is the perception of a father that they expect from you, Augustus. The people are as uncertain as children, fearful and ready for flight when left in the lurch, dangerous in their uncertainty, inaccessible to consolation or to advice of any sort, far from being humane, without conscience, unstable, fitful, unreliable, and cruel, yet also generous and magnanimous, ready for sacrifice and full of courage when they become secure in themselves, full of the utter assurance of a child who senses in himself the dawning of the right path and makes for his goal like a somnambulist. Oh, my friends, it is a great and magnificent people we have been born into, and we have to be grateful for the duty of serving them with all our works, more grateful even for the leadership which has been bestowed upon us, most grateful for the divine command to put this leadership into action. In our concern for this great childlike quality which has been entrusted to us, we have to discipline it without robbing it of anything. We have to let it retain all its valuable qualities as well as its childish intoxication with play and cruelty, by which it protects itself from weakening. But along with all this we must take heed that all this is held within certain limits to prevent injury or self-injury or running amok, for nothing is so terrible and dangerous as the bewildered madness of this child, which is called the people. Theirs is the madness of a deserted child, and therefore it must be our care that the people never feel abandoned. Oh, my friends, we have to nurse the childlike qualities of the people. We have to provide them with the security of a child in his father's house, and he who knows how to guide the people in this paternally mild and firm manner, who by this means creates security for their livelihood, their souls and their faith, he who brings this to pass, and he only is the one chosen to summon the people to the state, not only to life in the state's security, but still more to death for it in the hour of danger, in the hour when the state must be defended. Oh, my friends, only a people thus guided and controlled will be able to defend itself as well as its state with enough endurance to keep both of them immune for all time and eternity from an otherwise inevitable downfall. This is the goal, eternal in its validity, eternal for the state, eternal for the people. Who gave the answer? Was one to be found? And yet it came. Eternal alone is truth. The madness freed, madness preventing truth of reality, retrieved from the depths above and below, for it alone is immutable reality, and summoned to truth, summoned to affirmation, summoned to the deed of truth, the folk, and beyond all folkhood, men as men, will participate in the kingdom forever, participating in its boundless bounty. Only through the deed of truth can death be annulled, death that has been, death that is to come. Only thus is the somnolent soul to be fully awakened to the perception of the whole, which grace is inherent in everyone bearing a human face. It is toward truth, and in the truth, that the state is growing, seeking therein its inner growth, finding therein its ultimate reality, reaching back to its divinely supernatural source, so that the glory of the ages may fulfill itself in this time, fulfill itself as the kingdom of mankind, as the divine realm of humanity, as the kingdom that stands above all nations and embraces them all. The goal of the state is the realm of truth, extending over all lands, yet growing like a tree from the depths of the earth to those of heaven. For it is the growing piety out of which will unfold the kingdom, the peace of the kingdom, and reality as the revelation of truth. Again Augustus did not let himself be turned aside. And again it seemed as if they had not heard one another. Again their speeches, unmoved in their mobility, glided past each other. The gods have no care for the individual, they are indifferent to him, and they take no note of his death. The gods turn toward the people, their own imperishability turns toward the imperishability of the people, which they wish to maintain, perhaps because they realize that their own would vanish with that of the people, and yet, should they set their mark on a single mortal, it is done only to lend him power to build up for the state a way of life in which the eternally destined and imperishable continuity of the people shall be organized and secured. The earthly power is a reflection of the divine power, and framed between the reality of the gods and the reality of the people, between an eternal order of the gods and an eternal order of the people, both realized in the state. The earthly power itself comes to have eternal existence, comes with the gods, and the people to be greater than death and life, greater by virtue of its twofold reality. And framed between godhood and folkhood, a reflection of one and a likeness of the other, earthly power does not turn toward the individual, nor the state toward the multiplicity of mankind, but always toward the people as a whole, in order to preserve in them the reality of its eternal existence. No sovereignty supported by men alone can maintain itself. It perishes as these perish. Indeed, be it ever so richly blessed, it will be brushed aside by the first breath of human fickleness. It was thus with Pericles' work of peace. Pericles, who was driven out because he could not ward off pestilence from the city, and it might have been the same with me when famine threatened Rome 3 years ago. To be sure, the gods who contributed daily bread also laid on me their surrogate the task of keeping up the senatorial distributions of grain to the people. Yes, at that time the gods granted me their greatest protection, allowing me to set up the Alexandrine corn fleet, sending favorable winds to that shortened the journey, and letting the worst misery be prevented. But their help would have come to nothing, and the unrest springing up everywhere would, without doubt, have been my undoing, had not my power been founded on the totality of the gods and the totality of the people. And I would continue to expose myself and the entire Roman state to every chance in the game of public opinion were I to permit the exercise of power to be dissipated by dealing with groups or with a single individual. The state is the supreme reality, invisibly spread over the landscape, but so much the highest reality that nothing mortal or perishable may be tolerated in the sphere of its validity. I stand here immortal and perishable, but in the state sphere of validity, in the sphere of my power, I must strip off the perishable and become the symbol of the imperishable, for only as a symbol may a mortal fit himself into imperishability, into an imperishability which, like the Roman state, stands by virtue of its own reality above any symbol whatsoever. The state, in its twofold reality, has not only to symbolize the gods. It is not enough for it to have built the Acropolis for the glorification of the gods. It has also to set up a symbol for the people who constitute the second half of its reality, a strong symbol that the people will see and comprehend, a strong symbol in which they in turn will recognize themselves, the likeness of their own power to which they may and will bow. Sensing that power within the earthbound always inclines toward the criminal, and Aeneas was an example of this, and that only a bearer of earthly power, who is at the same time a symbol of eternity, precludes this kind of danger, and therefore I, who have been given the power to maintain Roman order as a vassal of the gods and as a heritage from my blessed father, only to be able to pass it on in the future to the last grandchild in an uninterrupted chain of generation, I have been permitted, nay more, commanded to set up my images in temples apart from those of the gods on whom the various peoples of this empire otherwise depend, as a symbol of the empire's unity, of its growth, into a common order extending from the ocean to the borders of the Euphrates. We force no one to accept our institutions. We do not need to disturb anything. We have time and can wait till the people of themselves take advantage of our justice, our weights and measures, our coinage, and indeed there are already some indications that they have begun to do so, that we have inexorably taken over the task of accelerating as much as possible this inauguration into a Roman way of thinking. This we must do at once, without delay. We must awake the consciousness of the empire in the various people belonging to it. We must do it for the sake of the gods, who represent the summit of Roman thought, and we can do it, but only by means of a symbol and its image. The Roman people realized this when they demanded that statues of me be set up, not to pray to me superstitiously as to a god, which I am not, but rather to pay that pious respect to my God-appointed office which the alien peoples within the empire's borders are also obliged to do, because in the symbol of my office the true inner growth of the state is shown forth, the necessity for its growth to a total empire, organized in the security of Roman peace, and for all time. For all time. The Caesar had ended his speech. His gaze was fixed into the distance, into spacelessness and timelessness. There where the Roman state extended in invisible lines over the landscape of the earth, still unlighted, though filled with light and waiting for the light to come. Mysteriously time flowed on, echoing despite all its emptiness,
with hoof-beats heard in the Poseidonian waking. Poseidonian waking. Poseidonian waking. Poseidonian quaking flowed on like a heavy stream, without water, without shores, and the wall fountain trickled, also in need of water. Waiting pervaded the world. Time, O Augustus, unfolds in the growing piety of mankind. In piety the kingdom is growing, unswayed and unswayable by earthly might and earthly institutions, which remain together still within the realm of the symbolic. But this symbol will be realized in the kingdom as a mirror of the creation, will come to be the reality in which your work will unfold by the growth of that very piety to which you have pointed the way. Caesar's gaze, lost in the distance, came back again into the room. I have resumed the auguries and the priestly order of Titus, and am about to reform the Lucullian festivals. Lucullian festivals. On all occasions I remind the people of the venerable forms of religion, and take pains with the pious and solemn festivals with which our progenitors surrounded their faith. This suffices for the gods, this suffices for the people, and this constituted the true piety of your Aeneas, faithful and strong in the memory of Anchises his father, in memory of my blessed father, to whom I have proved faithful. The people appointed me to sovereignty, recognizing in my zeal the ancestral beliefs toward which they yearned. And they have chosen me to embody them as the embodiment of the people's power, not only by making me tribune, but also by entrusting me with the highest priestly power, with the symbol-filled office of protector of the faith. There is no need for Roman piety to grow. It has always been there from the very beginning, like the Roman gods which it served, and it is merely a question of winning it back. O Augustus, you who have achieved the piety of human existence primarily by surrendering yourself to your father's will, you who in his holy name protect the forms of religion so powerfully that the people obey you through love, that no transgressor would dare lay hands again on the orders set up by the gods and re-established by you. O Augustus, the traditional piety of the people and yours also reaches beyond the circles of the manifold gods. It extends beyond the glorious chain of the fathers, for piety turns toward the prime ancestor, devotedly waiting for him to announce himself, to entrust his mission and his creation to the son, steadfast in piety. Apollo was the protecting divinity of my line, and he, sun god and earth god in one, he, the founder of order, the averter of all evil, he is the son of Zeus, the heavenly Father whom we all serve. All lucidity springs from him. And now the slave could again be heard. From a great distance his voice came hither like pen strokes, thin and dry. Even Zeus himself is piously serving fate. But beyond Zeus, yonder, where unsearchable light veils every thought, their fate itself is serving, aye, more than serving, the primal unknown, whose name is forbidden. Over in the alcove, Caesar leaned back, thinking, and all was quiet. Everything remained immobile, but the lividness of the light receded. The light resumed shape, as if wanting to become the sun lion which guarded the border, the powerfully pawed lion who was to come and lie down with soft paws at the feet of the pious subduer. The heaving of earth subsided. Poseidon was calming down, the sun eclipse on the point of vanishing. All lucidity gives birth to new piety, Augustus. But our piety must lead to lucidity. He who is pious, Augustus, is already in awareness. He lives in the memory of the law given by the forefathers, and therefore his memory is able to speak with him who is to come. Although his step has not yet been heard, he serves him in serving love, although the command to do so has not yet been received. Thus he summons the unsummonable one, and by invoking him he creates him. Piety is that knowledge by which men escape their inescapable loneliness. Piety is seeing to the blind and hearing to the deaf. Piety is the perception of the simple,
The gods arose from the piety of men, and in serving them piety will come to be the death-annulling perception of love beyond the gods, the return from the depths, error and rage annulled, the perception bearing truth. Yes, that is piety. What next, Virgil? Where are you heading? All this leads far beyond the earthly realm, and has nothing more to do with the earthly task. But I have been placed in the sphere of earth, and I have to acquiesce in that. The Roman people had made their own laws in accordance with the will of the gods, thereby curbing their own liberty. They have transmuted it into the state, and thus pointed out to themselves the way to Apollonian lucidity and order. This course must be adhered to. I must take care of that. And though the path has been opened through the influence of human piety, piety may not be allowed to go beyond this path and its goal. It may not go beyond the state of the state shattered, which in that case would have to be abandoned. The reality of the state shattered, and with it the reality of the gods and the people. Piety and the state are one. To be pious is to serve the state and to coordinate oneself with it. The pious person is one who serves the Roman state with his whole being and the whole of his works. I want no other kind of piety, but this one is a duty from which neither you nor I nor anyone is excluded. All this that Augustus had just expressed sounded curiously implausible, and at the same time painful in its masked way. And the reaction that it created was painful, as of a loss, of disappointment, of aversion, perhaps even shame, maybe, because in spite of all one felt caught by it, caught either by the inescapability of friendship, or it may be by the inescapability of death. Actually, was it not Augustus who must die? His words sounded like a legacy for the future leader of the Roman Empire, yet the words themselves were dead. Reaching neither to the gods nor to men, it seemed that Augustus had become tired, for he sat down again, isolated, self-absorbed. He sat there, bent slightly forward, and his handsome, boyish face did not look over, but his hand lay on a lion's head. Whatever the earthly realm contained, Caesar had participated in it to its utmost limit, and he had remained imprisoned in its earthliness. Now he was tired, but withal a monarch. And even so, yes, just for this reason one had to speak out. Beyond the piety of the gods, there is the piety of the individual soul. It is beyond the piety of the state, beyond that of the people, though the gods may restrict themselves to the people as a whole, wishing to know nothing of the individual. The soul is scarcely in need of the gods whom she has created. She has need of them no longer, neither this god nor that one, as soon as she finds herself in converse with the inscrutable. The converse with the inscrutable? Oh, as long as the invisible cloudy cover stretched between above and below was not pierced, the prayer brought back only its own echo. The god remained unreachable. He vouchsafed no answer. But Caesar said, "If by way of such pious conversations, which nobody, not even you, can verify, you want to exempt yourself from your duties to the state and the people to whom you owe your work, I can understand your motive, although I cannot approve of it. If, however, your remarks are intended to minimize the hereditary faith, and to put Roman piety on an equality with that of the barbarians, then I must remind you that you yourself have characterized the Egyptian gods as monsters. There is but one kind of piety, and the barbarian whose piety betokens growth is better than the Roman whose soul shuts itself against growing." A little bored, with a sort of bored attentiveness as if to settle the matter, came the answer. "A piety that produces monsters is no piety. A state which worships monsters is no state. Piety without the gods is unimaginable. It is unimaginable without the state or the people, and can only be exercised within the whole community, for men can be united to their gods only within the whole Roman fatherland, which is one with its gods. The organization into a whole would never have taken place had not the individual soul found its immediate connection to the supernatural. Only the work intended for direct service to the supernatural serves all earthbound humanity as well."
These are extremely dangerous and novel ideas, Virgil. They are derogatory to the state. Through them the state will perfect itself into a kingdom. From a state of citizens it will become a kingdom of men. You are shattering the structure of the state. You shatter it to a shapeless uniformity. You split up its ordinances. You destroy the firm texture of the people. All fatigue had disappeared from Caesar's manner. These were things that concerned him, and the thing had come to a point of vehemence. The order will be a human one, the order of human law. Laws? As if we were not more than blessed with them. In nothing is the Senate so fruitful as in the enactment of bad laws. The people wish for order, but certainly not for insidious laws by which they and their state are endangered. You speak of things you do not understand. Who does? Caesar spoke, then... Okay, that was Caesar. The kingdom increasing in piety does not destroy the state, but surpasses it. It does not annul its falsehood, but surpasses it. The people indeed, they are entitled to order in the state, but man is entitled to truth. It is this that he serves by his piety, and when he shall achieve perception, then the new kingdom will be created. The kingdom within the law of perception, the kingdom graced by its power to ensure creation. You speak of the universal work of creation as though it could be influenced by measures of state. Luckily, the Senate would not know what to do with your law of perception. If it did, the creation would not endure for long. When men are empty of perception, when they have forfeited the truth, they must go on lacking creation as well. The state cannot provide for the creation, but when creation is endangered, so is the state. I will not wrangle with you over this. It is a problem, the solution of which we shall leave with the gods. On the other hand, you must agree that I have done my part. I have ministered to the knowledge of the people as far as lay in my power, and I shall continue to do so. The number of public schools has been increased, not only in Italy, but in the provinces, and I am turning my whole attention to that higher education which will procure for us capable physicians, architects, and expert canal builders. Furthermore, as you well know, I have founded the Apollonian and Octavian Library, and I have not neglected to promote the already existing libraries by donations. Yet this kind of solicitude means little to the people. The masses have no desire to be given perception. They want to see strong images whose unequivocal meaning they are able to grasp. Above all knowledge stands perception itself, and the people await it in the great image of the perceptive deed. A kind of melancholy flippancy came into Caesar's expression. The world is full of deeds, yet empty of perception. The deed of perception is that of the pledge, Octavian. Well, then, I made my pledge when I accepted my office, and whatever I swore to that I have kept. I think that covers your perceptive deed as well. What else do you want? Why not answer this vain man as he desired? It would be so simple and rational, and yet something compelled him to controversy and explanation. Certainly, your work lies in doing the deed you have sworn to, and therefore it will be followed by the perceptive deed, the formative deed of perception, the deed of truth. But, Augustus, this concerns the soul of man and demands patience. Oh, in spite of the irked protest in Caesar's manner, it had to be said, because it was the human soul that was at stake, the human soul and its awakening to the annulment of death. Yes, your work has extended the peace of Rome over the earth, has founded the unity of the state in symbolic grandeur, and now, if actually there be added to the deed of truth, bestowing on men a divine perception, shared by all, gathering the citizens into a human community, then, O Augustus, the state will have turned into an eternal reality of creation. Then and only then will come the miracle. So you insist that the state in its present form is nothing but a windy metaphor, a genuine metaphor. Well then, a genuine metaphor, but you insist that it is to win its real stature only in the future. Thus it is, Caesar. And when will your miracle take place? When is this transformation to genuine reality to occur? When? Insistent and angry, yes, completely aggressive, the handsome face turned toward him. When, O ye gods? When, oh when? Oh, when would it come to be, the form-freed creation without chance? Only the unknown, the pledge-protecting God knew when. The ground heaved no longer, the bark glided on quietly, and even though breathing had become most painful in lungs, throat, and nose, the heart was breathing, and the heart knew within itself the enduring breath of the soul, a breath, merely a breath, but one so strong that one might think it would blow out over the world and sweep away crags. When, oh when, somewhere there breathed that one who would bring it to pass. Somewhere he was already living, still unborn, yet breathing. Once there was creation, and there will be creation again. The miracle, chance delivered, and surrounded by the receding lividness in the utmost distance, the star reappeared, heading toward the east. Someday there will come one who will again live in perception. In his being, the world will be redeemed to truth. I wish you would confine yourself to earthly duties. This is also a superhuman task, and one for which the time remaining to me is too brief. It is a task for a Savior, but you have intended it for me. Or have you not? The Savior conquers death, and you have appeared as death-conquering, and that you have brought peace. That is no answer, for the peace founded and ordained by me was and is earthly in its nature. Or is that your way of saying that you entrust to me only the accomplishment of earthly tasks? In the Son of the idolized one, men already see the Redeemer who shall deliver them from evil. People are saying that, and so says the populace. But what do you say, Virgil? Even 20 years ago, when I began the Georgics, and you were still a boy, even then I saw your image in the circle of the zodiac, for you signify the turning of the times. What were your words? To thee, thou new star, as thou joinest the slow months in their passing, where Aragon leads on the scorpion, Aragon leads on the scorpion. A new space now opens. The fiery scourger himself yields a space in the heavens, withdrawing his claws from thy place in the serving sky. That was written 20 years ago, and now? You were conceived and born in the image of Capricorn, and the ram, who dashes up the rocky fastest to the highest peaks on earth, and you have chosen him as your sign. The earthly peaks and the supernal are denied me, eh? Think of the verses that Horace composed for you, Augustus. Which ones? In heaven the thunderer Zeus is reigning, but on earth you are the visible God, O Augustus. You are evasive, Virgil. You cite a time-worn quotation, and you quote other people, but you conceal your own opinion. My own opinion? Augustus was so remote. The words glided hither and thither. Their flight was curious, but they no longer formed a bridge. The slave said, "This should no longer concern you." My own opinion. Yes, that is what I want to hear, and without digression. You are a mortal being, Augustus, though foremost among the living. A scornful, malicious glance made it clear that the opinion Caesar had wanted to hear was a different one. I realize that I am neither a god nor a new constellation, and it is unnecessary to remind me of that fact. I am a citizen of Rome, and yet have never considered myself anything else, so I find you have still not answered my question. Salvation will always come to pass on earth, Augustus. The bringer of salvation is always earthly and mortal, and must be so. Only his voice comes from the supernal, thanks to which he is able to call out the eternal in men who wish to be saved. You with your deed, however, have leveled the ground for the divine renewal of the world, and it is your world which will hear the voice. On what grounds do you dispute my fitness for the last step that is yet to be taken? Why do you protest that my work, for all that you concede it of preparatory value, should not be called on to consummate the salvation of the world? Why do you claim that the symbol which you constantly see in my work may not already bear in itself the reality? Why do you deny that I, who was still the first to posit the deed by my work, may not also be fit for the deed of perception? I do not deny any of it, Octavian. You are the symbol of the gods, and the symbol of the Roman people. You would never have been chosen to be this, had not the symbol which you embody borne some traits of the primal image as well. The deed of perception may develop in your person rather than in of another. Until now, even the time for it has not come. Virgil, you are a little too generous with time, but only as it concerns me. You grant much less delay for yourself and your own purposes. Rather say without more ado that I am not to assume this salvation business. It was meant to sound cheerful, but the grudgingly continuous indignation was unmistakable. Even the bringer of salvation and revelation, even he is bound in the perceptive web of time. He will come when the time has become ripe. Caesar sprang up. You want to resolve this office for yourself. Oh, was Caesar right in this? Alas, was he right to an extent he himself could not realize? Was not the wish to be the redeemer of a more compelling dream of grandeur in the poet than in other men? Did not Orpheus also wish to rise to that dream, even as he tried to draw the animals into his spell in order to redeem them to humanity? But no, and again no, art remained unsuitable for this purpose, even as Orpheus learned to his grief. The Sibylline voice that was heard by the poet was that of Eurydice of Plataea, and that he never found. The golden bough of redemption was the will of the gods, the will of fate. O Augustus, the writer is not really alive. The Redeemer, on the contrary, lives more vigorously than all others, for his whole life is one single deed of perception, his life and his death. In the midst of his indignation, Augustus smiled, and it was really a good-natured smile. You will live, Virgil. You will regain your strength and finish your work. Even should I again recover, the more perfect the poem would become, the further it would be from any deed of redemption, and the more unsuited to it. Well then, we shall not be able to accomplish the redeeming act, neither you nor I. Instead, we shall leave it to the Saviour you have in mind, but in whom I can scarcely believe, and until his coming we must go on fulfilling our duty, you, yours, and I, mine. We must prepare ourselves for his coming. Good. My work signifies preparation for him anyhow, but yours is also that, and you will have to finish the Aeneid for the sake of your people. I cannot, and I dare not finish it. I cannot do it because this would be just the wrong sort of preparation. And how would you accomplish the right one? Through sacrifice. Sacrifice? Just so. To what end will you sacrifice? To whom? To the gods. The gods have stipulated the sacrifices which are acceptable to them. They have given them over to the care of the state, and I see to it that they are punctiliously carried out in the whole empire. There are no sacrifices outside the state sovereignty. Augustus remained stubborn. He knew nothing of the pledge commanded by the unknown god. It was futile to try to convince him. The forms of religion that you guard are untouchable, but to say they are untouchable is not to say that they are complete. How shall they be completed? Everyone may be commanded by the gods to sacrifice, and everyone must be ready to be chosen as the sacrifice, should it so please the gods. If I understand you, Virgil, you want to exclude the mass of the people from the sacrificial regulations and to have them replaced by the individual who is in some way concerned with the supernal. Without doubt, this is inadmissible, and more than inadmissible, and besides, you refer this to the will of the gods in order to give yourself a semblance of justification and responsibility. Nevertheless, all of this remains vastly irresponsible, and the gods will be the last ones to take over the responsibility for your intentions, because the time-honored cult forms and the sacrifices proper to them suffice for the gods as for the people. They should not be exceeded by even half a step. They are being terribly exceeded, Augustus. The people dully sense that a new truth is in preparation, that the old forms will soon broaden out. They sense dully that the ancient rites of sacrifice suffice for no one, and driven by a confused longing toward the new, driven also by a confused longing to sacrifice, they crowd to the places of execution, and to the games which you organize, crowd to the impious sham sacrifice that is bloodily offered them in death that grows in cruelty, so that in the end only the intoxication with blood and death is satisfied. I have turned brutalization into discipline, unbridled cruelty into games. All this implies just the necessary hardness of the Roman people and has nothing to do with forebodings about the sacrifice. The people have forebodings more so than the individual, for their total feeling is duller and more ponderous than the meditation of the individual soul, duller and weightier, wilder and more confused as they urge toward a world redeemer, and faced with the blood horror at the places of execution and on the sands of the arena, they have a shuddering realization that from these the true sacrificial deed will arise, the real sacrifice, which will be the ultimate and decisive form of perception on earth. The profundity of your work often seems like a riddle, and now you are talking in riddles. The bringer of salvation will bring himself to the sacrifice out of love for men and mankind, transforming himself by his own death into the deed of truth, the deed which he casts to the universe, so that from this supreme and symbolic reality of helpful service creation may again unfold. The Caesar wrapped himself in his toga. I have placed my life at the service of my work, at the service of public welfare, at the service of the state. In doing so, my sacrificial need found satisfaction enough. I recommend the same to you. What passed back and forth between them now amounted to nothing, just empty words, or not even words any more, racing across an empty space that was no longer even space. Everything was an unbelievable nothingness, cut off and bridgeless. Your life has been one of deeds, Caesar, deeds done for the people and public welfare, and you have given yourself without stint. The gods chose you for this sacrificial deed and commanded you to it, and through it you have been nearer to them than any other mortal, as your life shows. What sort of sacrifice do you still want? Any work that is actually accomplished demands the whole man and his entire life. The same has been true in your case, as far as I can judge, and you are just as much entitled to call it sacrifice. The many layers of existence had faded to an amorphousness beyond that of any emptiness. No lines were to be seen any more, not the faintest shadow of a line. Where? Not the faintest shadow of a line. Where could one still find the means of recognition? All I have done was egotism. It was hardly action, to say nothing of sacrifice. Then follow my example. Pay off your obligations. Give to the people that to which they are entitled. Give them your work. Like every work, it was born out of blindness, out of worldly blindness. Whatever we are doing, nothing but blind work. We are not humble enough for the true, for the seeing blindness. And I also, my work also. No more layers of existence. What? It was not worthwhile talking. One could only repeat oneself. Your actions took place among the people and became a deed through the people. Mine had to be taken to the people, not serving as a deed serves, but in order to win recognition and applause. Enough, Virgil. Caesar's attitude expressed the utmost impatience now. If you deem it egotistical to publish the Aeneid, have it published after your death. That is my last suggestion. The poet's search for fame reaches beyond his death. And then what? The work must not outlast me. By Jupiter, why? At last I should like to know why. Give me your real reasons now. Since I could not consecrate my whole life to sacrifice, if you have done yours, I must designate my work for this purpose. It must sink out of memory, and I with it. That is not reasoning. That is utter lunacy. The unchastity of remembering. I want to forget everything, and I want to be forgotten. What a charming message for your friends. Truly, Virgil, your memories would be more chaste if you clung to something friendlier instead of to empty and malicious wishes, which in fact are only empty and malicious evasions. The redemptive deed of perception is imminent. I must sacrifice in order to fulfill the pledge. Fulfill the pledge. Salvation lies only in fulfilling the pledge. For everyone, for me. Oh, your salvation, always your salvation. Well, your Saviour will not arrive a day sooner because of your sacrifice. But you are robbing the people, your people, and this is what you call your salvation? Lunacy, just lunacy. That's what it is. Only truth without perception is lunacy. This has to do with the truth of perception. In such reality, there is no lunacy. So, there are two kinds of truth, are there? One full of perception for you, and another without perception for me. Who, in your opinion, talks like a lunatic, eh? Is that what you mean to say? Well then, say it bluntly. I must destroy what is without perception. It constitutes the evil. It is imprisonment. Unliberated. Redemption will come through the sacrifice. It is the highest duty. The imperceptive must yield to perception. Only by doing this can I serve the people's truth and further their salvation. This is the law of truth. This is the awakening from the encircling twilight. A sharp and hasty step. Augustus stood close to his bed. Virgil? Yes, Augustus? You hate me. Octavian! Call me not Octavian, since you hate me. I hate you? And how you hate me? Caesar's voice was shrill with bitterness. Oh, Octavian, keep still. You hate me more than every other person on earth, and more than all other men, because you envy no one so much as me. That is not true. That is not true. Do not lie, it is true. Oh, it is not. It is true. Furiously the hand of the scornful man tore the laurel leaves from the wreaths of the chandelier. Indeed it is true, indeed it is true, for you have filled yourself with thoughts of being a king, but you were too weak to make the slightest effort to become one. You hate me because you had no other choice than to put your cravings into your poem, by which you could show yourself here at last as mightier than your kings. You hate me because I was able to work for all that you desired for yourself, and which, nevertheless, I have so despised that I could allow myself to refuse the crown of empire. You hate me because you hold me responsible for your own impotence. This is the source of your hatred, your envy. Octavian, listen to me. I do not want to listen to you. The Caesar was shouting. And strange, most strange, the louder he shouted, the richer became the world. The visible with its many layers of existence appeared once more, and the leaden apathy came back to life, and again there was something like hope. Octavian, listen while I speak. To what end? Tell me, to what end? First, with false modesty. You hypocritically slander your own work so as to be able to disparage mine more easily. And then you want to reduce to a windy semblance of a sham image, windy semblance of a sham image, a blind one at that, thus abusing the Roman people and the faith of their fathers, which, as the expression of my work, does not please you, and which for that reason you find necessary to have reformed, knowing quite well that all this is futile, knowing quite well it must continue to be futile for you, knowing quite well that I remain more powerful than you, and must continue to remain so, knowing quite well that you cannot get the better of me. You now take refuge at last in the supernatural, yonder where no one, not even I, is able to pass, and you want to saddle me with a Saviour who doesn't exist, and never will exist, but who is to subdue me in your stead. I know you, Virgil. You seem to be gentle, and you love to be worshipped by the people for your purity and your virtue, but in reality your allegedly pure soul trembles constantly with hatred and malice. Yes, I repeat it, it trembles with the most abject malice. Without doubt the consecrated one was hollering his complaints, and yet it was so strangely good that it should be so. It was so strangely good, oh so good, that this could still be possible, and it seemed as if there were an invisible firm ground showing within the invisible realm. That firm invisible ground from which invisible bridges could be flung again, human bridges to humanity, chaining one word to another, one glance to another, so that word like glance should again become full of meaning, human bridges of meeting. Oh, that he would speak on! Well, the Augustus did speak on, and not only did he speak, nay, rather he shouted, laying no restraint on himself.
Pure and virtuous and modest are you in manner, but just a little too pure, too virtuous and too modest not to arouse suspicion. Never would your so-called modesty have permitted you to accept any office that I could have tendered you. Never would I have dared to offer you one, because in reality none could be thought of that appeared good enough for you. You would have found objections to each one of them, had it been that of senator, of proconsul, or any other proconsul, or any other of high rank, and the last thing that would have been possible for you would have been to accept any office from my hands, because you hate me too deeply and too thoroughly for that. Yes, sheer hatred of me compelled you to write poetry and build up your independence as a poet, for what you really wanted of me was to stand back and let you have my place, and in this I was, and still am, unable to oblige you, not to mention that you would decline my office also, because being unable to hold it and conscious of your inability, you would have been forced to despise it. All of this proceeds from hatred, and because of it your hatred is being repeatedly enkindled. Never have I esteemed my poetry above any office you could have offered me. Keep still, and do not continue to steal my time by your hypocrisy. All that concerned you was that I resigned my office, perhaps only that you might be able to spurn it, and this gave rise to your fuss about perception, about your sophistries concerning sacrifice, and now your proposed destruction to the Aeneid, so that I might learn from it how to give up and destroy one's own work. Yes, you would rather have the Aeneid vanish from the earth than have to go on enduring or suffering the sight of my work any more. Layer on layer of existence piled up under these scoldings, and the room which Caesar was furiously pacing was an ordinary earthly room once more, part of an earthly house and furnished with earthly furniture, an earthly thing in the light of late noon. And now one could even feel one's way across the invisible bridge. Octavian, you do me wrong, a bit of wrong. So I do you wrong, do I? But you want to destroy the Aeneid so that you will not have to dedicate it to me. You dedicated the Georgics to Maecenas, and the Eclogues to Asinius Pollio, right? Gladly. Polio? Asinius Pollio. On me, to the contrary, on me whom you hate, you wanted to foist the Cullux. For me the Cullux was good enough, and still is, according to you, seemingly to prove that it was good enough for me 25 years ago, that I could claim nothing better at that time, nor can I today, but that in these 25 years I have accomplished my work, and that this work fully entitles me to the Aeneid, well grounded as it is in my achievement in the reality of Rome and its spirit, and without which it could never have come into being. That is too much for you. You cannot bear it, and you would rather destroy the poem than dedicate it to me. Octavian! It is immaterial to you whether a work, be it yours or mine, is greater than life or death, immaterial because of your hatred. Octavian, accept the poem. All the paperish pulp, the dull paper-like whiteness had disappeared from the atmosphere. Outside, the light shimmered over the landscape, almost ivory in color. I do not want to hear anything more of your bungling work. Do what you please with it. I do not want it. It is not a bungling work. Caesar remained standing and looked askance at the chest. It has become a bungling work to me. You have reduced it to that yourself. You know that it was meant for you when I wrote it, that you were constantly in my thoughts, that you entered into the work, and that you are, as you were, in the poem which is yours. That is what you made believe to yourself, and by the same token to me. Truly, you are right to call me blind, blind as a newborn kitten, for it was flagrantly blind to believe in you, flagrant for me to have had confidence so long in you, and your trickery. There is no trickery. If there was not, you hate your own work now, just because it bears traces of me. I will finish it for your sake. And I am still supposed to believe that? Again the Caesar looked askance at the box, and this was unpleasant. But now there was nothing else to be done. You must believe me, Octavian. Oh, even the tiniest whirling second released from a human soul into the abyss of time, only to vanish there, is greater in its incomprehensibility than any work. And now from Caesar's soul such a second released itself.
a second of friendship, a second of affection, a second of love, distinctly felt, although he said only, "We will reconsider it." And now came the hardest part. "Take the manuscript with you to Rome, Octavian. With the help of the gods I shall find it there again." The Caesar nodded, and for the length of this nod a vast peace reigned. The peace of an affinity that reached out like a breath from the human heart, passing through all invisibilities ever and again toward the human heart, the great power of quietude. The brown-timbered ceiling was again becoming the forest from which it had been taken. The laurel scent of the wreaths turned back into the modest hidden shadows resting deep in the sun-covered leafy vales, misty with the trickle of the fountains, misty and soft like the tone of a mossy reed, and yet firm fast, yet oaken heavy, and the breath of the inexplicable heart was that of mutual intuition. Was it still on this breath that the lamp, as though for the last time, started to swing on its silver-sounding chains? Nothing stirred around them. The waters were smooth, as though holding their breath. The voyage halted, and Augustus, standing under the laurel elm, his hand in the laurel leafage, said, "Do you remember, Virgil?" "Yes, I remember many things, but there are always too few." "Do you remember the horses and dogs that we picked out together?" "Of course I remember. I predicted their speed and their fitness as you were buying them." "They were Crotonian mares and stallions and Iberian dogs." "I advised you against one of the stallions, but you bought him nevertheless, Octavian." "Yes, you knew all about it. The stallion proved to be really no good." "You paid dearly for him, and you might have saved the money if my advice was sound." "Sometimes it is as well not to follow your advice, Virgil." "Why? But that was a long time ago." "Very long ago. The stallion had a pleasing appearance, a black stallion with a small head. Too bad." "Yes, too bad. A black stallion. He had white fetlocks, and his hindquarters were too weak, although that was scarcely noticeable." "Quite so. His hindquarters were too weak, but he had no white marks whatsoever." "But no, Augustus, the fetlocks were white." "An animal that I have seen once stays in my memory, I assure you. The horse was without markings." "We raised so many horses in Andes that my memory for them is keen. Here I feel sure of my ground, and no one can talk me out of it, not even you, Octavian." "And you are nothing but a pig-headed peasant." "I am a peasant and the son of a horse breeder. As a child I galloped over the meadows, clinging to the horse's mane." "If the nags you mounted at that time were no better than your memory, you need not be too proud of them." "They were not nags." "And your memory is no memory. Mine is the better." "It is all one whether or not you are the Augustus. You may be that 1,000 times. The fetlocks were still white as snow." "Fume as much as you like. It is useless. They were not white." "I say white, and that is final." "No," say I. "Really, Octavian, do not contradict me. I am ready to die on the spot should the fetlocks not have been white." Augustus, who until now had stood there with lowered brow, musing as if wishing to hold fast not only to memory but to peace as well, now lifted his head. "We won't gamble with such stakes. I forbid it, for that would be too high a price for me. In that case I should much rather the fetlocks had been white." And thereupon they both had to laugh, overcome by a wave of soundless laughter, by a soundless, fluttering laughter that was a little painful, probably also for Augustus, for his saddened features. Or were there even tears shimmering in his distant eyes? Let one infer that he too was feeling the anguish in his throat and chest, painful like dream laughter, sore at heart and choking because, alas, no one laughs in the dream, and alas, because the bliss-giving stillness that had enthralled them was being painfully dispelled, since Augustus had raised his head, wakened out of the stillness that now was gone. Was the sun eclipse once more threatening? Were the heaving of earth and ocean shaken by the steeds of Poseidon? Was there now a new threat of these? Was this why the stillness had passed? No, there was no fear of these. Gentle and earthly and peaceful, the cooing doves walked along the window-sill. The song remained gentle. The gentle light held to its ivory hue, and even the voyage was again progressing. There was nothing to fear as long as the barks glided on so slowly and steadily. Nevertheless, the hoof-beats of a horse became audible, and it did not take long for it to appear. galloping hither across the air, carrying a boy in high spirits who held on to the rippling mane, tearing at it gaily. It was not a black horse, but one that was snow-white, with black fetlocks, however, and after the boy had dismounted in mid-gallop before Caesar, the horse continued on its way, and sped through the window. But the boy stepped up to Caesar like a herald of yore, his head wreathed like a gift-bearer, and as such he was received. "I greet you," said the Augustus, still leaning against the candelabrum with hands among the laurel leaves. "You want to present me with a poem, and I accept it at your hands because you are Lysanias. I recognize you, although I have never been in Andes, and you recognize me also." "You are Caesar Augustus, the Holy One. How did you find your way to me?" And the boy recited, "Behold Caesar there and his issue, all of the Julian line that is destined to mount to the heavens. This is the man, this is he whom so often you heard the fates promise, Caesar Augustus, the son of a god who shall give back to Latium, back to those fields where once Saturn was reigning, a new age, a golden. He is an empire shall stretch past the Indian and Garamantian, on to a realm beyond the stars where the sun and the year take their courses. Heaven-bearing Atlas is there and revolves the bright orb on his shoulders. Even now the Caspian realms are aghast at his coming. Scythians cower there too in fear of the gods' divinations. Meanwhile the mouths of the sevenfold Nile are in tumult with terror." Thus declaimed the boy, and the picture that, disquieting and almost breathtaking, arose along with the verses did not have its origin in memory, neither in that of the boy nor his own, but instead emerged from the strangeness of that which was ever at hand, livid and mute, though indicated by scarcely a line, yet full of terror, thunderous as a brewing storm. But there was no time left to reconsider, because Augustus, who had listened to the verses with an assenting countenance, now said, "Yes, that is how you wrote it. That is how you wrote it for me. Or have you changed your mind again, Virgil?" "No, Octavian, my mind is unchanged. The poem is yours." Augustus clapped his hands twice, and almost at once the chamber began to fill with people, with very many people, who no doubt had been waiting behind the door for this very signal. Plautius Tuca and Lucius Verus were among them, but so were the doctor and his assistants. The slave, too, was now visible in the flesh, standing in a row with the other slaves. Only Plautia was missing, although she had certainly not gone away. Possibly she was only frightened by the mass of people, and remained in hiding. But it was Caesar who said, "Were I speaking before an assemblage of the people, I should strike a higher and stronger note, but as I stand before friends whom I love, and who are of one mind with me, I can only ask them to share in my joy that our poet has resolved to continue his work on the Aeneid as soon as he shall have recovered, that is to say, very soon." Did Augustus really love these friends? He imagined that he spoke differently to them than to the people whom he guided, but by no means loved. Yet the address did not vary in any way from the beginning of a people's address, and now he paused, cannily, to let his words ripen and take effect. Lucius Verus promptly filled the gap. "We knew that you would succeed, O Augustus. You are blessed in everything. I am only the mouthpiece of the Roman people, of whom all of us are a part. In their service and that of the gods I have presented their claims to the Aeneid, and Virgil, who loves the people, has recognized their proprietary right, the irrevocable and eternal right of possession." But the slave standing there among the others, with his stern, unmoved lackey's face, unnoticed and certainly unheard, added, "The way toward true freedom has been opened. The people will take it. Eternal alone is the way." "I am the people's advocate," continued the Augustus, in a voice of dissembling sweetness that vibrated with a warmth difficult to evade. "A mere advocate, here as everywhere. And Virgil, too, has acknowledged this, making me proud by that acknowledgment, happy that, because of it, the poem has been entrusted to me for safekeeping." "The poem is yours, Octavius." "Only in so far as I am the advocate of the Roman people. Others possess private property, not I, as you know." Holding a small laurel branch plucked from the wreaths in his ever restless fingers, there stood Augustus beside the candelabrum, as though among the shadows of a murmuring laurel. He stood there dapper and majestic, and what he said was pure falsehood, although he believed it. He believed in it himself, for he took great pains and was quite successful in increasing the holdings of the Julian family to gigantic proportions, as everyone knew, and the slave said properly, though luckily without being heard, "You are lying, Caesar." And yet, had the one so addressed not heard him? For now, casting his eyes on the manuscript chest, he smiled as though in answer. "In whatever character you accepted, Octavian, I have given the poem to you, but I must ask a favour in return." "Conditions, Virgil? I thought it was a birthday present." "It is an unconditional present. It rests with you whether you will grant the favour I ask or not." "Then let me hear these conditions. I submit to them beforehand, but call to mind your own words, Virgil." A sly, friendly twinkle appeared in Caesar's eyes. "Be lenient to the conquered and temper your arrogance to that end." "The future!" exclaimed the slave in the midst of the crowd. "Yes, the future. That is how the words were meant. The infinite, unplumbed future of man and man's virtue, the future of humility. Yet how slyly Octavian had made use of them for his temporary and superficial ends. But nevertheless the Aeneid should and must belong to him. You have limited the emancipation of slaves, Augustus. Permit mine to go free." "What? At once?" "What a curious question. At once or not at once? Was it not all the same?" "Not at once, Augustus, but immediately after my death. That is how I shall designate it in my will, and on your side I beg you to sanction this bequest." "Of course I shall do so, but consider, Virgil, will your stepbrother, who, as far as I remember, takes care of your property in Andes, be in agreement with this bequest? You will create difficulties for him if you take away all of his slaves at one stroke." "My stepbrother Proculus will know how to help himself, besides which he is a kind man, and the servants will be likely to stay with him, even as free men." "Good. That is not my affair. I have simply to give my signature. In truth, Virgil, if this was the only condition you had to make, we could have been spared our long arguments." "Perhaps it was good to have had them, Octavian." "It was good," the Augustus smiled, "in spite of the time you made me lose by them. But there is still the will, Octavian. Unless I am mistaken, you deposited one a long time ago with my archivist." "Certainly, but I must add to it." "Because of the slaves? Make haste, slowly. You can take care of this later in Rome." "There are a few other changes. I do not like to put them off." "You are in a hurry for yourself, but not for me. Still, you are the only one to decide on the urgency of your document, and I neither dare nor shall I hinder you from drawing it up now, but as I cannot wait for it, I must ask you to give it to me later, or send it on, so that I can affix my seal to it in testimony and confirmation. Plautius or Lucius, or both together, will bring you the will, Augustus. Be thanked." "My time is limited, Virgil. I sense the impatience with which they await me over there. Vipsanius Agrippa should have come in the meantime. I have to leave." "You have to?" Enigmatically, the room had suddenly become empty. They were quite alone. "Alas, I must go." "My thoughts go with you, Octavian." "Your thoughts as well as your poem." A sign from Caesar, and there, conjured out of the void, stood two slaves beside the chest, their hands gripping the handles. "Are these going to carry it off?" Lightly, swiftly, Augustus came to the bed, and, bending over it almost imperceptibly, he became Octavian once more. "It will be kept in safety, not carried off. Take this as a pledge." And he laid the bit of laurel that he had held between his fingers on the bed cover. "Octavian." "Yes, Virgil." "Accept my thanks for so many things." "Many thanks go to you, Virgil." The slaves had raised the chest, and now, as they started to carry it off, someone sobbed, not very loudly, but still violently, and with that fervor one meets when eternity breaks suddenly into human life, as when pall-bearers are shouldering the coffin to bear it from the room, and the relatives feel themselves stricken for the first time by the inexorable power which has already begun to take its course. It was the same eternity sob, which is wont to be sent after a coffin. It was this eternity cry, and it came from the broad and powerful chest of Plotius Tuca, from his kind and powerful human soul, from his moved and mighty heart, sent toward the manuscript chest which was being borne away, and which actually was a casket, a shell bearing the remains of a child, a life. And now again the sun had really darkened. Reaching the door, Augustus turned around once more friends' glance sought friends' glance. Once more their eyes met. "May your eyes rest on me always, my Virgil," said Octavian, standing between the wide-opened wings of the door. Here still Octavian, only to hasten off as Caesar, svelte, proud, and masterful. At his heels a tawny lion, which followed the casket with steps heavy and slow. Many of those present joined in the procession. The goodly moist sobbing of Plotius persisted a little while before passing over into a breathy gulping interspersed with many an "ah, yes," and it only completely subsided when the sun came out again and the doves on the window sill went on once more with their cooing. "Let your eyes rest on me always." Those were Octavian's words. That is the way they sounded, or something like that, and that is how they continued to sound, remaining in the room, floating there, imperishable by their bond with him who had vanished, imperishable by their fullness of meaning, imperishable the bond, but Octavian was gone. Why had he gone away? Why had Plotia gone? Alas, they had gone, like so many others, vanishing into their own fates, vanishing into their activities, into their aging, into their increasing tiredness, into their greying and their senility, vanishing into a doneness from which a voice no longer issued, and despite that, those invisible bridges had remained, and likewise those invisible chains that had linked them together once and seemingly forever, the invisible laurel bridges, the invisible silver enchantments, and the bond had remained indestructible, built and forged for eternity, binding with and reaching where? Toward an invisible nothingness? No, the invisible thing on the opposite shore, that was no nothingness, no, for all its invisibility it was true existence. It was Octavian as he had always been, Plotia as she had always been, except that they had been most curiously and completely stripped of their names and their bodily forms. Oh, deep, very deep within us, not to be reached by our bodily disintegration, unharmed by the fading of our senses, immune to all change, immune in the most unthinkable far regions of ourselves, of our hearts, of our souls, perception lived on, imperceptible, unevocable, unexplorable, unrecognizable to itself, and it sought the counter-perception in the other soul, in the other heart, in the invisible depths of the other, sought to call it out just there in order that it might become forever perceptible to itself, eternal the bridge, eternal the spanned chain, eternal the encounter, lasting beyond all transfigurations, because the full significance of the word, the full significance of the world, relied on the encounter alone, perception perceived in its echo. Notwithstanding that his lids were closed, immensity lay outside, visible and full of meaning, breath golden, wine golden, transported in the stilled, shimmering glare of the sun's noontide, washed over the brownish-red, black-striped, dirty, spongy roofs of the city, visible and invisible at once, a mirror waiting for its reflection, waiting for the floating word, the floating perception, which, although not quite revealed, was already at hand within the room, a carefree state, participation in which would not be a perjury, beauty risen from true knowledge, its existence permitted again within the law of pledge protecting the unknown God, and then, some of the doves left the window-sill with a puffing, almost pompous fluttering, and flew up, whirring their wings in the sunlit blue, sinking upward in the fever heat of day's prime. Thus they sank upward in the circle of the glance, and dropping below it they disappeared. Oh, let your eyes rest on me always. Plotius wiped the tears from his plump cheeks. Too stupid, he remarked. It is too stupid to be so moved just because Virgil has finally recovered from his lunacy. Perhaps it was Octavian's behavior that caused your emotion. Not so far as I know. I want to make my will now. That is no reason for being emotional. Everybody makes wills. It has nothing to do with your emotion. I must draft it now, and that is all there is to it. Lucius, it was, who now objected. Augustus is perfectly right. One can only agree with him that you could leave such things to the time when you will have recovered. And you have all the more time, as we understood there was already a valid will. Plautius and Lucius were present in actual visibility, and Lysanias must also have been present, even though he might be hiding in some corner of the room, perhaps annoyed that, because he had not been summoned earlier, the slave had been left in possession of the field. But where was the slave? Even so, where was he? There was nothing to indicate he had joined the train of Augustus. On the contrary, if he were anywhere, it was presumably in this room, since this, in a certain sense, was his natural place, and yet, in spite of it, he could not be found. However, this was not entirely true. If one began to look a little more intently, if one strained one's sight just a little more, in addition to the complete visibility of the two friends, some invisible things could be seen, things unready for living or for viewing, perhaps even unready for both. The ability to differentiate between being insufficient, there especially where strips of sun dust came in, the various motes of human-like invisibility were swarming so thickly it seemed the crowd that had left the room in Caesar's wake had streamed back into it, at least in part. Nothing was likelier than that the one sought for was among these images, certainly not to be summoned, having been unwilling to disclose his name. Lysanias. Even though the slave could not be called, one could call the boy. He ought to come and give some explanation. Again and again you mention this Lysanias, remarked Plautius. You speak of him, yet he never appears. Or has he some connection with the will you are so urgent about drafting? It was not to be denied that neither the boy nor the slave had any direct connection with the will. However, he was still unable to explain the association to Plautius, and could only take refuge in a seeming motive. I want to bequeath to him some object or other. The more, then, it is his duty to show himself at last, otherwise I shall feel obliged to doubt him and his existence. The boy appearing at that very moment proved the implication unjust. Anyone who was willing to see him could, and the reproach redounded upon Plautius. Nevertheless, it would have been better if Lysanias had not been summoned, for now, having actually arrived, he had come in the twofold guise of slave and boy, just as if both bore the same name, to which each, whether slave or boy, had to respond. On the one hand, this was not very remarkable. On the other, it was remarkable that this twofold advent lacked concord, that the boy, although at pains to approach the bed, was not able to get ahead of his larger and stronger companion. Again and again the way was barred to him, and one would have thought that the boy Lysanias had lost all his wily skill. Plautius walked back, sighing, to the armchair where he had sat before. Instead of taking it easy, as everyone advises you, you busy yourself with codicils and with what you have in mind to bequeath to this one or that one. Caesar was with you for more than an hour, and one can tell by your voice that this wore you out. Well, for my part, I shall take care not to interfere with a pighead such as you. Yes, added Lucius with a speculative curiosity. Well over an hour. And did you talk of nothing but the Aeneid? Stop. Do not answer if it tires you. Standing sturdily beside the bed, the slave appeared to have grown in a most unforeseen manner. A stilly coldness emanated from him as from one who has come into a room from the iciest winter weather, and he stood there so broad and mighty that he made it impossible for the boy to send over a single glance, although the latter had climbed up on the table in order to peer over his shoulders. The slave should leave. Ah, because of the will? Plautius from his armchair looked around the room. All of them have left anyway. You may begin. Lucius, fussing as usual with the folds of his toga, sat down cautiously on the chair near the bed, and, folding his long, slender legs one over the other, in a worldly posture, he held his long-fingered hand palm up in a gesture of explanation. Yes, when the exalted one once starts talking, he is inclined to let one have a fair amount of it, and yet If we are frank, he is anything but a gifted orator, at least not captivating in comparison with the Roman eloquence of classical times, which we, as surviving witnesses, are entitled to claim. Do you remember the senatorial speeches of the past? What a pleasure they were, all of them. However, Augustus's eloquence does for the present, since, as it is, no one discourses today, and it will have to do. But Virgil, by no means must I fall into the same blunder as he, praised be his name. I do not want to tire you. Why did the slave not move? He was set up here motionless and firmly rooted, like an ice block, like an iceberg, always threatening to grow higher. By now he covered little Lysanias completely, and the cold made itself felt ever more dangerously, issuing from him as though inexorably, bringing great waves of weariness in its wake. You need a complete rest. Lucius's hand put a finishing stroke to this pronouncement. You need rest, and had you consulted the doctor again, he would have told you so. It might be best if we left you alone now. His need for rest could not be gainsaid, a sweet and seductive need that had come over him, coming to him on the weariness waves of chill, dangerous in its inescapability. Oh, it had to be fought immediately, and so it proved most welcome that Lucius had mentioned the doctor, and that he, answering the summons, started to emerge solidly from the swarm of transparent figures, and continued to emerge no less solidly, a bland smile on his lips. You have recovered, Virgil, and I am proud to be able to tell you so, for, as I may be allowed to state in all modesty, my skill has contributed not a little to this favourable outcome. It was a gratifying, though not quite unlooked-for announcement. I have recovered. That is a slight exaggeration, though on the whole, the gods be thanked, it may be correct, Plautius was heard to say from the alcove. I am well. You will be soon, corrected the slave. Send him away. The boy's voice sounded weak and plaintive. Send him away if you wish to recover. He will kill you too. The weariness chill became downright physical. Proceeding from the ice block, it turned into an ice block itself, turned into a curdled wave, enclosing and wrapping, fiery at the core, enforcing a warm repose by its freezing embrace. I have recovered. The doctor did not lie. Perhaps so, at least insofar as a doctor is able to be entirely truthful, but this truth implies that you have to behave like a convalescent. Who does not want to have a relapse. Lucius was standing up. And as for us, now we are going to leave. Stay. His voice had failed. The word had not been heard. Oh, let them go, let all of them go, begged Platia coaxingly, though unable to conceal her own fright. And him as well. Send off him who holds you embraced. My arms are softer than his, and he is loathsome. Then it became clear that the glowing icy clasp was caused by the giant's arms, lifting him up from the bed and from the earth, and that on the giant's breast, in the immensity of which there was no longer heartbeat nor breathing, the sweetly alluring repose of immutability would have to be found. Clay was the earth from which he had been lifted, but not less earth-like and full of earth's forces was the giant's breast on which he lay. He is crushing me, sighed the boy, hopelessly overcome by weakness. His time is up, said the giant, and it was almost like a smile. It is not I who molest him, time does that. Mighty as earth was the giant, bearing earth, bearing rest, bearing death. Did he not bear time as well? I am timeless, rejoined Platia. I do not alter. Do not let him kill me too. Did Platia need to be saved? Did the boy? Was he himself in need of salvation? Was there a need for the will or for the Aeneid? The embrace became still vaster, heavier, mightier, more and more icy, more and more glowing. The glow and the iciness already melted into a common life stream carrying existence toward non-existence so that it could unite with it. The quiet had already become so dense that it threatened to let no sound escape, no sound that might shatter it, and it seemed already past shattering, and not for Platia, not for the boy, no, but for his own life's sake. A final effort must be made. I want to live. Oh, mother!
Was it a cry? It could not be ascertained whether it had pierced the borders of stillness. The breast of the giant was without heartbeat or breathing, the world, and it was quite a while before the giant said, I am not freeing you, because of the woman's entreaties, nor those of the boy, neither because of your own fright. I am freeing you because you have a mind to accomplish your earthly service." It was almost an admonition, and withal he felt the clasp loosen as if the giant were restoring him to the clay floor of earth. "I want to live! I want to live!" Yes, now it was a cry, realized by the voice and the ears. Hoarse, it is true, but still loud enough to cause the two friends to jump in alarm. Plautius rushed over, and pushing aside the helpless Lucius, he reached the bed with a reproachful, "This is what comes of it!" But the clasp was broken. The giant had vanished. The frightful seduction had subsided, and what remained was the usual fever, only the usual fever, which was still like a glowing ice block, crushing the chest and compressing the breath to a painful rattling, however, so often experienced and so well known that even the taste of blood rising in the mouth was no longer alarming. One was again in an ordinary sick room. Lysanias was crouched on top of the table. He likewise was greatly exhausted, and looked attentively across the room. "This is what comes of it! This is what comes of it!" It was not easy to decide whether the reproachful grumbling was meant for the sickness, the sick man, or Lucius, and the latter said, "The doctor." One was again in an ordinary sick room. Lysanias was present as was proper, but these two old men, Lucius and Plautius, were out of place here, and mother was missing. Why was Plautius sitting in grandfather's place near the window? Probably because he was as stout and ponderous as the latter. Under his weight the feet of the armchair had made a jagged, dusty groove in the clay floor, and through the window one could see the rolling meadows of the Mantuan landscape in the sunny light of noon. One must call mother from the kitchen. "Thirsty." Before Lucius could turn around, Plautius, with clumsy agility, had discovered a beaker, and had returned with it from the wall fountain to bring moisture to the expectant lips of the sick man, whose head he supported meanwhile with his other hand. "Are you better, Virgil?" he inquired, still short of breath and perspiring with excitement. Speech was difficult to restore. It was possible to thank Plautius only with a nod, and besides, the voice of mother was now audible in the kitchen. "Coming," she called cheerfully. "Coming, my child shall soon have his milk." This meant that mother was still alive. Without altering, she was timeless, and this assurance made for inmost well-being. "Am I still sick, mother?" "A little. But soon my child will be out of bed and able to play again." Yes, he would play again, on the kitchen floor and out there in the sand of the garden at mother's feet. But how could mother approve of such a play that, informing the clay-like earth, repeated and continued doing what father had done, and what the god still does? Was not this game a crime against the earth, and that wished to remain unformed? A crime against its primal loam? Did it not awake horror and scorn in the knowing mother goddess? However, it was now impossible to reflect upon it because of Plautius, who was still standing beside the bed, and what he had brought was not milk but water, clear water from the springs of earth. After a second long gulp, having sunk back into the pillows, speech was again possible. "Thank you, my Plautius, such better you have restored me." It was a beaker of brown horn, but the figure of a cock was etched upon it. It was the good solid beaker that farmers use. "I will bring the doctor," persisted Lucius, moving toward the door. "Why bring the doctor?" It was curious. The doctor was already here, and the somewhat uncertain and nebulous shape in which he was cast seemed to take on solidity with every passing moment. "We want to ask him," said Plautius, reflectively, "whether or not he will bleed you. How often have I myself had attacks like this, even worse, but after getting rid of a few ounces of blood, one finds oneself again in the midst of life.
and is aware that the whole unpleasant procedure has been most beneficial for one's health. The doctor, Carandos, combed his beard. Roman school, Roman method of treatment. We will have none of it. In your case, we have not to withdraw any fluids from your body, but on the contrary, we must add them. I bid you drink as much as possible. Let me have another drink. Do you want wine again? Asked Lysanias, lifting the ivory goblet. Nonsense, the doctor snapped out at him. No wine. You have nothing to say here. Verily, the cool trickling was medicine. I have recovered. The doctor himself said so. Then we want him to confirm it, said Lucius from the door, his hand on the knob. We have always to reckon on little relapses, said the doctor, and smiled blandly. This was nothing but a little relapse. Stay here, Lucius. We shall not make a lot of a little relapse. Now I must draw up my will. Lucius came back to the table. Postpone it only until this evening. I promise you we shall finish it before our departure. No, it had to be done at once. Otherwise the giant might believe that the will had been used only as a subterfuge to escape him. Had not the retreat into the earth-bound been altogether too cheap, shame arose in him, a crippling and scourging shame, as crippling and scourging as the freezing heat of the fever which persisted, although there had been only a slight relapse. Lysanias, now as before atop the table, wanted to dispel it. The shame lies only in the chance, but your path was chanceless, Virgil, and all that you did was necessary. He who goes backward on his path feels ashamed. With a heavy sigh, Plautius sat down on the edge of the bed. Now what is that supposed to mean? The will is urgent. I cannot put it off. Nobody would understand your feeling as shame, the postponement of a few hours, and you yourself cannot be in earnest. For Augustus' sake I renounced my wishes in regard to the Aeneid. Now for your sake I should renounce them in regard to my will. We are only concerned with your health. And it is this that permits me, aye, even forces me to go forward on my path. I do not want to go backward. I have never led you backward, the boy defended himself. We have always gone forward. And whither now? Lysanias was silent. He knew not what to answer. His guidance reached only to where I was, said Plautius, intruding. What follows now is our common path, the path of love, of our love. Whither? I have to find my way alone. You are unjust, Virgil, pouted Plautius Tuca, sitting heavily on the edge of the bed and causing the mattress to bend under him. You are unjust. Nothing warrants you in rejecting our help and our love like this. Plautius, who was usually so loudly domineering, was wont to let nothing oppose him, sat there quite helplessly on the edge of the bed, and Lucius, otherwise so secure in his worldly wisdom, seemed quite shaken. It was plain that they had become submissive, both ready for submission to a patient whose impressionability had formerly made him bend almost constantly to their will. What had wrought this change? Were they submissive only to the sovereign power of illness, although formerly they had given little heed to its voice, or were they now beginning to be aware of the greater voice waiting behind the illness, the enunciating voice of love, uniting life and death? Oh, they must divine it, otherwise they would not oppose so strongly a last will which wanted to prepare for death. And Lucius said, I do not wish to oppose you further, but do not add a but, my Lucius. Yonder in the corner is my luggage, and in the travelling bag you will find my writing utensils and everything that pertains to them. Plautius rocked his head to and fro. Well, one must let you have your own way, as there is no holding you back. In the face of such docility, it was neither appropriate nor pleasant to have to admit to these two that the physical pains were continuing, but there was the danger of an oncoming chill. Will you just get me a second blanket? The sulky face of Plautius became worried, and the sulkiness increased. You are taxing yourself far too much. Just a second blanket, that is all. I will get it for you, said Lucius. But scarcely had Lucius called for the servants and given them the order before the slave of the impenetrably stern countenance appeared, already equipped with the blanket. No giant he,
but just an ordinary lackey, who politely and deftly spread the second blanket over the bed, replacing upon it the laurel sprig hallowed by the touch of Augustus. And this happened so swiftly, so obviously prepared for in advance, that one was inclined to ask oneself whether the request for this blanket had been altogether necessary or justified. Had it not just been an excuse to order the slave back, or an excuse for the slave to steal in again? Some explanation was needed. Were you not here just a moment ago? I have been ordered not to leave you any more. The boy Lysanias slid down from the table and came quite close, no doubt so the slave could not push him away again. Without being ordered, I stayed with you always, and now without orders I mean to stay on. What the boy said was of no consequence. Indeed, it was almost like a forgotten, now scarcely understood language, while the words of the other one, despite their curt sound, brought with them a strange kind of confidence. Why did you not come sooner? You too had to serve before I could serve you. Plautius felt worriedly for the cold feet beneath the blanket. They are like ice, my Virgil. I feel quite well now, Plautius. I hope you are telling the truth, said Lucius, who meanwhile had been arranging the writing utensils and the pad of paper on the table. And here is everything that you requested. Give me the paper. Lucius was astonished. What? Do you even want to do the writing yourself? I want to look at the paper. Give it here. Do not be so impatient, Virgil. Here it is. And Lucius, who had opened the leather portfolio, took from the clean-cut pile of paper the topmost sheets and handed them over. Oh, it was a good quality of paper. It had that rough, cool surface that is easy on the pen, and it was good to pass over it with padded fingertips as though one were about to write. And by holding it against the light, one could see through its ivory color the brownish network of the grain, or the first stroke of the pen on the clean white fold of paper, the first line drawn toward creation, the first word to enter into imperishability. It was hard to part from it. This is good paper, Lucius. My body is white and smooth and tender, sighed Platia in a whispering lament, but you did not care to touch it. Lucius took back the sheets, then he too stroked the surface with tentative fingers, testing it and holding it against the light. Yes, he confirmed expertly, it is good paper. Then he sat down to write. Platia had been untouchable, her fate too heavy to be borne. Yet light as down, too light to be borne, or to be allowed to be born. An unknown, she had vanished into the unknowable, there where no meeting exists. A ring remained, but she did not appear again. Platia said, If it is only a codicil and not a modification of your former will, you can make it extremely brief. No, Platia did not appear. Other shapes came forth, however, from the shadowy swarm, some of them strangely familiar, some of them difficult to recognize, as they were immediately whisked away, all sorts of people, among them many whores, with blonde wigs, many drunkards and pot-bellies, also waiters and pleasure boys. For a moment Alexis was visible in so far as he was recognizable from his back, for he was standing at a ship's railing, and looking down into the water in which all sorts of refuse stewed about. And the boy said admonishingly and sadly, We have gone down all paths together, and I have led you through them all, oh, that you might remember. I know many. Does this belong to your dictation? Asked Lucius. I know many. No, no one was recognizable any longer, just a single one, and this was astonishing, for the parting from Octavian had been painful and final. The parting could not be repeated, and contrary to all mutual understanding, Octavian was here again. He stood near the candelabrum, apart from the shadowy swarm, and though he himself was invisible, his dark eyes glanced toward the slave, giving him leave to speak. Speak, directed the slave. Give your permission. Thereupon the order, which in reality was nothing of the sort, was given by Caesar. I permit you, Virgil, to dispossess the heirs of your first will in favor of your slaves. So shall it be. I will provide for the slaves, but along with that I must settle the question of the Aeneid and its publication. I shall take care of the poem. That is not enough for me. Don't you recognize me, Virgil? And the boy said, Look at the rising star, the star of the Aeneas, the star that is Caesar's, the one that is blessing the harvests, gladdening the fields with full grain, and empurpling the grapes in the vineyards. Empurpling the grapes in the vineyards. I see, said Lucius, you want to make stipulations for the publication of the Aeneid. What is still lacking in this respect? The boy had lied.
There was no star to be seen, least of all that which had been promised to shine in the future ripeness of time, the star of meeting, where all cognition and recognition were surrendered, the great revealing mystery which brought the empty stream of time to a standstill by fulfilling it, brought to a new beginning the stream which could not be stayed. No, the boy had lied. Nothing was to be seen of it. Still nothing. Not quite here, but yet at hand. Who had said this? The boy or the slave? Both of them were looking toward the east, joined in a new concord by their eastward glancing, and the star would rise on the eastern firmament. The Julian star shines westward, spoke out of Caesar's invisibility, and you, Virgil, will no longer see it. Will your hatred never subside? The Aeneid is lovingly dedicated to Caesar, but the new star ranks still higher. Caesar answered no more. In silence his voice sank back into the invisible. The Aeneid. Claudius puffed a little and ran his hands through the grey wreath of his hair. Yes, the Aeneid, the Julian star, will shine through it forever. If I am not mistaken, the dedication of the Aeneid to Caesar should be included in the will, said Lucius, and dipped the pen in the inkwell, his face attentive and waiting for further instructions. He waited, however, in vain, for that was no inkwell in which he held the pen. Instead, it was the fish pond in front of the house in Andes, and he was sitting at no ordinary table, since the whole country seat at Andes was suddenly erected upon it, the estate that from now on would belong to Proculus, and behind it, like a counterfeit in miniature, was the mausoleum, a prison built of leaden blocks, while the waves of Posillipo crossed, shimmering, the waves of the pond. Yes, Lucius was dipping his pen in the pond. Soft water circles were lightly spreading from the place he dipped toward the pond's borders, around which the geese and ducks were quacking. Doves were cooing on the roosts of the dovecotes. The table, moreover, was surrounded by innumerable people who were waiting for the will. It was understandable that Cebes, who was to live on the farm, was among them, but hanging around on the other hand, it was scarcely permissible for Alexis to be hanging around, and to come strolling hither over the double bend of the entrance path. This gathering for the will was unseemly, and it was with greatest unwillingness that these people let themselves be dispersed by the slave. It took some time before they had all been banished into invisibility, and for the table to stand clear in front of Lucius. "I am ready, Virgil," he announced again. "I am waiting for you." It was not so simple quickly to find one's way back again, and actually Lucius should have known this. "Presently, Lucius." "Take your time. We are in no hurry," said Plautius. "Listen, my friends, before we begin, do you recollect the words of Augustus?" "Certainly. Well, Caesar is familiar with my first will, and I feel it is only proper that you who are assisting me should know about it too." "We are not alone," broke in Lucius, and pointed to the slave. "The slave? Yes, I perceive him." Perceiving and perceived. It was an encounter lasting forever. It was enchainment forever, eternal simultaneously within and without, an enchainment to him who bore the chain. "Did you not intend to dismiss the slave before on account of the will?" It was odd that Lucius dared to utter this, and it lacked reverence, but nothing came of it. The slave left the room with an unmoved countenance, remaining there at the same time as if having doubled. Plautius folded his hands with thumbs crossed over his abdomen. "Well, now we are by ourselves." Quite scornfully and contemptuously he was rebuffed by Plautius. "Why do you want to be by yourselves? Love needs to be alone, but here you are speaking of money." "Not my money, no longer my money." It hurt that Plautius could speak thus, for, far away as she was, she must know that never had there been a question of money or property. "It was your own money that you willed away, and it is your own that you are willing," objected Plautius. "For you to say anything else is humbug." Luckily, this could be answered without exposing Plautius. "I have received my money through the grace and goodness of my friends, and it is only right and reasonable for me to return it to them. Consequently, I still harbor some doubts as to whether I am justified in providing as liberally as I did in my first will for my brother Proculus, to whom, because of his kindness and straightforwardness, I am quite partial. Of course, that is just flim-flam. Time-honored custom and the prosperity of the state demand that fortunes be kept within the family, there to be cherished and husbanded, said Lucius with a grin. To speak seriously, said Plautius, settling the matter, you may and you should do as you deem best in disposing of your estate, for whatever you may have won, you have finally to thank yourself and to your achievements. My achievement bears no relation to the prosperity that has flowed to me through my friends, and that is why my first deposition is that my Roman house on the Esquiline, as well as my house in Naples, should fall back to Caesar, whereas my Campania estate should be restored to Maecenas. Furthermore, I ask Augustus to allow Alexis, who for years now has lived in the house on the Esquiline, to stay on there. And I ask the same favor of Proculus for Cebes, for whom country life has always been beneficial and even necessary, because of his poor health and his poetry, and so I want to secure permanent hospitality for him in Andes, and the best solution would be to let him help a little in cultivating the grounds there. Do these two get nothing else? But yes, it is no secret to anyone, least of all to both of you, that my assets and currency are far in excess of my needs, and I dare say have increased to several millions, which, against my wish, however much in accord with that of my friends. Well, from this fortune, Cebes and Alexis are to receive each a legacy of 100,000 sesterces, just as I have set forth some other small legacies that I need not enumerate here, and to these will be added a few more for my slaves. All as it should be, agreed Plautius. Moreover, many of your decisions will be changed in the course of the next years, as, for all your alleged contempt of money, you are still a peasant, convinced like every peasant in the depths of his heart that the gods are often quite disposed to bestow their blessings by way of gold. Accordingly, your property is bound to grow still greater. We shall not go on arguing this matter now, Plautius, but whatever may be or will be after the deduction of these legacies, I want half of my current funds to go to Proculus, a quarter to Augustus, and the remaining quarter to be divided equally between you, Lucius, and Maecenas. So that is the general picture. The back of Plautius's neck, his bald spot, and his face were suffused with a dark purply red, and Lucius threw up both his hands. What has gotten into you, Virgil? We are your friends, not your heirs. You yourselves have given me leave to dispose of my property as I deem best. A limping man with an upraised stick came threateningly nearer to the bed. Whoever has money gets more, and whoever has none gets none, he shouted, and had the slave not disarmed him so that, still shouting, he had to withdraw again into nothingness, without doubt he would have started a fight. Yes, I am forgetting that I want to add to the legacies another of 20,000 sesterces to feed the people of Brundisium. You may as well add my portion to it at once, muttered Plautius, wiping his eyes. What are you to receive can in no way measure up to what I have received from you. The mobile actor's face of Lucius Varius became ironic. Virgil, will you assert that you have ever seen much of my money? And will you maintain that you did not precede me in epic poetry? That I have not learned an enormous amount from you? Well, Lucius, can this be repaid with money at all? It is just lucky that you are never in funds, and always need something, for in this way the legacy is not entirely useless. The flush had not faded from the face of Plautius. Now his heavy jowls were taut with scornful resentment. You are not indebted to me for any of your verses, and I am blessed with enough riches to be able to renounce your money. Oh, Plautius, shall I let you stand back for Lucius, this giddy person? For 30 years you have been my friends, and you have advanced me no less than he. With all his verses, I do not want to speak of what I have had from you in money's worth. You are my oldest friends. You have and you will accept it. No, you have always been united, and so it must be with this inheritance, and you will accept it. You have to accept it, because I ask you to do so. I am your oldest friend, objected the boy. Incidentally, you too are a peasant, Plautius, and so it follows that everything you said about me must hold good for you as well. Gradually speech became quite painful. But I wouldn't like my friends to be reminded of me only by ciphers. In my apartments at Rome and Naples you will find some furniture and my personal belongings, and my friends, that means you, Plautius, and you, Lucius, but Horace and Propertius likewise. My friends are to take from them any objects, especially books, that please them, and that might help to keep me in memory. What remains shall be given to Cebes and Alexis. My seal ring, Plautius struck his lusty thigh with a clenched fist. Now that's enough. What else are you going to fling at us? The visible world moved off further and further, and Plautius, blustering, loud though it was, came out of a haze. It would have been good to have done with everything, but there was still so very much to say. From you I ask still another service in return. And do you not ask anything of me? Are you dismissing me offhand? Asked Lysanias plaintively. Lysanias, tell us at last where that boy is hiding. Yes, where is he hidden? Where was he hidden? But Plautius himself was not much more visible or audible than Lysanias. Suddenly he too was hiding within the unreachable, and that was as though behind a thick pane of glass that became more and more cloudy, as though turning into a leaden wall. Shall we seek him for you, perhaps? Joked Lucius. Is that what you want of us? I do not know. I am standing in front of you, Virgil. I, Lysanias, stand in front of you, and you have only to stretch out your hand, oh, that you might take mine. It required an endless time to lift one's hand. It did not want to obey one at all, and then it grasped into emptiness, into blindness, into utter blindness. Every eye, I replace every torn-out eye, said the doctor. Look in the mirror, and you will again begin to see. I do not know it any more. Could these be words? What was it that had suddenly fallen into nothingness? Was it these words, or something quite different? Just a moment ago it had been intelligible, and certainly one's own speech. And all at once the words were no longer here, having glided off into nothingness, an alien mumbling, lost in the voice thicket, imprisoned in ice and fire. But the limping one was again on the spot, and with him an enormous train of shadow shapes, a procession so long that one life would not have sufficed to figure out this multitude. Verily, a whole city was coming along, no, rather many cities, all the cities of the world. Their steps shuffled over the stony floor, and a fat hag shouted, Go home now, march on, go home. Go on, ordered the limping one. Go on, you, taking yourself for a poet or something extraordinary. Go on, you belong to us. Along with him who has forgotten how to walk and has to be carried. The fat female followed up the command to make it more effective. A roar of laughter from the rest of women accompanied this speech, and their outstretched fingers pointed lewdly, yet not an actual lewdness, toward the street of misery into which the procession now turned. The way led down the steps. The end of the alley was not to be sighted, because it went down so far, but there, amid the band of children who, scrambling between the goats, the lions, and the horses, raced up and down the steps, there was Lysanias, gaily armed with his torch. It was an extinguished, cold and sooty stump of a torch that he held in his hand, squabbling with the others as if nothing beyond such play existed. So you have brought me back anyway, Lysanias, although you have never admitted it. And behold, Lysanias offered no reply. He gazed up as though confronted by a stranger, only to turn back immediately to his play. The descent continued, step by step. Plautius, however, who was also seated on the litter, his stout legs dangling, said warily, Back? Oh, indeed, we are taking you back into life. Come away from here, said Plautius. It smells bad here, dreadful. Yes, it reeked. Each single door gap yawning in the mouldy walls exhaled overpowering excremental fumes from the body of the house, and the dying greybeards reeked in their blackened prison cells. Augustus lay there too, whimpering. Step by step the descent continued haltingly, but not to be halted. There were masses and masses of people, greedy for metaphors, greedy for victory, and here and there, in the midst of these pushing and crowded people, in the midst of turmoil, Lucius sat writing. He sat there entirely given over to his task, writing down everything that occurred inside or outside, and continuing to write, he lifted his head. What is it that we are to do for you, Virgil? What was it that you asked for? Take down everything. Your will? You need no will. Plautius's voice darted over hard and thin like a gnat, only to waver off like a dragonfly. Oh, you need no will, for you will live on forever living with me. A little black Syrian, a broken chain hanging from his neck ring, where it had where had his one-eyed fellow remained, came leaping up the steps, slipping between the sundry figures, crying out all the while, "The golden age has begun! What was on top is now at the bottom. What was below is above. He who has remembered must now forget. He who has forgotten may now remember. Down with you! Down with you, you overgrown pigling! Past and future are one, forever, forever, forever!" Meanwhile the crowd had become more and more dense, but that the litter floating above it had been forced to stop was a surprise, and beyond that a surprising glimmer of hope, the more as hope was indubitably strengthened by the doctor's behavior. For despite his corpulence, he moved lightly and fleetly through the conglomerate human mass, taking with a quick sleight of hand the money which the ailing held out to him, and his smiling lips, with the instant quickness of a mirror, offered the recompense. "You have recovered, and so have you there. Yes, you have also recovered, and you over there, yes, yonder, have gotten well too. You have recovered, all of you, terrible as death, but you are all well again." "Terrible as life," said the slave, who, although he had not changed his shape, must evidently be standing by himself on a very elevated spot, for he was looking down upon the litter. Now Augustus lifted himself from his ragged couch. He staggered with uncertain tread. On his neck ring bobbed, as though he were the missing erstwhile mate of the little Syrian, the end of a chain, of silver it is true, and his speech came uncertain and tremulous. "Come, Virgil, come with me, lie there with me on my couch, for we must go back, we must keep on going back, we must reach beyond the first forefathers. We must return into the mass that sustained us. We must go back into the humus of the beginning." "Away with you," ordered the slave. Thereupon everything was wiped out, and even Caesar, hastening to become dwarfed, shriveled to nothing. The human likenesses dwindled away to mere shadows of puppets, whose wires had suddenly been cut. Indeed, it was like the abrupt severance of every worldly filament, a general collapse within and without simultaneously, just beginning or reaching its peak. One didn't know which, because of the speed with which it occurred, came about as one sank back once more into the pillows of the bed-boat, which had immediately resumed its placid journey. Truly, one felt a sense of release, both inwardly and outwardly, like the relaxation of a clutching hand, a hand that had once been a brazen fist, and that now, quietly quieting, had turned into soft repose. "Are you coming now?" asked Plautia, almost impatiently, giving herself in nearly the same breath the disappointed and disappointing answer, "Alas, you do not wish to come." "Out with you," ordered the slave again. "Even you are not able to bring help," and thereupon, for a moment perfectly visible, Plautia floated off, as though she were a fury, her ivory body crowned with hair that was streaming flame. Who would bring help? No one had been allowed to remain, not even Plautia. All of them had been frightened away, and yet the isolation was like rest. Yes, it was very quiet now, with a quietness that bade fair to grow beyond itself, foretelling a ramble among flowery groves under the shade of laurels, a promise of that prenatal land into which it would blossom, it to be meted out in a mild flow to the wanderer who would no longer have to pursue it in himself, absolved of the torment of searching, absolved of existence, absolved of his name, absolved of his anguish, absolved of his blood and his breath, he, a wanderer in the forgotten land and in the purity of forgetfulness. "Forgetfulness will bring no help to you either," said the slave. "Oh, who would bring help if there was no surety even in forgetting? Oh, who could comfort one for one's inability to rectify what had been done or retrieve what had been left undone? The done and the undone, one like the other, were forfeited and sealed. What effort was still required for the redeeming and redeemed help to come? Once a voice had spoken, but it was only an enunciation, not yet the deed, and even the voice could no longer be heard. Even the voice was forgotten as one's own voice, forfeited and sealed in the irrevocable. And now the slave said, "Only he who calls out for help by name shall partake of it." To call out for help, to call out once more to struggle for breath, once more to fight against the taste of blood on the tongue, once more grasping the fatigue and fatigued with gasping to call back oneself and one's own voice. Oh, what was the name? For the name had been forgotten. For a moment, for just a short moment, came the vision of a face that could not be lost. That face of hard, brown, stiffened clay, kind and strong in its farewell smile, the never-vanishing parental countenance in its last calm, and then it faded away into the unforgettable. Call, urged the slave. The mouth was full of blood, thick enough to stifle one, and all that was or could be outside of oneself remained imperceptible, remained behind endless, paralyzing layers, dim, opaque, and impervious to sound. If there was no telling the call's goal, there was no way to detect the name. Call! The call had to be forced out through the stifling, the paralysis, through strain. Oh, voice calling out for the voice. Call! Father. Had it been called? You called, said the slave. Had it been called? The slave affirmed it as if he were the mediator to one who should have received the call and who perhaps had already heard it, even though he did not choose to answer. Ask him for help, said the slave. And with recaptured breath, the plea came without effort, without premeditation, of its own accord. Come to me. Was this the moment of judgment? Who would pronounce it? Or had it already been pronounced? On what would it fall? Would it ring out and be audible? Would it appear as a deed? When, oh when? The judgment between good and bad, separating guilt from innocence. The judgment which calls up the name and joins it to the innocent one. The law's truth of reality, the last and only truth. Oh, the sentence had been pronounced, and now one must wait until it was executed. But nothing followed. Neither a deed nor a voice, but despite that something did follow, something that one could scarcely capture, for messengers were coming from there where the call had penetrated. They were coming through the air on silent, soft-hooved horses, coming like an echo or its herald, and they were approaching slowly, ever more slowly, so that one could almost think they would never arrive, but even their non-coming was an oncoming. Then, however dimmed by many intervening clouded panes of glass, only barely visible, a kind round face was bending over the bed, and saying in a distant, deadened voice, "How can one help you? Would you like another drink?" "Plautius, who sent you hither?" "Sent me? If you want to put it like that, our friendship." Plautius was not the messenger. He was perhaps just the forerunner of the messenger, or perhaps a still further link of the chain. And besides, it was not a question of this or that kind of succour. Even though it would have been comforting to be allowed to drink once more, the blood taste would not subside. But at the beginning of the chain stood he who had sent Plautius hither, stood he who sends water to the thirsting. Even the non-coming was oncoming. "Drink if you are thirsty," said the slave. "Water wells from the earth, and the service that you are consummating is still an earthly one." In the breast something fluttered with too great a speed, and despite this too great and disquieting speed, something was there akin to joy, because it was the heart that was still beating. That could even be curbed again to a quiet and more regular beat. It was almost an awareness of an imminent ultimate victory, the victory of complete serenity, curbed to duty, once again to earthly duty. You have only to curb yourself for your health. Beyond that, no other duties exist for you at the moment. The Aeneid. That will become your task once more when you will have fully recovered. Until then, the poem is well protected in Augustus's care, and you will find it again unharmed. It seemed scarcely credible that Augustus would be able to guard the Aeneid under the couch of rags on which he was forced to lie, aged, naked, and powerless, and anyway, Plautius's speech, although intelligible, sounded most strange, stiffly hollow, even though the glass pane had started to clear and to melt away. Everything was incongruous. All the works of men were incongruous. The Aeneid was an incongruity. Let not a single word be changed. Now it was Lucius who understood immediately what he meant. No one would ever dare to touch a manuscript of Virgil, or even to suggest a correction, not to mention that Augustus would never permit such a thing. Caesar will come to be powerless. He will not be answerable for anything. For what should he be answerable? There is nothing to be answerable for. You give yourself too many worries. It was still an unfamiliar language that was being spoken here, the language of an alien people whose guest one was, a language that one was barely able to understand, while one's own was already forgotten or still unlearned. Certainly the words of Augustus, in spite of his raggedness, had been much more familiar. Plotius brought the goblet. Here you are, Virgil. Presently, first let me have another pillow. The heart was fluttering and needed to be brought into another position in order to curb it. In a flash the slave was at hand with the pillow, and stacking it neatly behind the back, he warned softly, "Time presses on." The fountain drizzled. From somewhere the heavy smell of damp clay, the lighter odor of glazed pottery and earthen jars came floating by on a breath of air, easy to draw into the painful lungs, and grateful to them. Somewhere a potter's wheel was buzzing, gentle its high-pitched whirring sound, which came intermittently, almost tonelessly, and finally stopped. Time, indeed, time presses on. It doesn't press on at all, growled Plotius. Reality awaits you, said the slave. Reality towering beyond reality. Here the reality of friends and their language. Behind this an unquenchable, lovely memory of a boy at play. Further back, that of the caves of misery where Augustus was obliged to live. And beyond these, the threatening, brittle, and linear entanglements spread out all over existence, over world upon world, behind which was the reality of the flowering groves. Oh, and behind this, so undiscernible, the genuine reality, the reality of the newer heard, of the never heard, though ever forgotten, ever promised word. The reality of the creation rising anew in the rays of the unbeholdable eye. The reality of the homeland. And the goblet in the hand of Plotius was of ivory. Timidly, perhaps confused by the presence of the slave, perhaps intimidated by his stronger will, nevertheless sure in her knowledge, Plotia made herself known, but from the inaudibility of an infinitely remote distance. You have disdained the homeland of myself. Rest now, slumber on to me. Where was she? Close about him, living walls of impenetrable green shot up suddenly as if the leaden prison had been transferred again into the shadowy grotto of leaves which once had been on the point of embracing him and Plotia. The impenetrable thicket stretched out endlessly. It extended into the infinite distance on every side. But in the midst of its green shone a bush with golden leaves, almost within reach of the hand, although one would have had to grasp across the width of the stream, which unmoving, barely trickling, was now flowing past, the flowing mystery which could not be checked. And from over there, from out the branches of the golden bush, Plotia's sibylline voice could be heard, lightly taking farewell. Alas for the vanished one! Alas for her who was already wandering beyond the stream, beyond all desiring, and beyond reach, without a wish. That is right, said Plotius. Very right that you have no wishes. And should you need anything, added Lucius, that is why we are here. A while ago you said you had something to ask from us? Beyond the empty stream, the shoreless stream without source or goblet, impossible to discriminate the place of our emergence from that of our re-immersion, for it was the time-bearing, oblivion-bearing flood of the creaturely returning without beginning or end. Was there a ford in such a stream? Certainly. With or without a ford, one was still not permitted to attempt a crossing, and the stream flowed away, disappeared as the slave, already quite impatient, emphasized the essential. Do what has become your duty. Raised up on the pillows, breathing was easier, the cough was looser, and speaking once more became natural. But much remained confused. I am still without guidance. You have left your work in time to guide one through the times. This was the sum of your wisdom, for yours was the divination of light. Standing near the bed, attentive and motionless, a serving slave uttered these words. But had he uttered them? Considering the change which suddenly came to pass, this must have been so, for even had the words been mute, they had wrought a change, restored again the first plane of reality's existence. The surrounding things were familiar the friends. One was no longer a guest in a strange land with a strange language, even if the image of the true and promised homeland stood fixed before one's eyes, without having become discernible. Even here, in the midst of earthly things, repose had again been granted for a time, though presumably the time was short, and Lucius corroborated. Your poem is guidance, and guidance it will remain. The Aeneid. Yes, Virgil, the Aeneid. The stream had vanished, the leafy grotto had vanished, only the drizzling went on. But this, it is true, might be coming from the wall fountain. I may not destroy the Aeneid. Are you still thinking of that? The angry distrust welling up in Plautius seemed on the point of breaking out anew. The stream had vanished, but the field still remained, lying there in the vibrant stillness of afternoon, filled with the chirping of crickets. Or was it the potter's wheel sending up its gentle whirring song again? No, it was not that, only the drizzling persisted. Destroy? No, I no longer wish to destroy the Aeneid. Now, you are really sound, Virgil. It may well be so, my Plautius, but, well, something still resisted, something lodged there deeply and ineradicably, demanding sacrifices and eager to offer them. And the slave, as though aware of this resistance, said, "Let your hatred fall from you." I hate no one. At least we hope that you no longer hate your work, observed Lucius. You hate things earthly, said the slave. There was no contradicting this. The slave spoke the truth, and one had to bow to it. Perhaps I have loved them too much. Your work, said Lucius, both elbows supported reflectively on the table and the pen-holder pressed wistfully to his lips. Your work, love that as we love it. I will try, Lucius, but first of all we must take care of publishing it. As soon as you shall have finished it, the publishing will follow. Before that you would hardly want to bother with it. You two will have to see to the publishing of the Aeneid. Is that what you wanted to ask of us? Yes, that is it. Nonsense! Plautius now actually grew cross. You have to look after your own affairs, although we are willing to help you with them. Do you want to exclude entirely the possibility that this task may fall on you two alone? Plautius wagged his large round head this way and that. Nothing can be entirely excluded, but in this case, Virgil, consider that we two are rather old fellows. It would seem wiser to look for an executor, who is somewhat younger. My first choice falls on you two. It gives me peace of mind, and I want to have everything settled. Very well, we have nothing to say against that, agreed Lucius quite readily. And you have to take over this task all the more since I am bequeathing the manuscript to you. Oh, not as payment for your pains, but because I like the thought of your having it. The effect of this communication proved something of a surprise. After a few moments of sheer stupefaction, a deep gulp was heard from Plautius, so that it seemed as if he were about to weep again, while Lucius, who, although with gratitude, had accepted the legacy of money with composure, at any rate, he had remained seated, now sprang up, gesticulating wildly. Virgil's own manuscript? Virgil's own manuscript? Really? Can you estimate the greatness of your giving? A gift weighed down with obligations is scarcely a gift. Oh, ye gods, sighed Plautius, who had pulled himself together to the point of being able to speak again. Oh, ye gods, but one must consider the matter carefully, remembering that you can hardly take back the manuscript from Augustus after having surrendered it to him. The Aeneid was written in Caesar's honor. Therefore he must be given the first flawless copy. This is customary, and I shall designate that it be so done. And for this purpose he will deliver the original without more ado. This solution seemed plausible to Plautius, and he nodded. However, he had one more objection. And then, Virgil, there is something else to consider, namely, I am a simple person. I am no poet. The main work, as far as the publishing goes, will fall back on Lucius, and therefore he seems entitled to the exclusive possession of the manuscript. That is right, said Lucius. It would be if you two did not stand for a unit to me in every possible respect. Besides, you will have to bequeath the manuscript with all its burdensome obligations to each other, so that the presumptive survivor may take care of it. Very wise, agreed Lucius. And what is to happen when both of us shall be dead? This too will come to pass sooner or later. That from now on is something for you to worry about, but no longer for me. But you could appoint Cebes and Alexis as successors, the one as poet and the other as grammarian. Both are young. Again Plautius gulped with emotion. O Virgil, you shower us with presents, and your presents give pain. They will pain you in earnest, my Plautius, when you start with your labours, For verse after verse, word after word, yes, actually letter after letter must be carefully gone over. That is no work for you, and I could almost rejoice should it please the gods to exempt me from such labor, and burden Lucius with it instead. Do not blaspheme. Yes, Lucius will be saddled with a hard task. And therefore, in my will, I shall request Caesar to recompense it properly. Lucius parried. Virgil, this is no work to be paid for. On the contrary, I could even name many persons who would be so glad to undertake it that they would be willing to pay any sum for the privilege. And furthermore, you know this yourself. No, I know nothing of the sort, because just for a poet like yourself, Lucius, for a poet who has a faculty for improving a great deal, or even all of it, and who therefore is sure to find much that is incongruous and in need of improvement, it will be hard to limit himself to merely textual corrections. I would fight shy of wanting to correct any verse by Virgil. Not a word should be added, not a word struck out, for I see clearly that this is your wish, and that only in this way can one meet it. So it is, my Lucius. The abilities of a poet are not needed for such work, rather those of a skilled grammarian, and I may flatter myself that there are not many who are better fitted than I for this very task. But, Virgil, what are we to do about the verses that you once called waiting stones? The waiting stones, indeed. They were still there, those parenthetical verses which were later to be replaced by perfected ones. Now they would never be replaced. It was not good to think of it, and speech had again become labored. Leave them as they are, Lucius. This did not seem right to Lucius. One could see that he was hurt as much on his own account as for the Aeneid, and his commission seemed somewhat spoiled for him. Very well, Virgil, very well. We do not have to go into that now. Sooner or later you will change the verses yourself. I? Who else? You, of course. Never. It was rather the voice of the slave than his own which had said that. Never? Plautius flared up. Are you only trying to frighten us with this kind of talk, or do you actually want to call down on yourself the indignation of the gods? The gods? Yes, the gods. They will not suffer you to keep on blaspheming. And Plautius, with arms bent like an oarsman, shook his hairy fist. The gods did not wish him to finish the verses, did not wish him to correct the incongruity, for every human work has to arise from twilight and blindness, and therefore must remain incongruous. Thus had the gods decided, and yet now he knew it. Not only the curse, but grace as well was mirrored in this incongruity. Not only man's inadequacy, but also his closeness to the divine. Not only the soul's incompleteness, but its magnitude. Not only the blindness of the blindly born human labor, otherwise it would never have been done at all, but also its divining strength. For in the kernel of all human labor lay the seed of something that reached beyond itself and beyond him who had created it. And in this wise the worker was transformed into a creator. For the universal incongruity of circumstance began only when men became active in the universe. For there was no incongruity in the circumstances of the animal or of the gods, and only in this incongruity was revealed the fearful glory of the human lot, which reached beyond itself. Standing between the muteness of the animal and that of the gods was the human word, waiting to be silenced in ecstasy beneath the radiant glance of that eye whose blindness has come in ecstasy to seeing. Ecstatic blindness, the confirmation. O Plautius, the gods, I have known their grace and their displeasure. I have encountered benefits and burdens. I am thankful for both. That is as it should be. It is always so. I am thankful for both. Life has been rich. I am thankful also for the Aeneid, and even for its incongruities. Incongruous as it is, it may endure. But the will, Plautius, just for this reason it must be finished, for the sake of the gods. One cannot argue with a peasant. So, you do not intend to postpone it? It must be done, Plautius. And you, Lucius, are you able to write it down as I have given it to you? That is not difficult, my Virgil. Of course, it would be more in accord with the rules if you were able to dictate your wishes. I hesitate to write down anything about taking a recompense for myself for the publishing job in prospect. All right, Lucius, for my part, you may settle that personally with Caesar. Then you wish to dictate? To dictate? I shall dictate. Was this task still to be achieved? I shall dictate, but first give me another swallow of water so that my cough will not interfere. And meanwhile, Lucius, you may write the date on the document as of today. Plautius gave him the goblet. Drink, Virgil, and save your voice. Speak softly. The water ran coolly down the throat. The water ran coolly down the throat. No, the water ran coolly through the throat, and when the goblet had been totally drained, there was renewed breathing, and the voice complied to will. Have you put down the date, Lucius? Certainly. At Brundisium, the 9th day before the calends of October, in the 730th year after the founding of the city of Rome. Is that correct, Virgil? Without doubt, that is the date. The drizzling continued, the drizzling of the wall fountain, the drizzling in the leafy shadows, the drizzling of the stream, the uncheckable stream, which, it is true, had become so broad that the other shore could not be reached. It could not even be seen. But it was not necessary to stretch the hand out over the stream, for already here on the shore, yes, here upon the cover, within reach of the hand, was a golden shimmer. The laurel shoot, placed there by Augustus, by the gods, by fate, by Jupiter himself, and its golden leaves were shimmering. I am ready, Virgil. And voice complied to will. I, Publius Virgil Maro, today in the 51st year of my life in full possession. No, do not write full. Rather, put possessed of sufficient physical and mental health, see fit to add my former testamentary provisions, which have been deposited in the archives of Julius Caesar Octavian Augustus, as follows. Have you written all this, Lucius? Certainly. And voice complied to will. As by the wish of Augustus, who has bestowed on me many a favour, I have been deplorably restrained. No, strike out deplorably, and if you have not written it, so much the better. Now as through the wish of Augustus, who has bestowed on me many a favour, I have been restrained from burning my poems. I designate firstly that the Aeneid be considered a dedication to Augustus. Secondly, however, that the entire bulk of my manuscripts be passed over in joint ownership to my friends, Plautius Tuca and Lucius Varius Rufus, and that in the event of the death of either, these automatically become the exclusive property of the other. I entrust to these same friends the exacting supervision of my poetical legacy, which is herewith given over into their possession. Only the most meticulously examined texts shall have validity, and above all, nothing is to be struck out or added to them, and copies for the librarians are to be made from these authorized texts alone, should the librarians desire them. In any case, a clean and correct copy is to be delivered immediately to Caesar Augustus. The full responsibility for all this rests on Plautius Tuca and Lucius Varius Rufus. Have you written it, Lucius? Certainly, my Virgil, and it will be carried out exactly should it ever come so far. And still voice was compliant to will. In accord with Augustus' permission, I am allowed to set my slaves free. This is to be done direct after my death, and each slave is to receive a legacy of 100 sesterces for every year spent in my service. Furthermore, I set aside 20,000, no, make it 30,000 sesterces to be distributed as soon as possible toward feeding the people of Brundisium. And all further money settlements are to be found in my first will, to which I have already referred. This remains in full force except for the reduction of the bulk of the estate necessitated by the aforementioned new legacies, which my principal heirs, namely Caesar Augustus, as well as my brother Proculus, together with Plautius Tuca and Lucius Varius and Gaius Clinius Maecenas, will indubitably not consider to be unfriendly. That is about all. That will suffice, will it not? Be assured, Virgil, it is sufficient. Is it? Yes, it is sufficient. And voice no longer complied to will. Even the last words had to be fetched out of an enormous emptiness, and now nothing remained but this emptiness, a wretched, exhausted, and boundless void, endlessly extended, unsurveyable in the large as well as in its intimate recesses, a frightful emptiness, empty of fright, void of forgetfulness, filled with a curiously grievous, forgotten wakefulness, a void with a whistling fever, straying within its shell. But besides the fever, there was something else rustling about, something unsaid, something that had to be said without fail, something connected with all that had gone before, and yet not quite connected, so that it too must be found. Otherwise, what had previously happened would not suffice. It was of no less importance than the verses themselves, which at first were to be destroyed, and must now be preserved. Where is the chest? Plautius looked up sadly. Virgil with Augustus, well cared for. Make your mind easy. But now Lucius drew near the document, which still seemed inadequate, in order to get his signature. Or was it merely the signature which had been lacking? Was it this which had to be found? Give me. The signature was placed, but the text was not legible, evidently because it did not yet suffice. The letters were dancing over one another. You still have to add something, Lucius. Add something. The cantos are not to be torn apart. Yes, my Virgil. And Lucius sat down again, waiting for dictation. The cantos are not to be torn apart, and I forbid a single word to be added or deleted. We had all this before. Write it. Do write it down. There was no help at hand, and his strength was at an end. The void would yield nothing, no sound, no memory, not even the grey trickling of the water. Only the fingers led a life of their own. They wandered over the blanket constantly, interlacing and loosening only to interlace again. The cantos were not to be torn apart. Nothing was to be torn apart. That had been very important, but that was not the real thing, was not yet that which concealed itself in the darkness. Oh, even the void might not be torn apart before it surrendered what it was concealing, and his fingers were aware of it, for they wandered about searching the void, pressing it together, forcing it to disgorge the hidden thing, and as they pressed against each other, more and more frantically, it happened, between the fingers, deep in the void, scarcely perceptible, as if all the cloudiness of the firmament had been drawn away from it, glimmering there weakly, vanishing like the sign of a fading star. And already on his lips, in a sigh of deliverance, there was that which had been sought, and was now so wondrously found. The ring belongs to Licinius. Your seal ring? One had yielded enough to things earthly. There was radiance now, and a soundless buoyancy. Yes, to Licinius. And he doesn't exist, something murmured, and perhaps it was Plautius. To the child. Ere the homecoming. Was there still something murmuring? Was it still the kind murmuring of Plautius, protecting and kind and strong? Oh, Plautius! Oh, that it might endure! Oh, that it might endure murmuringly, quiet and quieting, welling up from the unfathomable depths within and without. Now that the labour was over, now that the labour sufficed, now that nothing need follow, oh, that it might go on forever! And verily it went on murmuring and murmuring, rolling and softly in endlessness, murmuring wave after murmur wave, each of them tiny, yet all of them radiating in a boundless cycle. It was simply there, no sort of hearkening, no effort whatsoever was needed to hold on to it. Indeed, this murmurousness was not to be held on to, for it strove onward, mingled with the trickling of the fountain, with the trickling of the waters, merged with them in the vast and colourless might of a rest-bearing stream, itself the thing carried, itself rest, itself a moving stream, softly lapping the keel and sides of the boat with slithering foam. The destination was unknown, unknown the harbour of departure. One was shoved off from no pier, coming out of infinity, pressing on to infinity. The journey went on of itself, nevertheless strict and true to its course, guided by a sure hand, and had it been permitted to turn around, one must have glimpsed the steersman at the helm, the helper in the uncharted, the pilot who was acquainted with the exit to the harbour. But Plautius likewise had remained no less a helper and a friend. Degraded and exalted, he had taken upon himself the servile office of an oarsman. His murmuring mouth was dumb, dumb and delivered up to the universe, the gasping of his breath almost inaudible in the ease of these happenings, free of suffering and strain, thus keeping silence. He rode on with bent arms over the colourless, murmuring, silent surface of the water.
not half as vigorously as might have been expected of him, but instead with oars barely lifting and sinking to cut into the moisture. Forward at the prow sat Lysanias, or perhaps he was standing there, a youth who should have lent singing to the voyage, but that Plautius, faced with the injunction against turning around, which applies to every earthly being, paid no attention to him. He did not turn toward him. It well may be that he wished to avoid catching sight of the journey's end, which was forbidden him, and facing backward he kept his eyes fixed straight ahead, looking past the travelling companions toward the steersman at the helm, whose directions he had to follow, beyond the steersman toward the immensity of past happenings from which they had come. The shores were left behind, and it was like an easy leave-taking from the human life and human living that still persisted there, a farewell in a changed scene essentially unchangeable, a leave-taking from the diversity of familiar things, from the familiar images and faces yonder, not the least of these being the tomb, fading into the grey fog, and the constant Lucius still at his writing, who had, however, been pushed with his table so close to the edge of reality that a crash from its steep, rocky ledge was greatly to be feared, and it was a leave-taking from the many others wandering about there, among them Horace and Propertius, who waved to them with gestures of friendship, familiar images fading back gradually and without pain, though still ready to accompany them, and the waters across which the boat was gliding were populated by all sorts of craft, though by very few going in the opposite direction, to come home again to the forgotten haven of departure. Instead, many were being sent out from there, one fleet after the other, so many that to provide them all with the space needed for travelling, the immense ocean had to widen out to a second immensity, an immensity so boundless that there was no line of demarcation between the liquid and the sheerly airy, giving the impression that the ships were swimming in pure light, extending so far that the ship-covered sea and the procession of ships advancing toward the inexplorable common goal were goals in themselves. Heard like this procession, enveloped in a mild zooming like an invisible cloud, every sort of vessel was to be seen, merchantmen and warships among them, gold gleaming and purple sailed. There was also the parade ship of Augustus, numerous fishing smacks and coastal boats, but especially a host of tiny barks, emerging first here and then there, as though being born from the water. These participated in the endless voyage, all of them curiously keeping the same speed, no matter whether, like the little barks, they were drawn by a single pair of oarsmen, or whether, like the Augustan galley, they were propelled by a gigantic rowing mass. Several stories high, they flew along as if altogether they were without weight, as if they were not obliged to dip into the water at all, as if they could float above it, and their sails were taut as though pressed by imperceptible storms coming out of the airless void, for it was wind still, complete calm reigned, and the mild zooming hummed in the nowhere. The sea heaved in flat, soft, almost slab-shaped waves, soft and dusty grey, as though of a breath-soft lead. The murmur became blurred in this smoothness, in this dusky vigour, which carried the ships with breath-lightness on its mirrored surface. Pearly, though colourless, the shell of heaven opened above it. Plautius was rowing, and left behind were the sounds of life from the distant and disappearing shores, left behind the uncapturable song of the mountains, left behind in a realm eternally receding was its flute tone, lost with its echo, which had resounded in his own breast. The audible had sunk back into the unmanifested, and along with it the murmur of the murmuring universe, and the boy's song stayed unsung, remaining as a soft golden shimmer in the shimmering heaven, as though the silence were too loud. A new stillness set in, a second and more intense stillness on a loftier plane, shallow-waved, gentle, slab-shaped and smooth, like a reflection of the water's mirror above which it was laid.
while yet merged with it. The inaudible was transformed again to a new interstate of audibleness, just as the waters had been changed to something new, to a stilled liquidity in which the speeding boats no longer drew a furrow, and which consisted so little of drops that none clung to the drawn-back oars, none dropped down from them, remaining in the invisibility, the inaudibility, the impalpability of a long left and undiscoverable immensity. The visible, the audible, and the palpable remained intact, though fallen back into namelessness and non-existence. They were nevertheless not without name and being. All of this was left behind, while yet remaining, left behind because overtaken, staying by virtue of such overtaking, changed by it to a transformed permanence, and because it was the universe that had been in this wise overtaken, the universe in the full multiplicity of its material and human content, nothing was excluded from it. Ship after ship was overtaken easily, not because of the rowing skill of Plautius, who had surely done his share, but who now with quieter breathing and idle gear was resting himself bent forward on his bench. No, it was no contest, no race between the boats. No, all of them, having come out in greeting and for escort, held back of their own accord, their commission ended. They no longer needed earthly rowing gear, and whether they lifted these out of the water or let them drift therein, the oars soon vanished altogether. The dissolution, starting as one vessel after another, was taken out of existence, sinking back into forgetfulness and into the receding immensity. Augustus, standing under the purple canopy of his parade ship, with the short scourge of the ship's overseer in his hand, let this drop when he had realized the futility of speeding on, or even of continuing the voyage. His power was slipping from him, slipping away with his name, with all the names which he had previously borne, all of which he must discard, even the name Octavian. But he was still himself, and in the last hurried glance he was allowed to send hither in this last leave-taking, with no prospect of return, in the farewell of this handsome face aged by weariness, there was at the same time an eternal permanence, a transferred permanence, unlost even in the losing, so that as he sank quickly, alas, so quickly, into the irrevocable, with his face, his earthly form, and his name abruptly stilled by being forgotten, yet he won a new identity, a new aspect, in a new stillness on a loftier plane. For the transformation which had taken place was the transformation of outside to inside, the merging of the outer with the inner face, always striven for, never attained, but now fully achieved by this final exchange. Suddenly as his dropping into infinity, this man who had hitherto been called Augustus was seen from within, seen in that completely inner way usually reserved for the dreamer, the dream lost, when he forgets his earthiness and, gaining perception through the dream, recognizes himself in the image of himself, seeing the ultimate, inseparable, crystalline, essential source of his qualities, revealed as mere form, as a glassy play of lines, aye, as an empty cipher in its final dream existence. This insight had now grown beyond itself, and had comprehended the one vanishing there, the friend, oh, unlosable is he who is seen from within in his naked wholeness. Oh, transformation of the end into the beginning, transformation of the symbol back into the arch-image. Oh, friendship! And although few faces had been so familiar as his whom in friendship he had been permitted to call Octavian, the same thing happened to all the other faces sharing the voyage on the ethereal boats. One after the other they were overtaken just as his had been. They vanished into eternity without disappearing, and whosoever continued to share the voyage, seen for one moment and disappearing in the next, whatever they had been called or were still called, who were they? Was that one there actually Tibullus? The melancholy Tibullus and his blighted youth? Was that one Lucretius, great in the relentlessness of his powerful mania? Was that one yonder not the manly Sallust, always as his ripe 50 from his first appearance to his last? Always at his ripe 50 from his first appearance to his last. Was this one not he, the name-giver, stripped of his own name? And was not that shape yonder the venerableness of Marcus Terentius Varro, bent with age and shrunken in figure, but still strong in the mildly mocking wizard smile of the vanishing old man's face?
Oh, whoever they might be, who had gathered for the easy farewell of friendship, face after face, bearded or beardless, young or old, male or female, however quickly or slowly they discarded their features, they had taken on the consummate transformation as, with the last remnant of their names, they sank into the irrevocable, for as they were falling into oblivion, their faces had become an unspeakable and unspeakably clear expression of their essential qualities. They were freed of all ties, deeply genuine in the boundless, nameless self, no longer in need of an earthly mediator and an earthly name-caller, because all of them seen from within, visible from within, recognized from within, were absorbed into the glance of friendship, absorbed with that glance into an experience of a knowledge, self to self, which arose from the deepest recesses of the self, from the depths of a self that stemmed from a sphere beyond the senses, which no longer saw the material person and the material metaphor, but only the crystalline archetype, the crystalline entity formed by the essential qualities, resting so purely in the core of their essence, so free of memory, and therefore so completely remembered, that all these friendly forms passed into a new interstate of memory, into a new interstate of comprehensibility, full of light-casting shadows within muted sounds. They passed into the second immensity. Stillness within stillness. On all sides the borders were opened. But as nothing can be lost in the universal orbit, although much indeed has been left behind and remained in the undiscoverable, this was neither impoverishment nor isolation, and even betokened an enrichment, since the forgotten had been preserved. The space of non-recollection absorbed further stretches of recollection, nevertheless it remained within the domain of the latter, more and more unified with it, and both spaces united to form a second memory space within the first one, a space in which the transparency and inclusiveness of memory were so intensified, so deeply embedded, were so much a doubling of existence to a new integration, that the soft, leaden-colored stillness of the waters and the stillness spread over them as their soft golden reflection were joined to a new unity, memory within memory, at one with that hush which greets the singer before he has plucked the strings. And in this stillness, the lyre unstruck, the waiting without expectation, fuses the singing and hearing, the singer and the hearer, into a single harmony, for the silent power of the spheric song was now stirred to song, born out of the muteness, but also born from these two components, sounding out of the stillness, but sounding in them both, the accord based on their duality, brought into unison with the stillness, the waiting, the lyre identified with them by virtue of the song, the living world taken into the life of the spheres. The expectant one and the thing expected were no more, neither the hearer nor the thing heard, neither the breather nor the breath, neither the thirsting one nor the drink. There was no division in the doubled new unity. The parts had closed to a difference-annulling communion, to waiting as such, to listening as such, to breathing as such, to thirsting as such, and the waiting, the listening, the breathing, the thirsting became the endless flood about him, drawn into the unity, becoming more and more unified, more and more intense, more and more ineluctable, becoming a command, an annunciation, even for Plautius, for as if aware that all duration was abolished, that beginning and ending were one, but also as if aware of the duality to which all unity is subject, and to which he too must submit, he cast off the unity of his being, and became at last, at least for a certain time, doubled. For in one form he remained seated there on the rowing bench, quietly resting, and yet in the duplication of that form he rose now, and now drew near, with the rolling gait of a seaman, to offer again, and apparently for the last time, the goblet, so that the thirsty man, oh, was he thirsty, could drink from it once more.
And as he did so, behold, it was not liquid which was being drunk. It was not thirst which was being quenched. No, this was participation. It was partaking in the wholeness of doubly reflected being. It was absorption into the endless flow of the waters. It was penetration of the invisible from within. But at the same time, however, it was recognition, thought freed, on the terminus of the perceptive cycle that encloses the nothing. It was the juncture, the closure of the dual boundlessness in which the future crosses to the past and the past to the future, so that, duplication within duplication, reflection within reflection, invisibility within invisibility, here no mediator nor implements were needed, not that of the goblet to surround the liquidity, nor that of the hand to extend the goblet, hardly that of the mouth to accept the drink. There was no longer need of them, because all action, call it drinking or anything else, and beyond that all living, had been absolved by virtue of an entwinement that abolished every incongruity, and therefore suffered no sort of separation. And behold, thereupon the goblet changed from ivory into one of firm brown horn, only to evaporate again into a light brown vapour. And along with the goblet all the past vanished also, not simply as a mere shadow play of dream, but as a real vision which was allowed to last in the assurance that all was not in vain. And for this very reason Plotius too had vanished, obliged by the dwindling duplication to take the same path as the other companions, sunk with them into eternity to the last shred of his name, though still remaining, though still having substance as the one he had been, as the friend. Thus while the liquid without moistness, the drink without taste, ran over the lips and down the throat, without lips, throat, tongue being moistened, the farewell from Plotius took place, came to pass by the help of his friendship, and in the rays of the universal eye, veiled by the tears of the universe, by the obliterating moisture of all existence, cleared by truth, friend's glance sought friend's glance, both granted to remain without tears, so softly lifted above sorrow, freed from sorrow, that it became easy, an easy farewell, stillness within stillness. Nothing held firm any longer. Nothing had to be held on to. There was no more incongruity, and he who had taken the drink, he, Publius Virgilius Maro, he likewise was no longer in need of that name. He might cast it off from himself. He could let it fade into a mere knowledge, to an indistinct and actual knowledgeness, knowing, to a gentle and wondrously chaste forgetting, because, lonely if not alone, the journey continued through the second immensity. No trepidant longing drew him on now. There was no longer the need for encounter. The light too was lonelier, purer and chaster even than before. It had turned to dusk, and to a strange and almost miraculous dusk of indefinite duration, uncertain the hour of its beginning, inestimable its duration, for the sun, having sunk down to the immeasurable border of the waters, could not decide to dip under them, but unmoving, as though in gentle indecision, as though spellbound by the image of the scorpion which it had been pursuing, hung with a dull gleam in the cloudlessness, surrounded by the dome a twinkle with the whole galaxy of stars. Time was exempted of duration, and the voyage went on, over the empty stillness in a peaceful, almost imperceptible gliding, devoid of all speed. Its destination unknown, although the direction in which the journey continued could be ascertained by the stars. The boy stood forward at the bow, encompassed by the dusk, yet his figure stood out clearly from the firmament, its overdistant clarity already beyond the border of clarity, and while it could not be determined whether the gesture was that of way-showing or of longing, he lifted his arm, his body inclining toward its outstretched motion, wishing for the goal to appear without being able to reach it. Could this still be called a voyage, this drifting without aid of oar or sail? Was it not rather a standstill, a make-believe of sham motion caused by the opposite movement of the starry cupola? A make-believe of sham motion caused by the opposite movement of the starry cupola. Voyage or no voyage, it constituted an interstate of knowledge. It was still that, and the steersman back there stayed quietly at his post, his presence not less felt now than before. All security came from him, and not from the far too fugitive, far too transient, boyish figure. No, the steersman determined the course of the voyage, he alone, even if in reality it depended on the course of the star. Deeper and deeper sank the sun, flaming into the dark red of its fire. Its glow became duller, notwithstanding the cloudless, fogless view, so dull that the evening clarity became more and more nocturnal, more and more sparkling the starry spaces. Though it was nocturnal, it was not yet night. The silent song of the spheres became more nocturnal, richer and richer the night, permeated by the mute symbol tone of the starlight, and the more fully this resounded through veil after veil of sound, the more perceptible became the boy. The more he detached himself from the darkness, for meanwhile it had become plain that this perceptibility was wrought by a silent radiation, the source of which lay in the outstretched showing hand of the boy, and which deepened with soft increasing intensity to the central point of its emanation. It was the ring, the very ring intended for Lysanias, and now held proudly aloft by him, which sent out this radiance, a mantle of light over his shoulders. And if in the beginning it had been only like the blinking of a star, flaring up and fading out in the grey light of morning or evening, it was now like a way-showing gleam, floating on ahead, the way-showing smile of a star held aloft in the hand of a boy, held high that it might shine, wafted hither like a blessed memory from the innermost space of earthly forgetfulness, the space that had been flooded by width, height, and depth, flooded by time, by the pain of fire and ice, itself flooded by memory, wafted hither by the ring shining, brought gently hither like echo, childlike as echo, belonging like echo to the throes of a blessed receptivity, for nothing any longer bore a name, only the boy Lysanias still bore his, and the memory which now twined through the memoryless present with fugitive blessedness, this memory in the interstate of the senses, yet devoid of sensuality, this afterglow of a former doubling and having, this afterglow at the fading point in whose echoing call the boy Lysanias was allowed to participate because of his name, this died out in the calling as it entered a higher plane and the knowledgeness knowing of the second immensity. There, where every other knowledge falls away, it faded out with the radiation of the ring, preserved in the radiation, flooded into the smile of Lysanias, into his voice that would speak no longer, into his glance, which would look hither no more, flooded into him as a soundless music, streaming back as an insight of the boy, as a simultaneous knowledgeless knowing of nearness and farness, involved with the lightening of the dusk and with the spread of dawn that without nearness or farness encloses all doubleness to oneness, which even as he beholds it fills the beholder with light. O dusk, O interrealm, streaming and subsiding in the past, the inflow and outflow of soul. However, although it was not really night, the actual dusk had been left behind, the interrealm abolished. Under a myriad stars, gleaming in their full brightness, the ball of the sun was resting coolly in a dark reddish pool deep down on the watery horizon, leaden and golden together. One could almost imagine that it had actually dived under and was reflected upward by an unusual refraction of light, for, as if bound to the sphere below, and in a reflection of its under-oceanic course, it began to roll slowly along the horizon, cutting across one constellation after another, making for the eastern point where it would rise again, bringing the morning sun remaining in the night, night's image, or the night itself, sun in reflected movement, or that of its own, in earthly imprisonment or in spheric freedom. It was hard to tell which, circle and counter-circle, shrunk to a blankness, consummate and great in the majestic movement of the starry orb. As if the voyage were heading for the sun, as if this were its aim, the steersman, seemingly in response to the boy's longing gesture, followed the path of the red glowing image, and the point of the boat in its gradual turning remained constant to the path of the sun, drawn by it in a real or sham turning, in a real or sham movement. Now it was quite indistinguishable, because in the course of this most unnocturnal night, the boat had indubitably lengthened to an extraordinary degree, and was continuing to grow longer, plainly seen by the growing distance to the boy at the bow, plainly felt by the steersman falling back at the rear, a lengthening of the ship both backwards and forwards, a growth that in and of itself claimed a part of the journey's speed and assimilated it. Speed changed into growth, into such an irresistible, all-embracing growth that, were it to persist, must finally bring the voyage, and even the night itself, to a complete standstill, must bring revolving mutability to immutability. The voyage had become immeasurably slower, and in equal quietude in the roundness above and that below, reflected in the lustre from the stars, had expanded on every side to meet this becalmed gliding. The quiet glance of the spheres reflecting itself in itself, the grey eye of the water and the darker grey of the heavenly eye above, widening and merging to a day-impregnated night, to a dawn-dusk in which there was no duration or occurrence, no name, no chance, no memory, no fate. And soon lying there was no longer a lying, neither sitting nor a standing up, rather a bodiless beholding and drifting onward, still bound, it is true, to the middle of the boat, while yet being loosened from it, and so very detached that it seemed as if the last fetters were being struck off, as if this were the final fulfillment of a long-forgotten, no longer rememberable premonition, a premonition of floating in freedom. Ever stronger became the wish to take part in bringing this floating premonition to reality, to float within it, to float in a state of unrecollection, which was at the same time that of a surmised future, to float onward to the radiance of the ring, to float freely on to Lysanias, who alone still bore a name, fate and memory. Ah, that it were given one to float on to him flooded in radiance, who might still be a peasant boy, but also might already be an angel moving ethereally on spreading wings of a Septemberish coolness. Ah, that it were given one to float on to him, so as to touch those wings, and to search again that once more familiar countenance, the unveiled depths of the countenance in the kindly light of the star-ring, filling one depth after another. Ah, ever stronger became the wish, the yearning for him of the yearning gesture, the longing toward the mild stir of a former flux, toward the soft grey trickling in which the past had lingered. Alas, the woe-begone wish that is but anguish at taking leave of the final face, woe-begone yearning that wards off the final awareness, trembling in the anguish of farewell. For however much the soul, foreknowing her future, thirsts to float free at last, yet it weighs heavily on her to leave forever the interstate of this voyage, to go irrevocably into the second immensity, and heavy the injunction not to turn around to the immensity of yore, still heavier the command to relinquish the many connotations of the past for the sake of the future's single import. Even though the boy pointed so singly and so yearningly toward the future, yet the many connotations remained. The surrounding radiance was of manifold meanings in its reflections and counter-reflections. Red glowing, the image of the sun, the constellations flickering, dull gold, the moon's disk, the diffused radiation of the ring, so that past and future crisscrossed into a single effulgence. The radiance of the dark shimmering sea and sky, dispersed and ambiguous, enmeshed with that of the pointing seraphic apparition, and even though this in itself remained consistent in his future-pointing gesture, it was filled with shimmering inconsistency. It was shot through by every sort of multiplicity in the whole complex meaning of the past. It was inconsistent by reason of his constantly changing shape, in his change of features, which at one time assumed the likeness of Alexis, and at another that of Cebes, and occasionally, though less capturable than all the others, even the likeness of Aeneas, yet all of them the nameless, and repeatedly covered by his own Lysanias face, being for all that no less an enticement to seek the past and the future, no less a seduction in its forward pointing to turn back, yet already ceasing to be seduction, being instead merely a new knowledge, for the boy was floating in the realm of the intangible, surely no misleader, scarcely any longer a leader, only a way-shower, one who points forward, one whose forward-pointing hand, were it to be kept from falling, was never once to be touched. A farewell, verily, this revelation of farewell, this consciousness of farewell, was also embedded in the floating, interned smile of the boy, and the leave-taking became a knowledge shared between them, an awareness of the abolishment of the interrealm, an awareness of the second immensity in which the journey was to come to a standstill, an awareness of the steersman at the rear, of the pilot at the helm, the protection given, the help-giving, rest-giving one who now had to become the sole guide, the serving the final and perfect guide, because he alone, notwithstanding the growing distance and over and above it, had the power to gather the soul into his guardian hand, to enable it, while nestling into that hand, lying within it, leaning against it and upheld by it, while embraced by the loving command, to participate in this awareness without fear, poised in the tension between certainty and yearning, floating between the immensities, in readiness for knowledge, the knowledge edge, the knowledge awaiting soul, waiting without anticipation, the premonitory, floating order began to be fulfilled, came to be floating fulfillment, floating like the boy forward there at the bow. Consciousness as well as the voyage tended to merge into a floating calm, and the longer this lasted, the longer the growth of the night and the nocturnal boat. Incalculable the duration, incalculable a measure in the shadow-saturated, shadow-sated clarity of the night. The more evanescent became the evaporating boyish figure, more and more evanescent, naked and nakeder, drawn into the starry brightness, embraced by the shadows, divested of raiment and more than raiment, stripped to complete transparency. Thus hovered the night and the boy, melting into each other, oh, transparent, not quite here, but yet at hand. Was this the forecourt to reality, the forecourt of a homeland above which circled all suns, all moons, all stars, filled with glory? The boy pointed yonder, but it was toward a beaming uncertainty that he pointed, and thither the boat was heading, although things were almost at a standstill because the growth of the boat had apparently reached the borderline of immensity. It was cognizance, the knowledge of night, not yet of day, merely the apprehension of a knowledge to come, and yet a fully valid knowledge. It was an invading flood of knowledge, greater and milder than any streaming of air and water, though just as immutable as these, and arched over by the self-same heaven. It was stillness about to turn into a new stillness on a loftier plane. Stillness prepared for a new stillness. Knowledge ready to be organized into a new knowledge. Indeed, prepared for this. And the gliding thing, carried as it were on stillness and knowledge, and borne as though aloft and disburdened of its weight, was now scarcely a boat. It had almost ceased to touch the water. It was an endlessly floating phantom of night, on the point of dissolving into immensity, immense in itself and prepared for rest, in the unimaginable uncertainty of increasing infinity, floating toward the rainbow of night, which afloat itself, the floating portal of time at rest, was spanned in 7 colors, from east to west, reflected in the liquid element without touching it, retarded like the voyage, slowed down to a standstill as slowly as the irresolute sun, delaying at every stage of approach its course toward the point of its re-arising, delaying it more and more till it came to a standstill most slowly, really unnoticeably. The boat was dissolving, becoming invisible, became invisible, and forward in the darkening distance the figure of Lysanias had detached itself and was flying ahead of the boat, flying radiantly out into the night, in the guise of a leader, as a guiding hand, as a radiant guidance. Thereupon, as though the night wanted to unfold once again to its full earthly magnificence before its inevitable vanishing, the stars increased in brilliance. The stars assembled as if in final greeting and attendance, fuller in number than ever before, assembled to a final earthly show of beauty, crossed over in their complete arc by the Milky Way, all of them simultaneously visible to the eye. Although no permission had been given to turn round or look back, all of the stars beheld and known, inexpressibly known, star-face after star-face, name after name, in spite of having long since passed with their names into the region of oblivion, transcendent in beauty, beyond any beauty, a second memory space of stars within the first one, wheeling about the frigid pole of the sky, guarded by the sign of the dragon, and so complete in number and sign that even the vanished ones emerged mirror-like out of the flood. To the north was the crooked, flickering body of the scorpion, pursued by the pointing archer. But to the east, the outstretched serpent reared her sparkling head, and deep in the west, readier for leave-taking than all the others, lingered the Pegasic horse of the well-tapping hoof. Pegasic horse of the well-tapping hoof, lingering at the edge of the cupola, at the edge of the glittering multiplicity, transparent unto the last depths of the cupola, The multiplicity was only crystalline essence, curiously familiar, curiously unfamiliar, now also seen from within, far near, near far also, changed into a waiting awareness, the waiting reproduced in the starry profusion of the celestial spaces, the universe seen from within, unlosable in its perception now perceived, the untouchable, unbeholdable, unevocable, inaudible face of the star. And in the transparent radiance of the heavens this became the fleeing figure of the boy, naked in its transparency, although still that of Lysanias, wondrously changed, this figure heading onward yet arrested, the seraphic apparition, the image of a star, a symbol, was transmuted into the intrinsic substance itself, the intrinsic substance of the spark-showering universe into whose opened arc it was flying, entering the 7-colored portal of the rainbow and passing beyond it. And as this was happening, yes, even before it happened, the serpent blazed up in a glow of red, the whole eastern horizon blazing. The 7-colored thing disappeared into a glow of red, paling to a quickly vanishing strip of ivory, for the sun had detached itself from its quiet course, had mounted so slowly as to be almost imperceptibly, but in keeping with a complete stripping of weight, in a weightless upward floating, lifted up by the ceaseless turning of the starry orb, lifted up by the guiding gesture of the fleeting apparition of the seraph, lifted up by the common occurrence in which one thing is activated by the other, moment by counter-movement, quiescence by counter-quiescence, interknit, implicated, reflected one to another from the natural source of all substance. This was in a simultaneous state of change and repose, was in its constant repose so changeable, in its constant changing so reposeful, but in both so vibrant, such a reposefully changing vibrancy that it came to be the unity achieved by the mute song of the spheres, sounding as a mild cymbal stroke emanating from the rise of the day-star, sounding as an ivory-colored lyre tone emanating from the gesture of the seraphic image toward the flaming disk, and the star throng, enveloped by the mute sound, was drawn toward the rising sun in its conscious ascending, the universe looking and listening. Not a star vanished, in spite of the increasing brightness of the advancing day, by which their brightness was overtaken. They remained in their full number, starry crystal in their dome, an enduring starry countenance of all unspeakably clear expression, and flying on through the crystalline arch, flying to the sun, the seraphic apparition had finally freed itself, had finally separated from the dissolving, floating form that had once been a boat, and wrapped in the gleaming mantle of its own radiance, becoming more and more luminous in a final transformation, in a final gladdening, becoming more and more compelling, more and more lovable, the same face, though with a new name, the nameless, transported boyish face, became that of Plotya Hiera. The boy inseparable from her, she inseparable from the boy, identical in the blurred and fading gesture she had taken over from him, pointing the ring on her finger to the east. The serpent, glistening coil on coil, had glided up a further stretch of the red glowing firmament to receive her, the new guide, the serpent inflamed by the sun and commanding the east, while westward, yielding to the day, the winged horse sank down palely along with the steersman whom he took with him, and who, now that his strict service was accomplished and the chains broken, gave way to the sun whither he had been leading the voyage. O final transformation, the apparition of a seraph sent hither as a comforting memory from the first immensity, gone over into the second one for the sake of hope. Must she not also vanish, now that the day had dawned? Must she not likewise turn homeward into the unknown, into an indifference to a higher consciousness on a loftier plane? She flew ahead. Her body of shimmering ivory shimmered off into the incorporeal. Her star-streaming hair had a cool, soft flame. The distance to her kept growing. The pointing ring hand already touched upon the unattainable, already touched the peak of heaven. But there was no vanishing, instead a tarrying, a spellbound abiding, spun into the light which was now day, as if this transformation of shape and that which had previously been experienced by the vanishing boy were one and the same, the one conditioned by the other, born from the other, blossomed from the other. The day had blossomed, a blossom in itself, and it unfolded to a gracious enchantment, resting in its own light, remaining in itself, since the fire of the beginning from which it had risen had been expunged, and the visible world along with the day had become bound in a spell of graciously changed permanence. The soft golden light had changed, transfixed within the heavenly blue, and bore together with this splendor the crystalline dome of day, the lovely pristine crystal of infinity, dissolving the crystal countenance to something like a gentle unradiance, so that the abundance of stars, outshimmered by the azure clarity in which they hung, gave forth no more light, and the radiant silvery opal the stars, milkily silver the moon's soft disk, insubstantial as ivory vapor, like a memory of the night's splendor which had spread like a hoop over the heavens, the radiance which emanated from the hoop on Platia's hand was dissolved into a no-gleam, to a still softer ivory vapor that enveloped her as she floated onward, shrouding her charm as in a cloud, yet breath streaming into breath lifted her to her cloud, to her transparent consummation, an opaline shimmer in the pearly blue. Had the journey ended? Had one really come so far? There was no further need of a vessel. He floated, he stepped over the waters, and surrounding him was the stillness of morning, a spring morning of no season. Surrounding him was the breath of quiet and the day of rest, breathed up to heaven by the liquid mirror, breathed back to heaven to the gilded waters. Above and below, inhaling each other, the stillness of sun and stars and sea in one, in a single breath of never-ending springtime. And there a landscape came into being, a landscape that was spring, as beneath the sunny arch, drawn upward by it, the existence of one dependent on the other. The shore emerged from the waters, growing out of the floods, and established itself as a reality entirely stripped of metaphor or symbol. The reality awaited without anticipation, the veritable journey's end. Thereupon what ensued was a wafting, a floating that became easier and changed effortlessly to a transference thither. There, washed round by the morning light, stood Platia, descended from her former floating guidance, and there she stood, she who had flown ahead to await him who had floated after, and about their heads, belonging to her and to heaven, gleamed a star of opaline softness, the star washed in the morning light. Had it not been for the starry luster, the mild splendor of this one star diffused over the entire cupola, persisting poignantly despite all its mildness, even in the reawakened golden clarity. It could almost have been an earthly spring morning, a quiet reawakening to life and limpid serenity. Platia's figure was almost an earthly one. No gleaming mantle enveloped her. Furthermore, her hand was ringless, rayless, for all that she held to her pointing gesture, and this aimed heavenward, as if she had left the ring in the star which shimmered upon her, as if the ring's gleaming had been drawn back into that of the star, transformed and united with the starry gaze to a soft eternal vigilance. Trees framed the moorage at the shore, its shadow flecked and leafy pathways, rising gently toward the interior of the land, invited one to come nearer, and the water, notwithstanding the ever-enduring placidity of its mirror, washed on the shore with a swift, soft, white-bordered overflow, leaving behind a little foam that seemed like sound in the silent inaudibility, friendly in its murmuring onflow, friendly in its trickling ebb. The liquid element lay behind him, the solid one in front of him, both of them limitless while merging limitlessly into each other, a landing but still not the end of the journey, because there was neither a before nor an after, and though he felt the firm ground under his feet, this was neither a standing nor a going, but rather a state of half-movement, a detention and drifting onwards, held fast in a limitation without limits, held fast within the limitless center of existence, which drew everything unto itself and retained everything for the integration of that which was within and without. The silence of the middle. Was it the middle of being which had thus been reached? And towering aloft, here was a tree, rather like an elm or an ash, but bearing an unfamiliar golden fruit, as now, as the star shimmered through the frail branches, it too basking in Platia's responsive upturned glance, her glance echo, her welcome and her greeting, the tacit concurrence between above and below, became a memory-freed recognition more poignant than any greeting, became a flowing unanimity between inertia and activity. unanimity between inertia and activity, indistinguishable from within as from without, indistinguishable whence the occurrence arose, whether it was the woods which were being carried hither, or whether he was being drifted on to the woods. The border line between abiding and pressing onward was being dissolved. He had been landed, but even the landing was no ending, and in this almost motionless gliding across terrain which seemed too imponderable for any foot to touch, while being too ponderable for Plotier's buoyancy, in this gliding into something gliding to meet them, he and Plotier were taken along, both of them by compulsion, both of them spontaneously, her step carefully halted to accord with his own. She was naked in a charming natural nakedness, clothed in naturalness, as naked as the seraphic boy from whom she had emanated, in the pure sweetness of her nudeless nudity, received the song of the spheres in order to be received by that song, subsumed in its ethereal ringing, in its continuous vibration mute and forever. Nakedness? He too was naked. He noticed this without remarking on it, so little was he abashed, and Plotier's nakedness was likewise unremarkable, for without this distracting from her bodily charm, he was scarcely able to see her any more as a woman. He saw her as it were from within, and beheld from the core of her individual essence. She was scarcely any longer a body, but rather a transparent, intrinsic substance. No longer a woman, no longer a virgin, but rather a smile. The smile which gives meaning to everything human. The human countenance opening in a smile freed of shame, and exalted through a forlorn preparation incapable of consummation, sublimated to a transporting love. Strangely touching, strangely wintry was this smiling, loving gesture toward the star swimming there in cool virginal light, and strangely cool almost childish in its virginal sex-stripped lucidity was this yearning gesture sent up to the utter clarity of the remotest spheres, and yet this yearning upward gesture was already fulfillment. For the transparent, cloudy dome which is stretched between above and below, impenetrable for those on earth, prevents the song of earthly longing from entering the sphere of the infinite, so that it reverberates an echo of the soul, an incomplete outer echo of the mute inner face, and a still more incomplete one of the yearned-for song of the spheres. This separating echo wall dissolves and disappears when the miracle of the unearthly comes to pass, when the outside and inside pass into each other, merging the self with the universe, and just as no earthly song is then needed, no song of yearning, no song of love, perhaps not even an upward gesture, because the yearning is fulfilled and the song of the spheres resounds inside and outside at once, so now Plotier's innermost essence was transmuted to a quality of the universe, to that all-embracing universal validity which annuls but transports the earthly chance from which it has sprung, assuming the shamefulness of chance and the chance embodiment, revealing the chance delivered, the shame freed, the sweet and terrible dignity of a transported and primal innocence. It was the innocence of final concurrence through which they were striding, or rather floating, the innocence of final immanence, which connotes simultaneous permanence in every transformation of shape, which connotes the truth in every transformation of essence. In all transformations of error, they moved through an innocence which uses no measure, and which had not yet learned to do so, sweet and terrible in its inordinacy, sweet and terrible in the passivity of its concurrence, and sweet and terrible was the morning serene quietude in its verity, in its immeasurable echo of the star face, the human face, the animal face, the plant face, all without measure. Here in this prodigal and prodigious garden, with its terrorizing sweetness and sweet terror, they made their way, blessed with innocent nakedness, acquitted of naked guilt. The forest stretched out shadily, and flowers grew there, beyond the height of trees. The forest gave on to flowery meadows where, without overtopping them, dwarfish shrubs were standing among the flowers, for no matter whether it was oak or beech, whether poppy or cassia or narcissus, whether night-stock or lily or grass or bush, there was not a single plant that could not have taken on any size whatsoever, and in tranquil simultaneity boundlessness was joined to boundlessness. The grass blade rose up high as a tower, rigid and entwined with ivy. Nearby to some spring-soaked moss opening out into shrubbery, each of these a living essence, and yet resembling one another in the shadowed and serene tranquillity. For in all this restful green, surrounding the wanderers with a stone-cool drizzling breath, there hovered the darkness of its inmost rooty soil, the darkness of the rooty abyss that had pushed up this plant life, and saturated it to its last fibre, a hint of the last countenance in which star face, human face, animal face, plant face were again reflected hither from earth, bound up with the unity of their earthly lives, as the reflections of that most profound face, the face of the earth in its shadowed maternal calm. Thereupon the wandering, the striding, the floating turned into a resting, welcomed into a laurel-scented hopefulness by the universe opened for repose, and by its smile. Round about, the animals rested also in a vegetative earthly way, boundless their rest, boundless their aspect, immeasurable their stature, whether great or small, immersed in darkness and mostly asleep, and when they awoke their eyes followed the wanderers, the large eyes of the cattle, which had ranged themselves fearlessly near the lion, had a wondering look. The eyes of the lion, drowsily commanding, were watchful but not threatening. Giant long-necked lizards peered with yellow dragon's eyes from the leafy caverns of the beech trees. Toad-like creatures in the form of wolves blinked between the water roses and the acanthus, and an eagle-headed dwarfish bird glanced sharply in amazement as it swung upon a branch of the white flowering privet, while an insect with scaly body and tubular legs, a yard in length, stared back at them with unmoving, lidless eyes. Yes, many of the animals made ready to accompany the wanderers. The serpent alone glided off, green spotted its outstretched coils, gliding off into the gold-shimmering green of grass and leaf. Rosy grapes hung down from the wild thorn bush. Honey-dew oozed like resin from the bark of the hardest oaks. Grey-green quinces, chestnuts, wax-yellow plums, and golden apples hung in profusion throughout the woodland, but there was no need to touch the fruit in order to be sated, no need to bend over the water to sip of it. Appeasement and refreshment came floating along invisibly on a smile sent hither from shame-freed innocence, sent hither from the expansive smiling of the garden, from its immeasurable boundless depth, sent hither without need of name or speech, the faceless smile that rests in itself. The scent of flowers drenched with sunny rain arose and spread, arching over the rivers, wafted from grove to grove, and wherever they wandered, along the river or through tawny tossing meadows or over the unseen bridges, wherever they went, there gleamed at their heels the tranquil star of the morning, the herald of the beneficent eastern sun, the mild bearer of light that, without light of its own, lets there be intimations of unending light, the tender iridescent reflection of the seven colors, their last echo in the universal dome, as boundless as the spring and just as peaceful the mountains reared up in smiling severity, and in the stripped, smiling peacefulness of their crags, the greyish-white sides of the ravines rose skyward, the hard bones of creation scarcely touched with green. Yet high above the stony barrenness, the meads on the summit were greening in a light gold under an expanse of opalescent bestarred transparent blue, and there eagles, vultures, and falcons were wheeling in calm flight without darting down toward the grazing lambs and the speckled kids, nibbling quietly at the laurels which grew there at the forest's edge below, there where the black-shadowed slope turns into a pasturing vale, and here where brooks were flowing, drizzling between the fragrant willows, drizzling between shores verdant with trembling reeds, their pools holding the reflected constellations of the sky, there rested, immobile in the soft welling, the round-eyed fish-folk. Deep in the remotest basins of pellucidness, the shadows of their bodies played about, while the herons, streaking across the upper air, they also did not dart downwards. There was sun and there was shadow, but nowhere just sun or just shadow, For the opal-shadowed light circle of the cupola above was more than heaven, and the star-strewn shadowed darkness of the garden country below was more than earth. Cupola-like garden was boundless, though not unbounded. Rather it was enclosed in the real, the second immensity, in the immensity of the veritable light, in the immensity of true and glowing discrimination, which no longer created shapes from light and shadow, but from their essence, making them in this way perceptible, so that darkness and light melted into each other, and above as below nothing was to be found which would not have been at the same time both star and shadow. Even the human spirit, having become a star, no longer cast the shadow that is language. The spirit was resting, and star and shadow likewise were these two who wandered here. Their souls walked hand in hand. Their communion, liberated from language, came to be chastely at rest, and the animals which followed after them participated in this communion. Restfully they wandered, and afterwards they rested from their rest, resting within rest as evening came on. Ranged round by the animals, they rested and gazed up to the westward turning orb, gazing up to the motionless star, divining in it the invisible presence of the second immensity behind the cupola, gazing up until the sun-ball had sunk down to the edge of dusk, and that on which they gazed had the appearance of beauty. Yet it was beyond the realm of the beautiful, for with all its loveliness, its buoyancy, its profundity, its harmony, that which came to them so blithely was in no sense the obtuseness of beauty, but was, on the contrary, an awareness which streamed out from the innermost and outermost borders of existence, not only as a symbol of the border, nay, but as the very essence of existence, in which they participated so easily that nothing appeared as strange, but everything as familiar. Every spot saturated with distance, every distance brought into closest proximity, distance and nearness charged with the illumination of an immediacy that was theirs in common, establishing the inner communion of their souls. However, when the dusk became deeper, it too reposing on into the night, and when he was so completely at rest under the star, its opal shimmer having come into its own light, that soon he beheld nothing other than this gleaming star, neither the companion resting near him nor the animals resting around him, then his bondage to the star turned more than ever into an insight of wholeness, his own wholeness as much as that of the happenings near him. It became more than ever an alliance, as much an alliance with himself as with heaven, star, shadow, animal, and plant, a twofold alliance with Plottia in the perception and self-perception of a doubled insight. And as soul, animal, and plant were being reflected into each other, reflected as substance in elemental substance, as the whole reflected in the whole, and he too was reflected in the elemental darkness of Plottia. He recognized mother and child in her. He saw himself as having taken refuge in the mother's smile. He perceived the father and the unborn son, and Lysanias in Plottia, and Lysanias was himself. He perceived the slave in Lysanias, and the slave was himself. He perceived the great descendant and the great ancestor in the inclusiveness of the ring, which had strayed from Plottia's hand to the heaven, wandered there as the source of light, and he saw therein the universal fusion beyond fate, saw the beaming fusion of elemental substances. Layer by layer, limb by limb, he perceived the living oneness of the elemental substance, which was his own soul, and, for all that, so very much that of Plottia's, that she was bound to have reached him in spite of having sprouted from other roots, of having been delivered from another tree, of having risen from another level of animality. And she had reached him, having passed through many mirror surfaces. Through mirrors and more mirrors she had come as the reflection of his soul, and in order to be reflected in it, the great disclosure of balance in the whole creation. Overcast by mirror after mirror, mirrored in himself, he fell asleep. However, continuing his perception even in sleep, he felt the unquenchable persistence of the fusion and reflexive insinuation of Plottia into himself, into the constituent parts which made up this self, insinuation into the sensible and insensible, wholeness gliding into wholeness, earth dark and soft, stone cool and hard, insinuation into wholeness of his life, into the rocky bones of his skeleton, and into his earth-bound roots and marrow, into what was vegetative and plant-like in him, into what was the animality of his flesh and skin,
He felt Plotya becoming a part of himself, of his innermost seeing soul, and he felt her glance resting in him, seeing as had his glance in her from within. His sleep was the ancestral chain, and likewise the chain of descendants, the line of substances through which he had passed, and the seed of those he carried in himself had united in his sleep, contracted to his sleep self, absorbed into him nameless, along with Plotya, to whom a name no longer clung, a spaceless reflection of all that had been built into the recesses of sleep, so that it might unfold again as a reflection in space. There where sleep would turn into waking, it unfolded to a bright day, into which he awoke, surrounded by images of all these substances, the sun playing about him, the stars above. Although the universal equalization was simplified, for Plotya was missing, she had vanished without loss, left behind in the second space of memory, infinitely forgotten, infinitely unforgotten. Nothing had changed, since nothing had been lost, since nothing could be lost, and without changing him, she had become a part of himself. Without remaining, she still stayed on. The mute song of the spheres continued to resound. Only the smile had left the garden through which he now had to wander alone. Only the smile had vanished, for only serenity can smile, serenity and nothing else. And it was certainly unrest, or at least a lack of serenity, which kept him constantly roving. Or could this unrest ascertain to the animals? Could he have taken it over from them? In increasing numbers they joined themselves to him in order to accompany him on his path. They came on from every side, soundless the tread of their paws, their hooves, their soles, their claws, an inaudible trampling, nevertheless an even tread, or rather a tread enthralled to a ghostly restless evenness, to a common buoyant alertness, that joined with his own and forced even his own gait to turn into an inaudible even tread like that of the animal. The longer this continued, the more like an animal's his walk became, the more compelling the animal trends that rose up from below, from the ground up, from his moving feet, the animality invading his striding body, making him into an upright animal, since he felt himself a beast from top to toe, from toe to top, a gaping jaw, even though he did not snap, a claw-bearer, even though he rent no game, a feathered thing with a hooked bill, even though he swooped on no prey, and bearing the beast in himself, seeing the beast from within, he heard the dumb language of the beast, heard with them, heard in their speech, heard in himself the mute melody of the spheric song continuing to sound, carried by an echo of profoundest earthly darkness, in unison with the unincarnated, uncreated element slumbering uneasily at the dark source of all animalhood, and vibrating through all its dumb speech, whereas before it had been a perception of qualities, a recognition of wolfish, foxish, cattish, parrotish, horsish, sharkish attributes. He was now becoming fully aware of the beastly lack of qualities, and quality as yet unborn, inexistent, still unformed, and seen from within the animal, the yawning gulf between, beneath and behind the animal proclaimed itself to the perceiver, recognized as the root-hold of every creaturely qualification. Whatever was round about, striving with tongue to light, whatever was round about, striving with tongue too light or too heavy towards speech, grinning with frustration, struggling to be created, all this was the animal in its manifold forms. Nevertheless, the animal as such, scattered like raindrops, yet gathered like them to a plenum, just as raindrops are gathered in a rain cloud, falling moisture rising again in fullness from the unity of the interwoven roots. And this animal totality in its invisible transparency was the goal of his conscious knowledge. He knew himself to be one of them in the animality of his transparently striding body. The light was transparent, but more transparent still the recognizing beam at the rear of the heavenly cupola,
that of the steady star, symbolizing the light on high and sending it below as a transparent, floating awareness, so that even the animals seemed to be seized by it. The aimless and restless roving in the boundless fields lasted the whole day, and with the sinking sun the restlessness mounted even higher. In its entire expanse over mountain and valley, the garden began to be filled by a disquieting restlessness, and as the sunball retired to the low horizon, the onset of night came to be a prodigious occurrence. All of a sudden the wandering of the animals came to have a common goal, became unified. Yes, all embracing this wandering, they came on from every slope, from every forest, from all directions, and they wandered along the rivers toward the great water, even the fishes heading downstream in a wandering without fear or haste, yet one under a forceful command. For the banks closed together immediately behind the animal train. The earth was pushed forward by the irresistible growth of the plant roots, all plant life shooting up to a most immeasurable height, every shoot branching out to a most impenetrable jungle, the earth steaming in the mass of primal growth so that only salamanders and reptiles could live in it, the thicket being too dense even for the birds, and they just able to nest in the uppermost treetops. Not a beast was lost from the many herds during the wandering, none died. They only disappeared into the nocturnal oceans, into the nocturnal ether, taking their places among the scaly ones and the feathered ones, inhabiting the day and night ocean, the night and day air. And he who wandered with them, he the animals set upright, he having become lidless, sleepless, fish-eyed, fishy-hearted, he stood on the swampy shore, tallly erect, covered with seaweed, scaly, reptilian, tangled in the plants like a plant, save that the singing of the spheres did not cease for him. He kept on hearing it. It continued to sing because he had remained human, unlost. The great human sense of wandering beat on in him. Nothing had been lost for him, and the star of the east was still sparkling at his head. Thus he waited for the morning, he an upright monster, and yet a man, awaiting the morning. It came again, and sun lay over the damp mists. These ascended in reeking fumes from the boundless plain of green, which, like a single heaving plant being grown mountain high, was spreading over the erstwhile garden, while overhead the cloudlessness became iridescent in the pearly grey light, a quivering mirror of the green plain below, heaving as it did, more and more overcast by the ever denser mist, which shifted only to settle down as clouds, and the opal gleam of the star glimmered into grey. He saw this and anticipated rain, but it did not rain. Although birds were flying low, clouds of bird beasts and other bird-like creatures, which, soundlessly screaming, swarmed about his unmoved head, and often alighted on his shoulders. His feet among the teeming fishes, he waded through the brackish water. He waded along the shore, seeking something, he knew not what, certainly not Plotya, more likely the place on the shore where she had met him. But nothing was to be found, nothing could be recognized again. No tree overtopped another in the uniform covering of green, and in the midst of his wandering, the duration of which could not be measured in time, he stopped again not far from the shore. It may be because the place where he found himself held him enchained in a most inexplicable way. It may be because an inexplicable, almost plant-like weariness had overcome him, and even though his arms were like wings with which he could have flown over the green summits, he did not stir. It was like a presentiment of an immobility yet to come. Unspeakable things flew overhead, unspeakable things swam below. Immense dragonish things flew with the birds, swam with the fishes, innumerably multiplied, inconceivable in their monstrous shapes, and above melted with below, since fresh swarms of fishes were constantly diving into the water, one like the other transformed into dragon shapes, caught in a constant interchange, exchanging fins for wings. The difference between the flying and the swimming animal was fading out more and more, the living stuff of both having slid from the egg, and it seemed as if they were pressing backwards into the amorphousness of their herdhood, so that voluntarily they might come to an indiscriminate uniformity like that of the plants, its gigantic spread of green conceding nothing more to the single growth. Although they were still flying, although they were still swimming or clinging like plants to the bed of the sea, although each of them was in its own particular form, whether covered in feathers, scales, shell, or skin, whether with feet or claws, whether finned or beaked, there lurked reptilian fashion in their eyes or non-eyes, the glance of the serpent, and this serpentine look to which they all tended, and to which they came home, was like a last creaturely essence, which they had shared in common, plant-like, beast-like, primordial, yes, even stemming from pre-creation. The last origin of quality from which beings were created into life, the only one that guaranteed their remaining in life and in creation. More and more, the flying and swimming animals were amassing to an impenetrably dense heap, increasingly commingled by monsters, the mass becoming increasingly monstrous, more and more threatened by uncreated and pre-created elements. More and more, both sky and sea were filled with them unto their most transparent depths, for it became apparent that just here everything was streaming together in great masses, that just the spot at which he had stopped was acting as a mighty crux of a creaturely occurrence by attracting it from every side, and now the wellspring of the waters also became visible, their deepest root abyss, the fountain within the fountain, and there in the most uttermost depths of the fountain lay the serpent itself, rainbow-colored yet transparent as ice, closed to a time cycle, coiled around the nothingness of the middle. It was that which transmutes by reason of its own immutability. The fountain was enlarging like a crater, as if the serpent ring were to become all-embracing, and whatever came near to it stiffened to immobility, all flow and flight stilled, made rigid by the green staring sent out from the nothingness, the serpent's glance sending nothing out. Were these things here still beasts at all? Were they not about to lose their final substantiality in this last transformation, having become inescapably appropriated by the serpent's glance? The sky was also rigid, and rigid the cloud blanket of uniform grey, which could let down no rain, and behind which the sun, a shapeless, stolid, and dead light spot, was tracing its rigid course. And he, the man, having remained human notwithstanding his concourse with the uncreated, involved in the community of beasts, slid from the egg of plants sprouted from seed, in a class with both feather, fin, and leaf transparent, a weed to himself, and in himself he was included in this benumbing occurrence, he too immobile in his unexpectant waiting, he too a stolid, evanescent creature, yet his human eye had forfeited none of its discrimination, and he had knowledge of the starry countenance behind the cloud. Now the sunspot, dimmed by night to a greyish red, reached the lower edge of day, and the glimmering stars, glowing up to nocturnal intensity, were able to break through the fog blanket with their uncertain gleam. Haltingly at first, and then with increasing clarity, slowly they came to be full in number and splendour, not only above but below as well, turning here to a second starry heaven, to that of a mirrored image which shone up equally from the black watery depths and from the blackly moist spread of plant life, and transformed them into a single black mirror shield, to a single cupola set with stars. Now nothing separated the flood of plant life from the flood of the waters. The seas had overflowed all their shores, streaming into the plant life, which streamed into the life of the seas in turn, and between the stars above and those below, the beasts of the air and the stars and the beasts of the water floated rigidly. The lower cupola was but an echo of the stars. But was not the upper one already an echo of the plants? Unity above as below, one like the other, upheld by the doubled heaven, upheld by the doubled seas, united to a single entity grown over by plants and stars, so very inclusive and self-contained that in its space no sort of isolation was any longer possible. None was permissible, because everything was being resolved, whether eagle or heron or dragon bird, whether shark or whale or water lizard. They were now but a totality, a single blanket of beastiness, a single space-filling essence which became more and more transparent, an animal fog losing itself in ultimate invisibility, absolved into starriness, absorbed into plantliness. The animal totality was swallowed by the night. The animal breathing of the world was spent, no heart was beating any more, and the icy serpent had burst asunder. The icy serpent of time. Abruptly, unhampered by time, the night went over into full day. Abruptly, and time exempted, the sun stood at the peak of day, surrounded by an opalescent starry throng, from which no star was missing, and neither the whitish moon. And likewise, increasing in splendor, there glittered the abiding eastern star. So it came to pass above, while no less suddenly, in the lower mirror, there began a last enormous growing of the plants, partly as a struggle against their root and stem enchainment to earth, partly as an attempt to attain to something beyond themselves, to burst through the plantliness, in order to win to an outright animal differentiation and motility, for, warmed by the sudden light, and beyond doubt driven on by all the animality it had absorbed into itself, the verdure on its side was growing with unbridled and irresistible subanimality out from its former immeasurable rooty network, growing aloft, growing far beyond itself, the very humus of existence growing instinctually in this incessant change, in this constant self-renewing, sprouting and pushing, propped by tail stems, constrained by snake stems, but long past being a tree, a blade, a flower, having shot up beyond reach, gnarled or pliant, spiraling or rampant, in a terrible unpredictable wildness, and he, who even while in its midst might watch it, could watch it, must watch it, moved on by the animally invaded plant life, became like a plant himself, inside and outside, throbbing with the flow of earth sap, rooty, basty, tubular, woody, barky, leafy, though still remaining human, with the unalterable human eye. For even though quality after quality be lost, though substance after substance be overtaken and abandoned by the creation, the eye remains human as long as it looks forward, and that which has been created remains unforgotten to it through all transmutations, unforgotten even in the forgetting, left back in the second immensity, the unimpelling and ever-impelling, the unlosable star. He was a seeing plant, although he was not struggling back to anything, neither into beastiness. Hours elapsed without being hours. The day had no end, endless, just endless. Out, neither fast nor slow was the circling of stars in their courses, endless the progress of the sun, and without end the growth surrounding him, all grappling aeonic plant growth in which he participated in a plant-like way, aeonic and endless in such a way that inertia and movement, interchanged and time-exempted, united to an indistinguishable flowing rest, so changed by the eons from one into the other, that, just as abruptly as the daybreak, suddenly the night broke out from the course of the stars, from their endless moving stability, broke out as the primal darkness which had held itself hidden behind the furthermost starry orb, and now, independent of the arching path of lights, indeed, without putting out a single one of them, it filled the dome of existence with impenetrable darkness. The essential world darkness burst forth, that uncreated darkness which is infinitely more than mere loss of light, mere lack of light, or the absence of light, for it can never be lightened at all by any force of the sun, even at full noon, to say nothing of being completely dissipated by light. So, with its midday radiance undimmed, the sun also was standing unchanged, and it seemed unchangeable, still in the zenith, cast about by the stars in their full abundance, but framed, along with them, in the profoundest stuff of night, a nocturnal figure sunk into the night shield, and together with the starry abundance, the sun was reflected from the blackness above to the blackness below, becoming there a twin image of itself, a lower sun, a lower zenith, caught by the well shaft of the middle, in the flowing depths of which its brightness swam, to be lifted up once more on the waters of creation, an echo flooded in darkness, dying out as it was flooded up. starry countenance above, starry countenance below, and in the doubled darkness of the duplicated night dome, the green of the plant billows faded to a pale reptilian shimmer, to the innate light of plants, so that these attained to an almost transparent perceptibility even unto the furthest ramifications of their stormily wild growth of filaments and interlacings. Not less gleaming, not less perceptible became the roots under the earth and under the waters, and soon these, together with the stems and branches, and all their stormy sprouting, wore themselves into a palely wild single network, stretching out to every corner of the night dome, creeping in all directions, shooting up in all directions, anchoring in all directions, being in the diversity of its directions almost as chartless as infinite space itself, an ether thicket hanging in itself, but despite this always striving upward, its direction indicated by the light above, by the invisible linear play of the stars in which the gleaming countenance of the heavens was invisibly engraved as the archetype, and to which every single echo was carried. Now the fountain of the middle was growing up and extending itself upward and downward, welling with liquid elements, having become transparent in conjunction with its own incipient light, stretching upward and downward, coming into planthood, scarcely a shaft now, far rather a transparent tree, branching out with the sun echo in its rooty depths, caught into a gleaming inscrutability of plant and star growth. And at this point it was sheerly unperceivable whether there was still a borderline between plant and star, whether star and plant were not already touching in the archetype, star echo and plant echo enmeshed and intergrown into each other, merged together into that mirrored depth where the firmament above and that below touched and dissolved the boundaries of the other and flowed together to form the orb of the world. Visible yet invisible was this occurrence of the skies, visible yet not recognizable. He, however, he the beholder, caught the beholder, caught into this universal growth. He, the plant involved, the beast involved, he also stretched himself from firmament to firmament, stretched himself through the starry tides of the universe, and standing in the earthly realm with his animal roots, his animal stems, his animal leaves, he stood at the same time in the furthermost sphere of the stars, so that at his feet lay the sign of the serpent, which, root entangled and seven-starred, had sunk deep into the west, while, transferred to his heart, sparkling in a twofold triad, shone the sign of the lyre, and high, oh high over all, his crown reared aloft, reaching to the uppermost height of the cupola, reaching toward the eastern star, though not quite attaining it, reaching for the star of promise whose infinite beaming had accompanied him on his way, the star coming into more immediate proximity, coming nearer and nearer, no longer as an earthly face, but just as a beholding treetop, he gazed upward to the stars, into the face of heaven, which had gathered into itself the lineaments of all creatures and had transfigured them, the human and animal face having become one, and bore them now enfolded in itself. He gazed toward the sun-bearing, transparent, gleaming, sunward-turned shaft of the middle that held captive in its branches the rounded universe with its oceanic flooding and heaving as though for a future uniting, and caught likewise in this oceanic trembling, swept into this oceanic surge. His heart was beating and surging in unison with it, his heart that long since had ceased from being a heart, only a lyre. Ah yes, now a lyre, as if at last the promise were to ring out among its starry strings, not the song itself, but the enunciation of it, the hour of song, the hour of birth and rebirth, the hour of twofold leading awaited without expectation, the singing hour at the closing point of the circle, crying out the unity of the world on the last breath of the universe. It was preparation, a mighty preparation, mighty in its tension, but the lyre did not ring out, could not ring out, might not ring out, for the unity achieved here by the flow of the universe in its oceanic heaving from one firmament to the other was that of plant life and its power of growth, was the unity of the inviolable muteness of plants, the universal silence pulsing under the unbroken reticence of the stars, inviolably mute, even the enormous power with which this unification was accomplished as, in a final spurt of growth, the sprouting roused itself to the limits of its range, palely glistening its earthy might, palely shuddering from the exertion by which it had thrust its transparent tips into the furthest and topmost border of the dome of darkness, so irresistible, so all-compelling, star-compelling, heaven-compelling, that the heaven, as if to ward off this onslaught of plant growth, had become enhanced in a final burst of flame, in a final flaming transport of its sun-bidden, sun-related midnight face, from whose creatureliness beamed out the human aspect, purer than of yore, purer, greater, milder, devouter, more transfigured, more transparent than ever before, but still destined to extinction, still able to be vanquished, forevermore vanquished by the onslaught of plant growth, sucked in by the sucking strength of the darkly pale submerged roots, and the heavenly countenance vanished, overgrown by the ether thicket. Star after star vanished, one after the other vanished into its own mirrored image coming up to it, vanished to the complete disappearance of both in their common marriage, yet inextinguishable in its extinguishing. No star's light was lost. Each remained in safekeeping, unlosably passing into the conquering innate radiance of the plants, light after light dropping into its counterlight and impregnating it with an ever-increasing strength, becoming more dense with it, growing and growing, until at last the sun itself crashed into its own reflection, received into the transparently flaming tree branches of the world shaft, the sun also fading into its own reflection, the reflection fading too and vanishing as the sun vanished, vanishing with it into the sparkling, upturned elm branches of the middle, which, for this one short moment of the crash, had unfolded to the full splendor of its whole arch, hung with the sun-golden fruit, only to evaporate in a mute heaving sigh that was like a breath, only to vanish with star and reflected star, with sun and sun echo, fading in the pale universal glimmer of the star-sated, sky-soaked universe of plants. The boundary of plant life had been reached. The amplitude of growth covered space after space, covered sky after sky, enveloping the starry abundance. The welling, glowing, life-giving fountain of the middle was dried up and dissolved into cool light. The climax was past, and this universe of plants, as if exhausted from the enormous effort of its attack, breathless after its final flare-up, breathed itself out in a sighing silence. It hung in the darkness like a pale, gleaming underbrush, visible within it, if not lighting it, but it had given up its growing, and not only its growing, but its light as well, its brightness given over bit by bit to the darkness, endlessly vanishing into its second immensity, just as the world shaft and the world branching had done. And weary of a fading perceptibility, it had filtered into the darkness, fading into its depths. Primal darkness now ruled over whatever still existed, existence being no longer divided by any starlight or plant light, was abandoned to darkness, given over to it alone, dominated by primal darkness, dominated by its dumbness. Even the plant breathing stilled. Outside as inside, the breath was being held. It passed into an immobility in the breathless blackness of which the scales of time balanced quietly, breathless in their equilibrium. Shadowed in immensity, though not yet into the final consummation, the primal night glided on. Nevertheless, it was not yet consummate. For this darkness, like everything graspable by the senses, was all too perceptible not to be harboring its own counterpart. And even though the tides of heaven, the tides of the heart, may have ebbed forever, a translucent beam seeped once more from the darkness, almost as though it had preserved within itself the pale light of stars, though it had preserved and plants while making them essentially one, star and plant having their common essence in the primordial stone, pregnant with darkness. Then darkness gave way, surrendering space to an indistinct brightness, reminiscent of day, without being day, and yet being more than day, a brightness spreading over all existence and lacking the breathing of star or plant or animal, a breath-stripped universal day. Night black under the shadowless universal light extended the motionless floods in which no sunlight was reflected. Night pale under the shadowless light, the mountainous root forests, which had not won back their green, spread immeasurably over the boundless fields of earth, and they faded away. He, however, divested of his animal likeness, his plant likeness, was now a being of clay, and earth and stone, mountain high, an unwieldy, shapeless tower, a spar of clay, destitute of all limbs, a shapelessly powerful, shapelessly towering stone giant, certainly of no size in comparison to this immeasurable earth shield curving itself before him under the sky, shield and counter-shield, bone-like and horny in colour, certainly of no size in comparison to this measureless plain over which he stalked, no, over which he was being moved, no, over which he was being carried, he the stony, faceless one, divining the light behind the shield of the curving sky, the light which he saw because the morning star grazed by his head, had sunk into his rocky forehead as a third eye, above the other two which sat stone blind in stone, a third eye above them as a seeing eye, divine and discriminating, and for all that a human eye. Sparser and sparser became the pale gigantic forests, looser and looser the mat of their reptilian branches, limp and limper their withering trunks drooping back into the earth from which they had germinated so impetuously, now already dead in their withering, and when in this wise the transparent plant life had drifted back into the earth to its last shred, so that nothing remained but naked stone extending the width of the world, the very roots stone absorbed to their last transparent filaments, then darkness came again into the universe, turning again into night, into a breathless, breath-stripped, breath-robbed, universal night that was no longer nocturnal, yet more than nocturnal, awful even though not awe-inspiring, immeasurable in the might of its growing dark amplitude. All this happened apart from continuity or time, fixed but not final, as something seen and sensed, and in the course of this unnightly boundless nocturnality he felt everything which had been firm and able to be retained dissolving, felt the ground slipping beneath his feet, dropping into forgetfulness and its infinity, into the memoryless remembering of its immense flood, which coupled the true image and the arch-image to oneness, and the flowingly transformed the earth darkness back, into the memoryless remembering of its immense flood, which coupled the true image and the arch-image to oneness, and flowingly transformed the earth darkness back into fluidity, the mirror of sky and the mirror of sea merging to a single essence, earth changing to light. That which had sunk down was changed to liquid light, brought after an imponderable span of eternity back from immensity into the dome of the sky, which was again becoming light. However, this retrieving was not recollection. Stone and earth remained forgotten, and forgotten was that over which he had trod, and from which he had been formed, and the shapelessness of his gigantic form was just as intangible in its transparency as the light, just as intangible as the fluid dome of the world surrounding him, an ultra-transparent shadow. He came to consist merely of his eye, the eye of his brow, on his brow. Thus he floated between fluid mirrors, floating in the space between the liquid light fog above and the liquid swells below, and the eternal light hidden behind the fog played in the waters, establishing wholeness, sustaining it. Mild was the gentleness of the fog, mild the gentleness of the flowing waters. Both of them merged in the softness of the light, and it seemed to him as if a very large hand, like a cloud, were carrying him through this mild occurrence, through the mildness of this twofold dusk, motherly in its gentleness, fatherly in its calm, embracing him and carrying him on, further and forevermore, and then, as if to fuse together the gentle unity above and that below, as if to wash away the last separating wall between the liquefaction above and below, the rain began to fall. At first it was a lazy trickling, gradually becoming denser and denser, finally turning into a single stream of water falling through space, almost languid in its enveloping softness, an enveloping, streaming, infinitely great, gentle darkness, so all permeating that it prevented one from knowing whether the stream was pouring upward or downward. Consummate now the darkness, consummate the unity in which there was neither direction nor beginning nor end. Unity, never-ending unity, a unity which did not end even when the final darkness was achieved and began to emit light again, as it now did. At the center of the darkness, as though with a soft stroke, with a gentle sigh, the cover of the sky cupola was drawn back, wondrously gleaming. It opened up suddenly, becoming like a single star, large in the sky round, becoming a single eye in which his own was reflected, being at the same time above and below, heaven simultaneously within and without, heaven itself the inner and outer border, including the crystal of unity, in the transparency of which all moisture had gathered and held within its radiation, so that the heavenly whole, as well as the earthly, infinitely unlosable in unending refractions and reflections, should be taken up by the crystal's light forevermore. There was the starry face with its crystal rapture, the first light of being's wholeness to shine forth and give light to the beginning, to the ending, and to each fresh attempt of creation. Where, however, was his own face in this universe? Had the crystal receptacle of the spheres already received him, or was he in a void, excluded from all inner and outer realms of being? Was he, who was no longer even floating, no longer held by any hand, actually here at all? Oh, he must be, because he was looking, he must be, because he was waiting, but his enraptured looking, caught into the sparkling rays, was, at the same time, the crystal itself. And his waiting, this prolonged yearning for the holding hand, to grasp among the strings of the boundless transparency, and make the heart of the universe, the heart of the waiting and of the waiting one resound, this unexpectant waiting was at the same time that of the crystal itself, was its consciousness of growth, a consciousness intent on developing to a still more embracing unity, to a purer equilibrium, to a more complete breath stillness, so much the crystalline will, so much a fore-echo of the still unsung song of the spheres, so much a fore-echo of the ether that, in a last flaring up of the universe, in a last flaring up of the creation, the light again crashed into the darkness as the darkness opened to receive the light, both of them in plunge and counter-plunge, committed to a unity which was no longer a crystal one, but just the darkest radiation, having no quality, not even that of the crystal, but which was the essence of no quality, the borderless, universal abyss, the birthplace of all essential qualities. The middle of the star had opened, the middle of the ring, the birth-giving nothingness, opened to the glance of the glanceless one, the seeing blindness. Thereupon he was permitted to turn around. Thereupon came the command to turn around. And thereupon he was turned around. And there, before his once more perceiving eyes, the nothing was infinitely transformed once more, turning into the present and into the past, widening out to the aeonic cycle once more, so that this, having become infinite, might close once more, infinite the round of heaven, infinite the heavenly dome, arching once more, infinite the endless shield of the world, surrounded by the seven-colored bow in endless recollection, Again there was light and darkness, again day and night, again nights and days, and again immensity was regulated according to height, breadth, and depth, and the plan of the sky was defined, opening out to its four directions. Again there was above and below, cloud and sea, and in the middle of the sea the land rose up once more. The green isle of the world, bedecked with plants, with forests and with pastures, the mutation within immutability. And up came the sun in the east on its course over the round, and the stars followed at night, conforming to the northern pole with its star-free centre, where righteousness maintaining the equilibrium was enthroned, beamed upon by the rays of the northern cross. Yet again in the morning light, eagles and seagulls streaked through the upper air, hovering about the island, and dolphins emerged to hearken to the mute song of the spheres. From the west came a trail of animals, coming to meet the sun and stars, the beasts of the wilderness and those of the field, mingling in a harmony innocent of conflict, lion and bull and lamb, the goat with its bulging udder, streaming eastward, all of them, seeking the eastern shepherd, striving toward the human face. And this face could be beheld in the middle of the world shield, in its infinite depth, beheld there amidst infinite human life and human living, beheld for the last and yet as for the first time, peace without conflict, the harmonious human countenance innocent of conflict, beheld as the image of the boy, in the arms of the mother, united to her in a sorrowful, smiling love. Thus he saw it, seeing thus the boy and the mother, and they were so familiar that he was almost able to name them without being able to recall their names, yet still more familiar than the face and the missing name was the smile that bound mother and child, and it seemed as if prescient in this smile the whole significance of the interminable occurrence were comprehended, as if the law of truth were proclaimed in this smile. The mild yet terrible glory of the human fate begot from the word, and already in the begetting, coming to be the word's substance, the word's comfort, the word's blessing, the word's advocacy, the word's redemptive strength, the law-founding force of the word's renewal, once more expressed and expressible in the insufficient but still soul-sufficing representations of human actions and wanderings, made known and preserved and repeated in them forevermore. In loving perception the word received the yearning of the heart, and that of the mind for their great communion, the word becoming the confirmation by force of innate necessity, assuming the yearning of the lodger who longed to become the son, his task fulfilled. Thus drawn hither by the summons of the word, the brooks and streams began to trickle. The surf with a soft booming struck the shore. The seas swelled steel blue and light, ruffled by the nethermost fires of the south, and everything could be seen and heard in simultaneous depth, because, turned round toward the immensity which he had once left behind him, he saw through it into the immensity of the here and now, looking backward and forward at once, listening simultaneously to what was behind and what was ahead, and the rustling of the past, sunken into the forgotten invisibility, was rising up again to the present moment, and became the simultaneous stream of creation, in which the eternal rests, the first image, the vision of visions. The eternal rests, the first image, the vision of visions. Thereupon he shuddered, and it was a mighty shuddering, almost beneficent in its finality, for the ring of time had closed, and the end was the beginning. The images sank down, but, preserving them unseen, the rumbling continued. The welling of the fountain of the middle, gleaming invisibly in the infinite anguish of knowing. The no thing filled the emptiness, and it became the universe. The rumbling continued, and it was emitted from the mingling of the light with the darkness, both of them roused by the incipient tone which now actually began to sound, and that which sounded was more than song, more than the striking of the lyre, more than any tone, more than any voice, since it was all of these together and at once, bursting out of the nothing as well as out of the universe, breaking forth as a communication beyond every understanding, breaking forth as a significance above every comprehension, breaking forth as the pure word which it was, exalted above all understanding and significance whatsoever, consummating and initiating, mighty and commanding, fear-inspiring and protecting, gracious and thundering, the word of discrimination, the word of the pledge, the pure word. So it roared thither, roaring over and past him, swelling on and becoming stronger and stronger, becoming so overpowering that nothing could withstand it, the universe disappearing before the word, dissolved and acquitted in the word, while still being contained and preserved in it, destroyed and recreated forever, because nothing had been lost, nothing could be lost, because end was joined to beginning, being born, and giving birth again and again. The word hovered over the universe, over the nothing, floating beyond the expressible, as well as the inexpressible. And he caught under and amidst the roaring, he floated on with the word. Although the more he was enveloped by it, the more he penetrated into the flooding sound, and was penetrated by it. The more unattainable, the greater, the graver, and more elusive became the word, a floating sea, a floating fire, sea heavy, sea light. Notwithstanding, it was still the word. He could not hold fast to it, and he might not hold fast to it. Incomprehensible and unutterable for him, it was the word beyond speech. Translation begun November 1940, finished October 1944. Translated by Jean Starr Untermeyer. The Death of Virgil by Hermann Broch.